Welcome to another exciting edition of a Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the chief host, the College Genesis, guiding you through the next few hours in interesting conversation and stimulating debate and discussion. Now, I'm the College Genesis. You can call me Reverend Collar. You can call me Collar Rumble. You can call me many things. You can call me the chief host. You could call me the PhD of Negroology. You can call me a geopolitical pundit. All that's applied to the College Genesis because I'm your lovable, sometimes naughty host. And folks, I need you to do me a favor. Like, share, and subscribe. And when you got topics like the slave mentality is the main problem, you know it's going down in college. You know it's going to get heated. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend. Tell an enemy. Tell somebody. Tell your mama. Tell your daddy. Your daddy. Have fun with your baby daddy. Save the drama and cover with your baby and mama. So we got to get down tonight because it's happening in Collar Land, Be here or be nowhere. Like I said, when you got topics like the slave mentality is the main problem, and basically every topic this week has been a hit. I love waking up to the morning and I got 500-600 views, from the night before. It's just great, Last night we had like almost 60 people in the chat room and alive. That's like almost like a record. Like the highest was 90. Look, just like on a regular night, we got freaking all these people watching the show. It's like amazing. I am so grateful for this platform. I'm so grateful for you guys and everything. And who knows, I might extend this past July. July is my year anniversary. So we'll see if I stick around for another year, because like I said, with StreamYard, I'm paid up till the end of July. So we'll see if I continue on with this. If you want me to continue on, you let me know. Not, I'll just gladly go back to my life and do what I got to do and everything like that. And I'll give up social media. It's all up to you. Whether I say like this, okay, Dusty Brothers, we're not going to start that tonight. We're going to start. I swear to God, I will block you. I don't want to hear no Trump praising in my platform, my presence. I don't want to hear no MAGA shit. I don't want to hear none of that stuff right now, I am too angry and too full of rage to hear about the praises of America, MAGA, and all stuff like this. So that's what we're talking about tonight. The slave mentality, give a slave some food and some comfort and everything. And he's just as happy as anything, man. A little couple of crumbs they throw at you. Larry Hoover has been released. Who the fuck cares about Larry Hoover? He's a freaking criminal. He could have stayed in jail for the rest of his life for all the fuck I care, I don't give a damn what Trump does, I don't really care, All I know is the fact that we have another race of people that is going to rule over us forever. God, look, this is how it works. In order for you to become a nation, you need a spirit. And then you become a soul. The spirit creates a soul. The soul and the spirit looks for a body, that the nation, the land is your body. That's where everything, the people are the soul, right? The spirit is the 5%. The 5% people that guide the masses, and that's what the College Genesis, he represents the 5%, So we have a spirit, the soul, which is you, and then we're gonna have a body. That's the Apristan. That's the body. So anything that goes against that, it has to be destroyed, Now, some people say the body should be America. That means if the body's America, that means we got to remove 200 million white people out of America, because two souls can't occupy the same body, So the easiest thing to do would be to have an Apristan carved out on the ancestral homeland of our ancestors, right? Because we know it's impossible to build something, and like, we can't be the body snatchers, right? Take the body of the white man. The soul of America is a white nation in America, white America. The body of America is the 50 states, the manifest destiny, the 50 states from sea to shining sea and beyond. That's the body of America, right? The spirit of America is a white nationalist, the spirit of Donald Trump and the the right wing. That's the spirit of America. Also the liberal side too. That's the spirit of America. We have to have our own spirit. We have to have our own soul, and we have to have our own land. That's the only way we're ever going to be free. Anything else is a slave mentality. The slave basically finds comfort in the land of his oppressors, in the body of his oppressors, the soul of his oppressors. And the slave carries the spirit of his oppressors, right? Yeah, make America great again. Man, that is an abomination. When you say that as a black person, you are committing an abomination. You are cursing God. Do you understand where the college is coming from? You understand that this is not a game to me. This is real. This is what I put my life into, my heart, my soul, whatever like that. I don't give two shits about money and shit like that. I'll make money. But I do want to see a nation delivered. I want to see my nation free. Black America is my nation. And I want to see us free one day. We're not free in this country, in this society. We're bound. We're people bound by another race of people. We have a slave mentality. And all America is offering us is slavery, and bondage and servitude and unhappiness. So this is what we're talking about tonight. The slave mentality is the main problem. And so, we're gonna rock and roll tonight. Thanks for joining me tonight and everything like that. Thanks for everything you guys do. And another thing, man, you guys better leave my princess Honeyflower alone, because she's telling me that you guys are bullying her. She's black. Honeyflower, as far as I'm concerned, she's black. She be a black. I saw her picture. She's like a beautiful black woman. She may not look like a Nigerian or a freaking Ghanaian, but she is black. She could pass for a black person in America easily. So we're going to have some good fun tonight, man. I can tell you it's going to be all in the night, on and popping. So like I said, like, share, and subscribe. Stop what you're doing. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend. Tell somebody. The College Genesis is here. Be here or be nowhere. Be here, be nowhere. So yeah, so it's been an interesting day. I mean, it was raining out today. I mean, I went to my office today and I was like, supposed to do a conference call today. I mean, every time as my business grows, I keep having these damn we got another conference call at this. Look, I gotta do work. I can't be on a damn conference call it's like, what conference calls like? It's like being on this show right here. I'm talking, I'm looking at other people, whatever like that. Just like doing a StreamYard. And I'm like, damn, it's like I'm gonna spend most of my time in front of a damn computer, talking to somebody. I'm tired of it, I'm tired of talking to people. I'm tired of conference calls. I'm tired of all this stuff, I'm going back to the old way of just making money, Now this internet stuff, man. Yeah, he wants to meet me. Come to my office, man. Fly out to Virginia Beach, So, but yeah, we're having fun tonight, Like I said, I can't complain. God bless me with a nice business. It's growing like anything like I ever believed in my life. Whatnot, my business is growing. My family business is growing. So I'm happy. Let me tell you something. Whether the Pan-African thing works out or not, I'll be happy. I'll be set. And because I have every intention of one day living on the continent, it doesn't matter to me, because if you guys don't want to come, then it's fine. You guys want to build? If this is what you want the rest of your life, hey, that's fine. That's fine. If you want to be like this, African Americans were never great, bro. We were always struggling. We weren't. People always romanticize. Oh man, before integration, man, we were doing this, man. Get the hell out of here. Before 1961, most black people, 70% of black people living in poverty. Yeah, I'm angry, right? I'm angry when I hear comments like that. That's what makes me angry. I'm normally a happy person, but when I hear people say stupid stuff like that because it insults my intelligence, do you know how many black men friggin' died in this country, died broke, died broken and whatnot, went to that grave. Imagine, I never forget. My grandfather, right? He was a young man in the 1940s. He came to New York in the 1940s. I mean, in 1950, he was like one of the first black men to be hired at Con Edison, New York. Built a family, raised 8 kids, then bought a house in Queens and everything like that. And we had a good life. By the time I was born, we had a good life. We had we had the best life we can. But he was like, when he had to move back down south, whatnot, I mean, it's like this. I never forget when he moved out down south in retirement. Then he came back to New York for the last 2 years of his life because he got cancer. And I'll never forget, when he died, right before he died, the last thing he saw was he was looking at television, and guess what he saw? No, rapper Notorious B.I.G. killed in California, and everybody's talking about, oh, rappers kill each other. And I'm saying to myself, now this man's seen World War II. He was there, listening to Malcolm X. He's heard it all. Saw the Nation of Islam. My grandfather was a Garveyite and everything. Imagine basically in 1997, the last thing you see while you're dying is somebody talking about black on black violence. That's what he died seeing. That's what he died seeing. He didn't die like most white men. When they die, they leave a legacy. They see the country thriving. They see their communities free. They see like they're happy. They die happy. Black people, I've seen too many black men die old men, and they're old and bitter. I see too many old, bitter black men out there living old age. And the worst thing you can be in America is an old black man, That's the most pathetic thing you could be. The whole society pitied you. The most pitiful thing is an old black man, It's just a story say, damn, but it's the truth. It's the truth. I, for one, am not going to be no old ass black man in America, Hell no. I am not going to be an old black man. Nobody respects an old black man. Nobody regards them. Everybody throws away. They always try to put you in a nursing home. Then when they want to hear what you got to say, nobody respects you, and everything like that. It's thing. Like I said, I'll be in another country. If it's not Africa, I'll be in Belize or something like that. I am not going to sit here and be my last days looking at these freaking devils ruling over me. I'm sorry. The fact that my ancestors were never avenged, they never got justice and everything like that, and thing like that. So it is what it is, folks. So it is hard. It's hard. It's like, look, you can't. Thing is, I work with seniors in my business and like I said, especially if you're old black man in America and you're poor. You saw that video a month ago where the guy was like, "I'm tired, man. I worked my whole life, and that nigga worked his whole life, ain't got nothing, He did he was a fool that did all the right things, or whatever like that. Worked hard. He was a good man. Rufus, you were a good boy and whatnot. A good handyman. But he's like, I'm just tired, man. I worked my whole life. I ain't got nothing, man. The whole life ain't got a woman, ain't got no legacy, nothing to pass down and whatnot, because he just continued a slave culture that said you just serve the master and whatnot and just sacrifice and be good, and you're gonna get your just reward in the afterlife. That's a slave mentality, That's like, damn, man. Shoot, if I knew my life was gonna turn out like that, I'd be a fucking bank robber. I would be a drug dealer. Anything's better than fucking dying, freaking old age, doing nothing, So it is what it is, It is what it is. Sure, they were HBCU graduates. So sure they were, Dusty brother. Okay, everybody's now a freaking. Oh yeah, everybody's now a fucking a Black American success story. Everybody can be what they want online. If you were a real Dusty Brothers, you would come up here and show us receipts. I don't believe nothing I see in the chat room. By the way, folks, my PayPal, my Cash App is finally working. If you want to contribute to the College Genesis, is Kala, is $ Kala Gen GEN, the number 5. That's Kala Gen, the number 5. That's my Cash App handle if you want to donate to the College Genesis show. I guess I finally got my Cash App up working. 2 years it's been suspended. I don't know what the hell I did, It was part of some crypto thing I was involved with, man. They suspended everybody's Cash App. I didn't do anything wrong, but since I was part, I bought this some crypto. I bought a few $1,000s worth of crypto and whatnot, and I don't know. I'm still waiting for my money back. So they shut down all the accounts that are linked to this crypto business. So it is what it is, folks. So so we are going to have some good fun tonight. Some fun tonight. The only place I want to move to, I want to move to the mother continent. Yeah. No, I don't use PayPal. PayPal's a freaking has my real name on it. I'm not gonna use that. And all that PayPal, I got a leak in PayPal. Something's wrong. Somebody hacked my PayPal account. I don't know what the hell happened. I just got off the phone with a dispute, and my bank blocked it. Good. Well, I'll mess with PayPal. I never had problems with Cash App or Venmo. It's the only problems I ever had was with PayPal. It gets strange. PayPal's supposed to be the best, man, but it's like shit. I'm always getting money coming out. So it is what it is. But yeah, so folks, we're gonna talk about that. Like the slave mentality is the main problem, right? Are you gonna want to be a free person or do you want to be a slave? You want to be a slave. You want slave mentality. I saw this one video. It's really disheartening. It really depressed me. A South African girl. You got these buffoons. This buffoon slave culture is permeating in Africa too. This girl said, "I want to be a nurse and I want to marry a white man." She living in a goddamn shanty town. Talking about, "I want to marry a white man," in South Africa. And I'm saying to myself, it's just, can we have any more losses or not? You got young girls in South Africa living in dire poverty, talking about she wants a white man, marry a white man. That's why people like Honey Flower says what she says about the African man. You saw that on TikTok. You ought to see that on TikTok. In order to get you to do something. No, it's all sides. It's all Africans. You Nigerians are worse. And I just said to myself, my God, my God. It's what made me want to do this show tonight when I saw that. The slave mentality, White man, come on, Mr. White Man, beat me some more, South African blacks are black. They're just fucking stupid, So it's just, I don't know, it's just a whole freaking whole thing. It's not just South Africa. The average African woman all over the continent dreams about a white man driving on a pony because they believe in all these stupid fairy tales and nonsense and whatnot. Because we have not built that one place where we have never proved to the world that we could build a civilization. They always say, "Oh, wow, the reason why whites created apartheid because, hey, look, show me one civilization that black people have right now and they maintain," and they'll be like, "I'll wait. Name me the country that's basically developed, developed and everything that's run by black people." And I'm saying to myself, damn, I would love to jump on that thread and say, man, you got to check out this country and that country and blah, blah, blah. But I'm getting older now, and all my life heard that. I've heard that black people cannot build civilization. They cannot maintain anything. That whatever they give them, they'll destroy, You give them a city in America, they'll run it to the ground. You give them a country in Africa, they run it to the ground. So what the hell, man? It's just like this. They always point to places like Haiti. They always point to places like Nigeria and say, this is what you are. You're an inferior race, Princess says, man, they non-black women who like black beauty as well. People like their own. What the hell's Princess P saying? I don't know what Princess P is saying. I don't know. Whoever knows what Princess P is saying. He be saying a whole lot, man, but not saying a whole lot, but he was talking a whole lot, but not saying anything. I don't know what Prince of P be saying, man. Somebody, can I get an interpreter? Between him and Broody, man. I don't know what the hell, man. I seen a video. I bet you anything that was a fucking Haitian, bro. I seen a video of a corner store before that was probably a Haitian, bro. He said, "Don't put yo look." She said, Audrey says, "Don't put Nigeria and Haiti." And actually, Jonathan Miller says Haiti's actually have a higher standard of living than Nigeria. You know, that's what Jonathan Miller said. I never been to Haiti, but that's what he said. He said, "Man, Haiti's way more developed than Nigeria is." You know, and the people make way more money. I don't know. You might want to talk to him about that. You know, just going by what he said. You know, who am I? I just go by what I hear. You know. She goes, John Miller, the born liar. I don't know. You know, maybe John Miller could come up here and clarify what he said. You know, he said friggin' Nigeria is the worst, man. That's what he said. He's been to the Caribbean when he said Nigeria is the fucking worst place he's ever been. You know, call women are attracted to power at this present time. So-called white man's rulership. Yeah, but you accept the white man's rulership. I sure the fuck don't. I don't accept fucking these people ruling over me and shit. I don't. I'm looking at TV right now. I got Stephen Miller up there. The fuck this motherfucker should have no say so over anything that happens in my life. You know, I should not look. I don't. I don't know. Who am I kidding, man? Who am I kidding, man? You know, Negroes just want to be slaves and whatnot, man. You know, bottom line is this. So I got it. So basically, if that's if it's about that plantation life, guess that's what I gotta live with. You know, that's what I love when I go to That's what I love when I go to Liberia. I feel so fucking free. God damn, I feel free. Man, I get back to America, I feel good a little bit, you know, but I feel depressed, you know, when I get back here. You know, I really get depressed because I got to deal with people like Princips of P, whatever like that, telling me it's my fault because I ain't kissing ass to some black stupid ass leader. And oh, we got this, man. Please, man, you know, because I'm not joining in the slave rituals and becoming a slave like the Congressional Black Caucus and all these other people like that, you know, because I'm not freaking living off crumbs. He said Haiti has nice parts. Yeah, that's what I heard, man. I heard Haiti got the good parts, and that's what he was saying. It was better than Nigeria. I mean, that's what Jonathan Miller says, and he goes to Nigeria, so he would know. You know, so I've never been in either one country, so I don't know. You know, let's go by what I hear. You know, everybody here tells me, hey, Nigeria has way more development and investment. Hey, it's a nice parts of Haiti. That's what he's talking about. He says, but you know, Nigeria just they have a crystal blue waters in Haiti. I see brothers too. I'll say, yeah. But yeah, folks. So we're gonna have a good time tonight. We're talking about the slave mentality. Are you a slave? You know, are you a slave, man? Are you a cotton picker? Are you a Negro? You know, are you satisfied with the status quo? Ooh, Audrey, that's really mean. You said Jonathan Miller didn't get to ride dick in Nigeria. Nigeria. Ooh, are you calling Jonathan Miller gay, man? Come on, Audrey. That's Jonathan Miller's many things, but I don't think he's gay, man. You know, I really don't. I didn't get the impression that he was gay. You know, why are you talking about this, Colin? I don't know, G, because I've been listening to you lately, man. I'm saying to myself, man, maybe I just fucking put on some overalls and a straw hat and just get back on the field, man. Every time I look at you Negro like G, I said, look, man, who am I kidding, man? You know? I said, yeah, I was changing my name from College Genesis to Rufus Genesis, you know, and go on get and start picking some corn and some tobacco and say, Yazoo, Yazoo, Maza, yeah, Maza. Things are going good. I's a happy Negro or not, you know. That's what I get the pressure from, man, because I'm tired of battling everybody every night, you know. College, that's why I've been addicted to Liberian history. If Liberia was still around, I would go to Liberia. Well, the bottom line is I am one of the ones that's trying to make Liberia great again and whatnot. If we have to push these native Liberians to the side and make it happen, so who cares? You know, young with baby. Ooh, that's mean, Audrey. Jonathan Miller went to Nigeria with baby oil and Astroglide. Wow. Maybe he got what he wanted in Haiti. Ooh. Woo, sparks are flying in here tonight, man. The diaspora war is on. The diaspora war is on and popping, you know. That's so subsidiary. I've been working my life so 12-year old and I'll be 60 soon. Yeah, man. So like I said, man, you're working your whole life, man, G. And don't you feel like, that, I can see G in a straw hat and overalls and whatnot, with a flannel shirt, whatever like that, out in the field picking cotton and whatnot. I don't know, man. Maybe that's the life we deserve, man. Yeah. Hey, buy silver. He said, just so silver rounds. I'm definitely donating when I get the buttons up. Well, I actually, to tell you the truth, the Cash App is up. If you want to donate on Cash App, the Cash App's up. I wouldn't hold it against you. So. And remember, every dime that this show generates through Cash App or Super Chats goes right to funding our projects in Liberia. No, I'm not gonna do Zelle. That's too linked to my bank account. You know, Apple Pay, I can't do early Apple. Actually, I just do Cash App and Zemo, Vimo and Cash App. That's the only thing I'll trust out there in the public. I already got my PayPal hacked. You know. I already got that. I'm not taking a chance to I do Venmo, same handle in Venmo, College N5, Cash App, College N5. Nah, I have never had problem with Cash App. I never had problem with Cash App before. I never had problem with Venmo. My Venmo was hacked, but but I tell you what, they returned all my money. It was like $100. I looked up there 2 days ago. And it was like blip, $100. I said they put all my money. They got my money back from whoever was scamming me, and they got all my money was put back in there. Venmo was something else. So I appreciate that. So yeah. People try to scam on Cash App, but you can report them. You know. But one thing I have in my bank account is I don't accept anytime some transaction comes through, try to draw the money out of my account. Now, if I lose money in the Cash App, that's one thing. But so long as it's not linked to my bank account where I'm overdrawn, because right now that any sort of transaction comes out through my bank account, they alert me and they say yay or nay. I said hell fucking no, and they block it. And that's the end of it. So you always get those safeguards on your bank account. Tell them if any transaction comes through, whatever like that, you send a text alert. Say this person, they authorize it. No, they got the technology to do that. So I told them that's what I want. I said anything comes out. I said, look, if I got to go use my debit card, right, or credit card, I got to put a 4-digit PIN. So if I got to use it for my own PIN, why the heck if somebody just comes in my account without no security code or anything like that? So now they basically are doing that. Well, you already know that living that you have to work hard, and that's very punctual, no exceptions. Yeah, I know. I work hard, but the bottom line is I'm building a business, so I don't have to work hard. I work smart, not hard. I'm building a business. I love. By the end of the summer, I'll be set. Hopefully, God's willing, by the end of August, I will be set, and by the end of the year, I swear to God, I probably next year I could probably spend, if it wasn't for the damn rainy season, I could probably spend about a good 5 months in Liberia if it wasn't for the rainy season. You know, Unfortunately, the rainy season, the dry season starts in my busiest time in my business. October. So I can't go nowhere until December, right? So I only got 3 more months left because I got to be out of there before the rainy season. April comes, I do not want to be in no tropical place in April in the summer months. You don't want to be in the tropics. You know, February is the best time in the year to go to Liberia and West Africa because it's cool. That's what when I first went to Liberia, I went there like the last week in January, February for you. I said, "Oh, this is great, man," because it had nighttime. I was wearing my jean jacket on the beach or whatnot, because it was kind of cool. I said, "Well, everybody talking about Africa is so hot and like that." So I left like around the end of March. It was just starting to get hot that week. I left in March, right? Then the next year I came, 2023. I came back. I stayed for 2 weeks, and that was in March. So I know it's a little hotter, right? The whole time, and then last year I got there in March, stayed through April. Oh my God, I got sick with malaria, typhoid, because it was just so freaking hot, man. It was unbearable. This year it wasn't that bad. This year I was there in March and the temperature was like mild. I like mild. The temperature was like in the 80s the whole time. I like that. But when April comes, right? Like I had 2024, April comes, that shit hits 100 degrees and humidity is hell. You like feeling like crawling to the beach and swimming to America. That's how hot it is. You got to be under AC all the time. Ghana's the tropics too. I just can't deal with the hot weather. I don't really like the tropics, to tell you the truth. I'll deal with Liberia because of the history of my people and everything like that. But sometimes I wish Liberia we could have been founded somewhere in Southern Africa. That'd be great. Can you imagine if Liberia was founded where Namibia is, whatever? That'd be freaking. It'd be so perfect. The weather and everything would be perfect. But it's just I don't know, just that freaking heat. Just unbearable. I don't like the tropics. I'm sorry. I don't like the tropics. It's good for some time, but after a while, just like going to Florida, right? I remember I went on vacation in Florida, right? I had a good time for the first 4 days, and after a while, I said, I want to get the hell out of here. I wasn't enjoying myself at Disney, Epcot Center, all stuff like that. Where else did we go? We went to Tampa, stuff like that. And we went on a cruise, a cruise in Fort Lauderdale. I'm sorry, I just cannot do the freaking tropical thing. Florida's a nice state, man. I can't freaking live. I can't live in around what you call it. I went there in Actually, I went there in October of '99. Went to SeaWorld, all stuff like that. It was just SeaWorld was miserable. God, that place was miserable. Because it was just so hot, that heat just beaming down on you. No shade, no nothing. I don't know how people enjoy themselves. You walk around a damn park and whatnot, going on rides and attractions and watching the whales and whatnot. It's just so hot and sticky and muggy. Everybody, it's disgusting, man. I couldn't stand it. I said, give me Six Flags in New Jersey anytime. I like this. Yeah, I'm not a humid type of person. I don't like humidity at all. I hate it. That's one of the things I think about moving back to New York. When I live in summertime, Virginia, I feel like, why the hell am I here, man? I feel like going to New York in the summertime and coming back here during the winter. Yeah, we tropical people, not all of us. We were tropical people, but Black America, Gomo Colin said, American-born Liberian here. Rico and Sue help the Liberian building. Yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about, Gomo. Join the College Genesis, man. Join the BAO Global Pipeline app, and join our Liberia chapter. Join the Association of African Americans for Liberia on Facebook, Join our Facebook, the Association of African Americans for Liberia. It's AFRAM4 LIB, on Facebook, that's the handle. Get together with us. We're doing a lot of stuff in Africa. We got consultants and business people and everything. We got a business group coming there in July from Houston, Texas. We're trying to make Liberia the base, our base camp in Africa. Like you can call Liberia base camp. That's his purpose. Is basically being a place for Black America to engage the continent. That's what Liberia is for. Its purpose is for. So you can't make Ghana, Ghana's out for themselves, man. You see, Louis, they're out for themselves. And they say, well, Kyle, how you say that? Well, anytime somebody do a dumb thing like give up on a monorail project, which would have worked, would have made Accra a world-class city. Now they're building some fucking Catholic cathedral, man. I'm saying, man, we got two different value systems, So since I would have no say so in Ghana, I can't go there, right? In Liberia, we do got some sort of pull and power in Liberia because the smaller country and Liberians are tethered to Black American institutions. So we could do much better in Liberia, The Liberian tour is 10 days. I got to have some people want to go to give their money to deposit it because my money's getting on me about this deposit, If I basically Nigeria is okay. That's good for Nigeria. Nigeria is enough for Nigerians. It ain't for Black America. So basically, I wanted this tour to work. People got to say they want to put their deposit down, and let's get this going, or else we're gonna have to just cancel the tour. And I would hate to do that. I would hate to have to do that, but I tell you what, if that does happen, I'll still go on, because what I'm going to do is change tactics, right? You know what I'm going to do if that happens? I'm going to I'm going to basically change my whole itinerary to just bringing people over who are investors, and I will just open it up to anyone, black, white, whatever, like that. That would be my field. I would just say, I'm done with black people. I'm done with trying to convince you Negroes, whatever, like that. And I'm like, I'm done. You think I'm kidding? I am not kidding. I am sick and tired of every night saying the same thing, or like that. So the bottom line is that we don't get enough people. We have to. We have to. So people like this, damn man. I gave people a whole year and a half. You mean to tell me your life? Look, I did by example. I gave my friggin' deposit way back in January. Because I'm serious about this. But so like I said, people ain't serious. That's fine, man. That's, you got other things to do, whatever, like that. A lot of you never been to the continent before. You 50 something years old. You never been to the continent. You never been overseas before. That's sad. A chance to bond with real black men and stuff like that, and go and see, connect with your history on the continent and stuff like that. All right. And we put it out there. I mean, the world-class tour, man, the best tour we've ever done, itinerary we ever done. But yet people want to sit there and drag their feet. I don't know, Collar Idols, I just got to see, man. I don't know if Boss Man going to give me off or not. So after a while, man, I just said like this. I still need investments in Liberia. I still need to deliver. So if it means this, they're not being colonized by Black America, or you stupid. Don't let me call you something by your name, girl. Ain't nobody being colonized. Black America is not a colonized people. We don't have a mother country. We don't have battleships. We don't have fucking drones. There's no way we could colonize anybody. People say stupid stuff out of their mouth. They don't want to colonize. No, I get it that we're great people and whatnot. People freaking admire us, but if you feel like you're colonized, but that's your fucking problem. Can you get the brother Sharif on the platform? Me and him spoke. He's not from Liberia. He lives there. Brother Sharif. I met him in Liberia. We hung out together. In Liberia. So you can get the brother Sharif. Yeah, I know brother Sharif and the brothers, man. They're cool. Haitians in Africa today, like slaves on a plantation, were isolated. So individual Audrey, only smart people in Nigeria are evil. The rest of them are dumb. Okay, I don't know. What y'all arguing about. But yeah, so that's my whole thing, man. I wanted to see this tour go on, but I'll tell you what, man. If the tour has to be canceled, I am going to be really, really angry. I'm gonna be really, really upset, but I know I'll survive. I'll pivot to something else better, whatever, like that. So it is what it is. I can't rely on Black people to do anything. I know ultimately that this mission I'm doing in Liberia, I'm gonna have to fund it myself. I know eventually I'm gonna have to fund it myself. In another 2 years, I'll have the money to start doing major things myself. I would not basically rely on donations, investments from Black folks, because you guys just, I don't know. You guys are fucking useless, man. Most of you are useless, so, so I can't do that. So the mission has to be done. And somehow, some way, I'm going to get it done, we will build this Afghanistan. We will start with Liberia and go to the rest of the continent, wherever, right? That's going to happen. The spirit, the soul, and lastly, the body. That's the land. It has to be done. That's God's command. It has to be done. So, so it is what it is. So we can't sit there and say that, Well, like this, you think I'm gonna let something like a couple of Negroes stop me? You think I'm gonna let somebody, whether it's the litmus test, be some tour? No, I'm sorry, you don't know me very well. Nothing's gonna stop me. I don't give a damn what happens. Nothing on God's green earth is gonna stop me from doing what I'm doing. I'm gonna continue on. If I have to be alone, if I have to do this thing alone, if I never talk to anybody the rest of my life, I'm gonna still continue, and believe in what I believe, as all groups coordinate among themselves. I don't want to coordinate with anybody, to tell you the truth, because until I find people that I think worthy of being in my presence and worthy of being with me, then I'll just do this myself. You know, I have not come across any worthy people yet. And that's what it is, folks. That's what it is, folks. But yeah, so only a slave I call promote doing. Oh, I'm a slave now. Okay, Prince of B, I'm a slave now. Okay. Be in the capital. What capital? I don't know what you're talking about. Stoic. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about, man. Don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I believe in doing it alone. If you can't rely on people like that, Monrovia, what are you talking about? What will be in the capital? You talking about the tour? The tour, we're going to be all over the country, We're going to be all over the country, So it is what it is. And Audrey, I'm not in a good mood. Please don't make those stupid remarks. Really, I'll get rid of you. I am not in the mood tonight. So when I'm talking about Negroes and you people out here, you think everything's a fucking joke. That's why I said a lot of black people are in the problem right now, shucking and jiving. Everything's a fucking joke. Hee hee ha ha. Making dumb comments and stupidity and whatnot. I think it's about colonization. I don't know. Look, colonization is the people. It's not a place. The body one day is called the African, The nation is called the colonization, The soul is called the colonization, The spirit is called keep it fun. No, I don't want to keep it fun. This is serious. I'm here being serious. This is fucking serious. This is not fun. This is serious. My voice, everything I'm saying is serious. I'm not a fun person, So I'm not a fun person. When I'm saying something, I'm putting it out there because I know this is real. But the thing is, black people take everything a fucking joke, and they take things that they should be taken as a joke, they take seriously. Things that they should be taken seriously, they take as a joke. Nation building is not a fucking thing. Like I said, if you're not African American, I don't understand why you're even here in the first place. We're talking about the liberation of our people, So our people don't have like Nigeria. They have a land, a body, but they have no soul. They're all divided. They have no soul. They have no soul. If people don't have a spirit and soul, you can have a body's dead. That's why these countries in Africa are dead. They have no soul. You know. So it is what it is. What is a crocodile? I don't understand. Look, Audrey, you understand something. I don't speak ooga booga. What does a fucking crocodile mean? We don't understand ooga booga, Crocodile. Like we understand ooga booga lingo, Crocodile. What the fuck? I guess I'm a crocodile now, Yeah, said police. The people, they actually bring the ooga booga to you, acting like we're supposed to understand ooga booga folklore and stuff, So it is what it is, Croc Nation. What's that supposed to fucking mean? I don't speak ooga booga, you monkey. I don't care about Dynas. Do you think, do I care? Do I care what the fuck Dynas is doing? No. What Dynas means? Woo, I'm supposed to be impressed. You know. So Dynas speaks Yoruba. Blah blah blah. I am a grumpy old grandpa at night. You know, I'm a grumpy old grandpa tonight. I'm glad Diane says Diane's my good friend, but I really don't give a flying fuck what you think about him, what you think about me. I'm me, you know. I have no desire to speak Yoruba. I'm not gonna speak that shnagalaga Yoruba shnagalaga, you know. Shnagalaga, shnagalaga, shnagalaga. I see the fucking Nigerian today in the friggin' supermarket. It's funny. I'm gonna throw this out there, but I was saying, man, what a fine Nigerian man. Looks like he's got it together, man. He had his groceries in front of me and whatnot, you know. And I said to myself, man, this I was saying I was just saying, look at these Nigerians. They're hardworking, man. He's probably saying, I'm basically, but then when he got to do his thing, he got to do his bring his stuff up, right? And then basically it came to $53, right? And I'm sitting there waiting. He put his card in there, and then the price went in half. Then on the bottom on the check, it said EBT. I was like, oh shit, this nigga got an EBT card. It went from like 50 something dollars down to $31. I was like, damn, it took $20 something off his bill, man. EBT. I said, this motherfucker got an EBT. So a lot of people, you think that they're all hardworking and whatnot. They got EBT. I mean, throw his business out there, man. But I was like, because I knew he was Nigerian. I knew he was an African or Nigerian, one of those, Senegalese, Nigerian, whatever those were. And I'm saying to myself, I was just saying, putting my own people down, saying, yo, man, these people are hardworking. They come up here and afford something. They're in suburbia, some Virginia Beach, moving in suburbia and whatnot. This and that. I was just so proud, man. The African guy, man, like this, whatnot, man. That motherfucker had an EBT card, man. I was like, God damn, man, ain't no hope, man. That's happened a few minutes ago, I also, I try to be funny or nothing like that, but I was just shocked, man, because I was not expecting that shit, I was expecting Leroy and Bunquisha, You got Afuntunde and whatnot, They hired Nigeria. I heard his accent. He was talking to somebody on a cell phone and whatnot. I was like, That's why I hold you accountable, Colin, and correct you. I hold you. What are you talking about? Look, G. Let's be honest with ourselves. You live in the deep south. A lot of Negroes got that EBT card, man. A lot of them, more than it should be. Let's be honest with ourselves. So I was like, yeah, man. Baba Tunde, man. I said Baba Tunde got a fucking EBT card. Damn, man. That's it. That shit said EBT on the bottom of the checkout thing, minus like $30. I was like, damn. I was like, damn, man. I was like, damn. I mean, getting the man's business, man, but damn, you know. He probably bought it for a week, Yeah, he was buying stuff. No, Colin. That's my way up north, brother. All right, whatever. Dude, man, let's stop. Let's stop dignifying the South, man. You guys are poor down there. You guys are poor. You guys are so poor, you can only afford one O. It's po. You can only afford one O, not the other O and R. You guys are po down there in the deep South. Po, so it is what it is, folks. There ain't no shaming a game. I mean, hell, we were all poor at one time, We all had things like that. We all had poor. I remember one time my mother told me when I was like 5 years old, for like a year before my father got his job, we was on fucking the government, we were I was like, what you telling me? Because I'm always like, oh, welfare. So, you had your black ass was on the welfare too. So what? How y'all didn't tell me that? Oh yeah, we had to collect welfare, blah, 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 And I'm like, damn, man. So we were on welfare one time. She goes, yeah, for about 2 years. Your father was out of work. I was like, damn. Fuck. So don't go making fun of people that's on welfare. That's what my mother told me, So he had 5 days. Nah, I don't think any African American women are checking for this dude. I don't get that from get that vibe. That's one thing that Trump is going after is EBT, SSI for. Oh yeah, man. But this, I don't know. Somebody needs to explain this guy because man, he looked able-bodied and everything. Dude was muscular dude too. able-bodied and everything, but maybe that was his girl's EBT card. Maybe that was his baby mama's EBT card. Probably what it was. Probably his baby mama's EBT card. Princess of P. I'm trying to see who is my favorite listener. It has to be a tie between Kwame and and Princess of P and Honeyflower. Princess of P makes me laugh, man. I tell you what, man. If I want a good laugh. Oh yeah, and Dama. And where did this guy come from, man? Adama, when I oh Lord, man, And then he had Kidola last night, whatnot, it just oh yeah, Dark Migos, he's one of my moderators. I don't consider him a listener. He's not one of my moderators. Ooh, you call him Kwame, don't show Kwame. So I'm gonna tell him you said that, man. So we got a hook up here. We got Audrey and fuck Elvis. He's my worst listener. I was gonna say Audrey and freaking Kwame. Like, no, wait a minute, no, Audrey. I'm sorry. He's already taken. He's already taken. Sister Mari Shai and friggin' Kwame, that thing. I'm gonna ceremony their wedding and whatnot. They're both going to tour with us next year, and they're gonna get married and whatnot on the tour. I'll be officiating their wedding. Hey, Jonathan Miller, man. Audrey has some words to say about you, man. You were throwing Nigeria under the bus, man. Oh, I don't know if he's long stroke quality. He didn't tell me that, man. But him and Mari Shai is gonna be an item, man. I'm gonna officiate their wedding. I'm gonna give him my blessing. No, Mari, you ain't gonna stay singing. I'm giving you away. I'm gonna be there. Here comes the bride. Da, 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 da. Here comes the bride. Here comes Mari Shai, all dressed in white. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, man. So she didn't like what you said about Haiti and Nigeria, man. She said Jonathan Mills a liar, man. I said, well, he can't be lying. He's right there in Nigeria. He says Nigeria's the biggest shithole in Haiti, Ooh, Jonathan, you hear this? She said you Diddy. You got baby oil and something like that with Nigeria. Ooh. Wow, the sparks are flying in here tonight, man. Woohoo. Woohoo. And I'm not trying to instigate shit, folks. I am not trying to instigate whatsoever. But passions are raised here, Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I said. Audrey, you're in Ohio. Kwame is in New York, man. That's like not even a plane flight. You could probably drive to Ohio from New York, right? Yeah, you can. If Kwame gets on the New York State Thruway, right? That's like 555 miles, right? Buffalo, and then you take it to Erie, Pennsylvania area, and then go into Ohio. So within like a day and a half, he could be down there seeing you by thing. Yeah, Mari, man, make him like this. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You need somebody real Afrocentric, man, like Kwame. I want to see that. I want to see you happy, Audrey. I want to see you happy. The She said, I don't want no man. That means you want a man. That's a double negative. I don't want no man. I just want to be single. Mm-hmm. I think he's a freedom fighter in Burkina Faso, Audrey. So. Woo, Kenya, good people, but it seems like no other nation is joining. I mean, the bottom line is Kenya's doing that because for the money, man. The Biden administration know they can't send troops down there. So we got to get some sort of sucker nation to go down there and get shot up and killed in Haiti. Nobody wants to die in no damn Haiti, man. Come on, you know. See that no man talk is slave talk. Ooh. Wow, man. Come on. Look, our women got problems, man, because y'all Negroes have been disappointing them. I don't blame Mari Shai for like, yo, man, freak Negroes. I just don't want her getting with a white guy, man. That would really hurt me, you know? What happened? Brandon got spit on by who? What the hell happened? You got to call in and tell us what's going on, you know? Stop by making videos. Feds got no. Ever since I've been around, Afro Dumbass has been out of business because the collagenesis is here, you know? When somebody's real and strong, they all disappear, you know? I'm here. That's why Afro Dumbass on No Jumper. I don't know, man. Yeah, he was saying some shit about that. You know, he was saying something. Brandon. He's talking about Brandon. Pineapple Strikes Back, you know? Introduced to a relative. Yo, we're all family here. Kwame is my family, you know? So basically, you know, I'm determined that her and Kwame are going to be a couple, you know? Kwame, hey, Mari Shy, beautiful. He compliments you and everything like that, you know? Give the brother a chance, you know? Cameroon or South Africa? No, absolutely not. You know, why would I go to Cameroon? They got a freaking, even though it's the land of my favorite person, Frenchie. Cameroon has a redundant government with a friggin' dead man walking as president, and they're too stupid to overthrow him and create a new thing. Cameroon is also using the French to the French are using Cameroon to oppress the liberation of a state called Amazonia, which is an English speaking state. I tell you what, Amazonia could possibly be a pace for an Afghanistan, you know, English speaking state, whatever like that, right there in Central Africa. That would be ideal, you know. And we could say, look, you got the whole state. Give us like I would say, uh, uh, 700 square miles. That's all we fucking need for an Afghanistan, you know. So yeah, so if Amazonia really successful, we could be able to. So I will work on that, you know. I need some connection with Amazonia. That's a potential Afghanistan location, you know. We want several Afghanistan locations, you know. We need about seven or eight Afghanistan locations, you know, all working together under one central government somewhere, you know. So bottom line is this: we're gonna do this. Like I said, we're gonna do this, folks. You know, like I said, as soon as we get make Liberia base camp, we could do recognizances and stuff like that from Liberia easily. You know, yeah, it's called Kala Kryptonite. You know. So it is what it is. Oh, Mari, man. She says, where's Jonathan Miller that touches so? The merge of delusional collar. No, 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 for righteous. And you're coming for righteous. You're gonna like I said, I can see for righteous being a market woman, you know. I can see for righteous carrying a bucket of fruit on her head, whatever like that, you know, telling me off or not, but she's gonna introduce her to the African woman way of life, you know. You know. Well, Africa have a top. Yeah, we want to have a first world infrastructure because we can afford it. Black America will buy the bonds and finance their own infrastructure, then pay the taxes to upkeep it. It's very simple, you know. Probably easier to build a first world country than it is to live in a third world country. You know that? You know, you'll be before I go to Africa. You'll be transgender. Oh, okay. You're going. You know, it's an African. Why don't you need to worry about general language spreading Pan Africa? And spreading Pan Africa in Africa. I don't know what you're talking about, St. James, you know. Worry about Burkini feces, you know. Worry about that. Let's see. Jonathan, Ooh, it's getting heated in here. Woohoo, man, it's getting heated in here. Man, this is on, man. It is on. It's on and popping, Like all my favorite people here tonight. For Righteous, Audrey, fucking Jonathan Miller, man. All my favorite people, man. Jeez, they're all here tonight. I love y'all, I be loving y'all. So why you so emotional? St. James, why not, I said, I'm not emotional, man. Come on, St. James. Call in tonight. Tell me how you. I want to know what's the progress in bikini feces. Bikini feces. I want to know the progress. Well, it's easy to cook. It's not hard to cook St. James, man. He's easy. He's short work. He just asks you for it. He'd be like, he'd be giving me layups, man. And I'd be like dunking on him. You know. So when think about bikini feces, man, we got who's our guy representing us in bikini feces? Cuddy, man. That's our point man in bikini feces. Damn, we are in trouble, man. We are damn in trouble. If Cuddy's a point man, if that's our main guy, our point man in bikini feces, we are freaking fucked. You know. Well, okay, Burkini Faso. I'm just messing with Burkini. Then let me stop this disrespecting Burkini Faso. Burkina Faso, So, but yeah, so that's all Cuddy's our point man over there, he can't show us any videos or nothing like that, but he's our point man, so but the link is in the chat room, folks. Somebody want to call in and talk about the slave mentality is the main problem. I like General Langley and whatnot, but at this point in time, man, you look kind of ridiculous, you look kind of ridiculous over there with cotton in your head going over there talking about we got to protect master's interests in Africa, not a good look, man. Not a good look. Not a good look, man. Not a good look, man. Cuddy, yeah, Cuddy's a soldier, man, but if that's the best we can do, hey, look, whatever, you know, that's the best we can do. That's our point man in Burkina Faso. That's our point man. That's the number one guy. You know, Cuddy. Yeah, because he understands how stupid he looks. Talking about, the bottom line, he got to realize it's a sovereign country. He probably have to go to Trump. He probably do some soul searching and say, look, I'm probably going to lose my job, but hey, look, at least I'll tie my dignity. Well, why are they dusty? Because they want independence, because they want to stand up for themselves and whatnot. I support Imam Traore like that. He's a sovereign. He's a sovereign people. Damn the freaking democracy. Well, he's a sovereign person. For black, and we're gonna send you to Burkina Faso. You and Cuddy gonna make a nice couple. Can you see four righteous black and Cuddy getting together, man? You know, why are they there? I don't think you can be a four-star general in this country without being a tool. I nearly like you want to say bikini bottom collar. Bikini bottom. Oh, that's a good one. Bikini bottom. Nah, I can't disrespect the great Bikini Faso. Burkina Faso. You know. So that's stupid because most black Americans don't on EBT, KFC, and all that stupid stuff. Audrey, you stupid Nigerian wench. So Cuddy definitely ain't it. He needs a panel of tests. Wow. Jonathan Miller, can you have a YouTube channel? So so it is what it is. And college not on my level. Oh yeah, what level is that, man? I would like to know, man. Yeah, I know I'm not on your level. I'm way above you, man. You know. You got the Nigerians in here taking shots, folks. You know. One thing's for sure, when we talk about Burkina Faso, Liberia, ain't nobody want to go to Nigeria. Nobody. Nobody. Not one. The only Nigerian that ever that call and show that lives in Nigeria, they say, is Kidola. And some people say he's actually in the Netherlands. Nobody want to be within that open sewer. This is how it is. This is how Nigeria. See, Liberia is actually older than Nigeria, right? You know how Nigeria was created. God was after He created Liberia, beautiful country, carved out the beautiful country of Liberia. He took a rest, right? Before he took a rest, he squatted over the side of Liberia, and took a huge dump, and out of that came Nigeria. He formed Nigeria. By squatting over Liberia, pulling his pants down, and taking a huge dump, and then there was Nigeria. You know, that's what it is. Yeah, the giant turd of Africa. Nigeria is one big heaping pile of bullshit. You know. I want to go to Nigeria, find a bird with the ample bum. No, you don't want to go there. Kyle has very active imagination. Why? I'm just telling the mythology, man. God basically, when he had his foot down, he was carving out Liberia. He squatted. He had to take a dump. He took a dump, and then there was Nigeria. No, my ancestors are not mostly from there. Shut up. My ancestors are from Angola, the Congo region right there. So no, I'm not too short. I'm almost 6 feet tall. So most Nigerians are short. It was short, little stocky little niggas. So yes, folks. So we are on tonight, man. So if you want to call in and talk to the Collar Rumble, if you want to rumble with the Collar Rumble, call in tonight, man. Defend your shithole. Defend your shithole. Rep your shithole tonight. The slave mentality is the main problem, man. You got slave mentalities everywhere. Speaking of slave mentality, here's Floor Black, righteous folks in the ring. Lewis needs ass kicked. You too disrespectful. George Dragon. Woohoo! That was a strong words. Canadian jelly much shorter. A lady from Nigeria was speaking to me in her language. So I look Nigerian. I would take that as an insult. College, show your answers. No, I already did that on Dynasty Show. I'm mostly Congolese, from the Congo, Angola. That northern part of Angola is where my ancestors come from, the Congo Kingdom, and northern Angola, south of the Congo River, right there in northern Angola. That's where the first Africans, my ancestors were one of the first Africans came to America in the 1600s. My ancestors go way back in America from the beginning. You know, or so. I'm 30% from Nigeria. I feel sorry for you then. 30% from Nigeria. Sorry for me. Yeah. Do you ever watch Pop? That was so short he didn't get any play because he was real person. He took it real personally. You know, because I have not high Niger genetics. Honestly, I could see the white man living on Mars, yet exploiting Africa from Mars. Yeah, so most of the mine is from Nigeria, though. Well, every time Nigerians, like they come to America, right? They say most African Americans in Nigeria, so that gives them the right to claim all our achievements and everything like that. No, man, W.E.B. Du Bois, he was really a Nigerian, you know. Oh, Benjamin Banneker. Oh, he was a Nigerian. You know, he was an African American. They don't exist. So they grab up all our inventors, scientists, and everything, and claim to be Nigerian. But when it comes down to it, they still think they're somehow better than us. And I'm like, oh, I never understand that shit. They don't claim our achievement. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I had people tell me that. They say our achievements, our ancestors, we're not our ancestors. So they basically talk about our achievements of our ancestors as it's theirs. They say the Africans who did this in America. Said, well, yeah, but those are African Americans. There's no such thing as African Americans, So we don't exist. That's the reaction to that was the FBA ADOS movement. Yeah, we do exist. We're not just Africa. Tone Talks has a video out now saying African Americans are not just Africans in America. We're actually an ethnic group, You know. So whatever it is, I just wish they would take people like Cynthia Erivo back to and say, please, I tell the Nigerian community, y'all can have her back. Please get this lady away from us. Please. It's easy to get drank from drinking cheap wines. I can help you with your wine choice. I'm not drunk right now, man. I'm drunk. Only thing I'm drunk on is listening to Negroes. You Negroes make somebody feel like they're drunk, where it's a Burkinabe Negro, an American Negro, a Nigerian Negro, Ghanaian Negro, a Haitian Negro. You're all a Negroes, and you're all annoying, I'm equal opportunity, Yeah, Tone Talk does look like a straight up African, You know, you know. Shut up, Truquo. Yeah, I got Truquo fatigue, I got Truquo fatigue, What happened to Zongo? I think the Zongo got deported or he self-deported, I think Zongo self-deported. Maybe Afro Dumbass self-deported too, I don't want to see my good brother Truquo get deported one night, Kyle, you're gonna try to build a doghouse when he's 70, y'all. No, I got a long time till I turn 70. Well, that's a good idea. I think I would build a doghouse, Yeah, they got that for dumbass, The blacks, but the blacks, the blacks. But I'm a good African immigrant. The blacks, I'm the blacks, but the blacks, You guys do this trio to Africa for 2 weeks, for a month. Kyle sees himself as through the eyes of a white man. That's why he hates himself and other black people. No, I love myself. You know, yeah, Zongo self free Afro dumbass. No, he's probably on a plane to fucking. They're dropping motherfuckers off any place, man. You got people. This is so bad, mean to the Trump administration to save gas, man. Plane fuel. If you got to get deported to Vietnam, they just jumping you into Sudan because it's closer. They they basically like this. They're just dropping you off any place, man. Sudan, it's rather just go to Sudan or it's dropping in the middle of nowhere. Now Rwanda saying, "Hey, we'll take some of these people." So they're like, so a lot of these people, y'all people, man, that live too far, y'all gonna end up in Rwanda. Or if your country doesn't want you back, which is most of you, we can't handle back. You're gonna end up in Rwanda. So you know, I got a head as big as a Rottweiler. Man, what's all the insults, man? God damn, man. Can I get some love? College gonna be upset with FBA's deport. Oh yeah, yeah. We're gonna get deported, all right. That's funny. you know, uh, and I'm not trying to be funny about deportation. I just think it's when people like Zongo and Afro Dumbass running their mouth with Professor Afro Dumbass and his cohorts, but they might be on things to get deported. Who knows? Principe might get deported. I don't want to see nobody get deported to Haiti. That's just dangerous. I see Principe is a fine young man. I don't want to see him getting murked there. After dumbass got deported, man. They wish we could, but nope. For Black Righteous is saying she can't get deported, but if she does, I'm going to suggest that she gets deported to Liberia or Ghana. We could use her over there. So we're having fun tonight, man. Didn't I tell you when I said it's gonna get heated tonight? Didn't I say so? I can't wait to be able to hide 4 of our African immigrants in my bedroom, my 1-bedroom apartment. So man, that's wrong. That's wrong, man. That is wrong. That is wrong, man. I'll be the first one out there, man. When they start grabbing my African brothers, man, I'll be out there trying to fight with Diaspora. Yo, let them go, man. They're gonna have me on the ground and whatnot, pinned up and whatnot, man. I'm make sure they're gonna say, Kala really does love us, man. You're gonna see me getting hauled away by the police. Hey, that's Kala Genesis getting hauled away by the police for fighting ICE, man. Can't let that go down, my peeps. You know, you know. I didn't. I no. That or lies. I did not report Afro dumbass to ICE. I don't know who reported him to ICE. You know, no Elvis. No man. I hold the door open for the police. Say here, officer, you try to get him in that vehicle. I open the door. Elvis, get his ass in there and get him the fuck out of here. Call your knees are even stable for a nice fade. What the hell? What's that supposed to mean? You'll fight for Elvis, man. Mario Shai, you get arrested for Elvis, man. You get hauled away for Elvis. Ain't worth getting arrested for. You know. No, they're revoking citizens. That don't mean nothing to the Trump administration. They're revoking citizens. They're deporting people who are citizens, man. They don't give a shit. They'll straighten that out way and let you fight your way back into America. They're deporting people with citizenship. Fade me fight. I could actually fight. I'm really good. I'm tough. Don't underestimate me. I may be old, but I'm tough. I'm vicious. They really only wants white people and African Americans in the country. 80. Yeah. So yeah. So we wish out for dumbass ongoing all these people a lot of luck. Can you bring Losey to America? What the fuck I want to bring Losey to America for? I am so sick and tired of all these people, these fucking race traders in Africa. these Negropeans, these black Boers, you know.
Powering on. Welcome
That's
to
Afro
all
dumbass. He's basically, oh, the white man, blah blah blah. You know who's gonna get deported? That dude Myron. Oh, I can't wait till that happens when they scoop Myron up when I haul his ass out of here, you know. What's up, Focus Dave? You know, Zongo's busy getting deported, man. You know, it's like this, you know. After dumbass, really, after dumbassville, Chuck or Trump just free Larry Hoover, NBA young boy. He just got smoked for y'all. Ooh, yeah, Trump does not like Africans. I'll tell you that right now. He does not like Africans at all. You know, that's sad, you know. Because Africans, you know, Trump has this thing for Black America, and Africans are probably more valuable to him than fucking Black Americans. Bro. He don't like Africans for some reason. You know, I don't understand that. So yeah, he likes African Americans somehow. So Audrey's weird. She thought I was doing number two. I'm sitting at my computer. Why would I be doing number two? How stupid you are. Lord have mercy, people are dumb. So why is Elvis here? His tribes overthrew the American Liberians. Uh, I don't know. That's the thing, man. These people, they hated Black America so much in Africa, yet they come back to the country they're from. I just, that's the eighth wonder of the world. Why the hell they come to America? They hate Black America so much. So I don't know. Let's see how many likes we got. I got 40 watching and only 14 likes. You know, so why do I only got 16? Okay, we're up to 16. Thank you, whoever did those likes. Come on, keep it up. Look, we're up to 870 subscribers, 130 subscribers yet left to 1,000, and we get monetized on this platform. And all the money this platform generates and everything like the shows, the advertisements, and all stuff like that, because we get a lot of views, right? Uh, we'll be going to our project in the African continent. We have 44 watching, 20 likes. Come on, we gotta get those likes up, folks. So, like I said, 870. That's amazing. And like I said, July I make 1 year. So that means basically in a year, there are 1,000. See, when you get that first 1,000 subscribers, then it just off. Now, Before Righteous says something very hurtful. She says, "Take a hint, Kala. Nobody. We just nobody hardly like you, Kala. You know, we just like hearing you lie and long-winded. But no, I think people love me, and I think you love me for righteous. I think you really love me. For righteous. Let me take you out to dinner one time. Let me come out to wherever you're from and take you out to dinner one time and tell you all about me. I guarantee you'll become a follower. I guarantee you'll say, Kala, man, you just do it for me. And, I was against you, man, but you got such pizzazz. Yeah, go out to eat with the college dancers. What do you like eating? You like eating steak, for righteous, like look like you could throw down some food, man. Maybe we hit a buffet. Let us go out for righteous. Let's go out on a date. I'll go out there. By the end of this summer, man, I'm gonna start traveling, so I'll have time to go out wherever you at. I'm gonna do a thing. Win a date with the college Genesis. I will come to your city, take you out. You know. I don't like the macaroni grill. It's disgusting. I don't like. I just did not really into that. Never been there, but it's just not really. I'm not a macaroni thing. I don't like soul food, baked macaroni. That's the only macaroni I eat. You know. She gonna catch worms. That's good. And that goat man. She's like, I'll pass. No, man, we're going out for righteous. Kala sitting back in a tree. No, not none of that. It's all professional. I just want to show her my nice side, man. As a Kwame, man. See, like I said, my gorgeous queen, Mari Shai, man. Like I said, they're gonna be an item. You watch. Say just say, Kala, you gained all the subscriptions when you came back from Liberia. You got all the dusty down scribe for a meal. We know. Well, shut up, St. James. People are hearing the message, man. They see the Messiah, the messianic leader, the college Genesis. The spirit. I am the spirit, the sacred spirit. And I basically are gathering and building the souls, the collective soul, which is the Kala nation. And you people who follow Kala nation are part of the Kala soul, right? Now, once we have a soul and the spirit together, we go and build our own body to manifest itself, become a real nation, a nation state with our body. We need our land. You know, that's why I was saying when you become part of the Kala nation, you understand the only thing that you need, that you'll die for and kill for, is your own land. We have to have our own land. For us to become real. You are cuckoo. No, I'm not cuckoo. I'm actually normal. I'm saying, look, who's more cuckoo? Somebody who says, something, we need a land and nation of our own, right? We want to become a people. Or somebody that basically says, we basically gonna sit here and basically watch black immigrants come over here, take what's really ours, and look over us, demean us, and everything like that. They get to join in all the festivities of Black American degradation. Now, if we had a nation of our own, then we could assert ourselves in the world. That means we have our own military, we have our own diplomacy. We could basically say we see something that we don't like, we could take military action, political action, geopolitical action. But in America, we have no say so over anything. We can't help Ibn Traore because we're basically imprisoned. We're in captivity. America is captivity for righteous. It's slavery. And loving America is a slave mentality. Don't you get it? Dakari, can you describe the scenario of, I don't know. See, it went too fast. People comment too fast. I missed your comment, Brody. Hold on, let me try if I can scroll down. Everybody chill out comment. I'm trying to read a comment. He goes, he says, could you describe the scenario, the Africa 14th Amendment, tinker with. Look, I don't know if that's true because of the political will. It probably never happened. But I tell you one thing. Do you know that if America builds a prison base overseas, like Guantanamo, let's say if they purchase Greenland, or they purchased territory in the Congo and said, we want to build a federal prison over there, they can relocate them over there, because it's considered federal soil, U.S. soil. Or if it's on a floating ship, that's U.S. soil. So therefore, that could be the prelude to, tinkering with the 14th Amendment. So people don't look. Just keep beware of what you're looking for. Peace of main man, Migo, simply child. I'm God's child. No witchcraft here. I know you need a potion. Sleep with you, simp. What the hell? We know Africans. That's your answer, clown. Yes, we are. For righteous, you're African. You're an African woman. You know, yeah, she said she hadn't had her fish box racked in 3 years. Woohoo! I smell neck bones and Newports. So Nigeria is not needed for anything. Well, it's like this. So, more comments. You need Nigerian doc. What the fuck is I need Nigerian? There are no. If we needed Nigerian doc, why don't they use the Nigerian doctors in Nigeria? Why is Nigeria so underdeveloped? You know, yeah, there is no Nigerian doctors and engineers. People, that's what I said. They put all this. They're good at proper propaganda. Nigerian doctors, engineers, whatnot. Yeah, but who builds the railways in Nigeria? The Chinese. Who builds Echo Atlantic? Friggin' the Dutch and all these other people. There's no fucking Nigerian engineers. Stop. You know why? Because engineering takes actual physical hard work, something that most Africans ain't used to. So so most African American professors and then aren't serious about the shit. It'll be they'll be we are talking to them actually because we have a lot of people, engineers, black people who are ready to go to the continent. Matter of fact, the BAO, we have a lot of black engineers in the BAIO. But until we actually do something, matter of fact, I almost sent a group to Angola like 5 years ago. You know, So no, I do. I'm college educated, Chukwo. I'm way more educated than you are. You can't debate me. You're not on my level. We had some. I had a team of engineers going to Angola back in 2020, and that COVID-19 shit hit. And we had to put things. Then a year later, I went to Liberia and said, you know something? Instead of going all the way, because it was just so much work trying to get people to Angola, right? So I said, why don't we fucking build base camp in fucking in Liberia? So that was the thing. Ever since 2001, I've been trying to build base camp in Liberia. That's why I took a group to Liberia last year, as a test run. My next move is to start bringing groups of businessmen and stuff like that to Liberia, and builders and engineers, construction crews and construction contractors to Liberia and whatnot, so we could basically launch all the stuff launch all the stuff throughout the continent. Trust me, we got people in the pipeline. I got Black Americans in the pipeline. I don't need no fucking Nigerians. Are you kidding me? The only people I have to convince is the African American male to make this happen. That's it. African American males. That's why, even though I would love to have a sister like Four Righteous, women are not fucking necessary in this nation building movement, right? Well, who's going to be the women? Just simple. Women on the continent, The African American women in the nationalist movement might just be replaced, by African women, Caribbean women, whatever kind of women and everything like that. If they want to stay here and be a slave to massa, what can you do? So, no membership. Remember, I said I was masculine and loudmouth. So, no, Marshall, you're very soft spoken and cute. You ain't no loudmouth. We don't care. Yeah, okay, don't come, but there's gonna be plenty of women there anyway. Y'all gonna be sitting in America, man, eating your donuts, gaining weight and whatnot. Oh, every time you look around, women talking about where the men at when this one chick, this big girl, they got a video out on TikTok talking about every time I look around, I turn around here, I see a brother with a white woman, an Asian woman, whatnot, and I'm saying, well, first of all, I said to myself, everybody in the comment section said, have you looked in the mirror lately? If you would have ordered that salad at lunch today, and it's again, not I wrote down, well, if you're going to the gym a little more often, you'll probably have somebody dating you too, whatnot, You can't just sit there and want to get big as a house talking about black men are going to other women and whatnot, So that's what it is. If you want to stay in America and get big as a house and whatnot, we're going to Africa and we're gonna start over with these fine African sisters, man, Like I did. My wife is Liberian, So if you want to stay here and get big as a house, it is what it is, But let me play some videos. to let you know what I'm talking about, you know. All right. Hold up, folks. Let me find this.
Live in Constantia. My dream is to become a psychologist, and I want to marry a white man. Live in Constantia. I want to live with my husband and my 2 daughters.
Well, there you go, right there from South Africa, you know. And what you call it. I basically yeah, I know it's no video, just as a sound, you know. I don't feel like hooking up the friggin' it's hard hooking up damn what's his TikTok to this and whatnot. It's just too much work, you know. And basically, that's what you have an African girl. That's what she says. I want to marry white men. Slave mentality, you know. The white savior. He's coming down with his cape and whatnot to rescue you from your miserable blackness. It's just sad, sad situation, you know. Kala Ona Tate. What the hell are you talking about, Chukwu? Principe Chukwu. What the hell's the difference? You know, not a damn bit of difference. You know. So, Principe, I see your delusion and another daydreamer. That's why you like Kala. Ooh, ooh, that was mean. That was very mean. Very mean. You know, very mean. Very mean for righteous. You know, for black righteousness. You know, that was very mean. You know, am I that really such a bad person? You know, am I that such a bad guy and whatnot? You know, that's your porno tapes. Porno tapes. I think it's promo tapes. What the fuck I was saying? What the hell? Porno tapes? What? A silly African girl talking about she wants to marry a white man. What do you think? I get off on that shit? You know, Mari, you're super cool, intelligent. Obviously, a lot of beta males are turned off. But yeah, I said, bottom line is this: Kwame, shoot your shot, brother. You know, go for it, man. You'll get her. I'm despicable. Come on, you know, I'm a hell of a guy. You know, once you get to know me for black righteous, you know, when I take you out, whatnot, you know, we hit the movies, we hit the buffet and whatnot, you know, and then we go to the movies at night, man. You're gonna see, man, I'll be like charming as I don't know what, man. You gonna love me, you know. No. So man, man, but I don't think you're a bad guy, Colin. I uh, I know I'm not. I'm a good guy. You know, I am a damn good guy. You know, people just don't appreciate me. You know, just send me some cash. Yes, yeah. I think I'll do. I deserve it. I've been over here for a year, man. So yeah, but it's not for me. It's for my movement. If you support my movement, hit that cash out button. You know, every last single dime. I'm gonna, and also if you want to know where the money's being spent, and you get on the email, I'll freaking send you a receipt on everything that's spent with that money. You know, every dime, not one dime. I wouldn't even buy a cup of coffee for myself. Every dime, I'd be funneled right into my project in Liberia. You know, first things first, get my office. You know, I don't know. I only got one wife is a damn enough, man. One wife's a damn enough, man. She's enough. Dealing with one friggin' somebody nagging me, one person nagging you is enough. I tried that. Try to do that too. No, I can't do that, man. So I could never be in a polygamous relationship. Dealing with two fucking women at the same time, nah. Sorry. Thank you for your kind words. I appreciate that. Thanks for seeing that in me. You're really cool yourself. Very kind. Whoa. Oh. 4 Black African proverbs. The poorest person in the world is not the one without money, but the one without a vision. Yeah. Those are those proverbs that we say in Africa to ease people out of their poverty. I'm broke. I only have one bowl of rice a month, right? But I got a nice proverb, the poorest person, blah, 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 blah. He who has money is miserable. He who has poverty is great. So black people basically have a thing where we like saying proverbs to ease our poverty. It's good to have proverbs and whatnot, but let's have some money with it too, Chukwu, we need some of that reparation money to pay for our tourist castle of slave ships in Ghana and so love, young love in that chat. Simply, you got a freak job, greedy fools. You're a freak job. God created fools. Now she's attacking my brother Simply, 4 Black, man. Where's Mystic Dime and all the people? You tell her, did you still give my message? Did I love her and I miss her? And Chantel too. Tell Chantel to come out of the shadow. I know she's watching, I ain't gonna block her. I don't have her blocked. I don't know what she talk about. She should come on this platform sometime. I want to hear from Chantel. Chantel, where you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? I miss you, Chantel. I miss Mystic Dime and whatnot, I miss these women that tell me off in a minute. I love that shit, No silver slander we tolerated. Yeah, you know her. She's one of your listeners. Mystic Dime, the one of your listeners, Her and Chantel. I know who Chantel is. Yeah, those women want you dead, bro. Nah, I think deep down inside they love me. They love me. I tried to defend Kala. He bashing African proverb. I'm not bashing African proverb. I'm saying that sounds good, man. It sounds good, man. But you also need money too, man. You can't all be broke talking about a proverb, but the Kari Kala, perhaps disproportionately the so-called African women are getting larger, overeating due to frustration or be victims of racism. Yeah, I saw this one woman, man, this big girl said the reason why she's fat is because of Donald Trump, Let me see if I can find that video. This is just incredible, Let's see. In fact. Let's see if I can find this video. Oh yeah, here it is right here. Pop right up, bro. Pop right up.
We are living in the Trump era. And look, those policies kill our people. And what public health practitioners think is that our stress responses in the body change our metabolism. It's literally that the racism that you're experiencing and the struggle to make ends meet actually means the diet don't work for you the same.
Y'all gonna hate me for this. When we gonna stop making excuses? Donald Trump made you fat. The stress of making ends meet made you fat, baby. It looks like you spend a lot on food. You're not struggling to eat at all. Talking about Donald Trump, racism made you fat. We gotta stop, bro. Like we have to. We have to put this to an end. We have to put this to an end. First, you can't talk about people or your fat shaming, you're this and you're that. It's the conditions, my medical condition, the presidential condition, the financial condition. If you were struggling that much financially, you shouldn't be able to afford so much food. And if the diet don't work, you know what do work? Fasting. It's like they feel bad for how they look and they don't want nobody else to make them feel any worse than what they already do. But you're lying to yourself. You are absolutely lying to Donald Trump. You cannot tell me you gained all that weight since Trump was in office. You fucking fooling me. Women and accountability. It has to stop.
Hate when people talk about Black.
Yeah, that's what it is. That lady, she was off the I am fat because of Donald Trump, man. This is oppression and the MAGA movement, man, had me eating all the time and whatnot, you know. The stress of living Donald Trump made me big, made me blow up like a freaking house, you know, big as a house. I don't know, man. You know, sometimes I just wonder, man, you know, I wonder, you know. Play pastor, black people act according to pastor. Yeah, Mannings, that's a fat bastard, but he's be on point sometimes, you know. Like when I was debating Manning years ago, I said I got beat by the fat man, you know. Beat by the fat man, you know. So hey, fat man, you know. And so leave Barack Obama alone, fat man. You know. Oh, don't tell me nothing, color Genesis, you know. You know. Yeah, man, I go way back, folks. I go way back, you know. Well, link is in the chat room if you want to chat with the College Genesis. If you want to rumble with the College Genesis, there's a link in the chat room. You got something to say? Come on, you know. I told y'all it's loud. Stacey, stunt double. Yeah, Stacey Abrams stunt double. That's funny, you know.
Who said that? Sim Police?
Yeah.
Yeah, he be coming with the rose. He said that one looked like Refrigerator Perry or something. I was like, who is that? I had to look that dude up.
That's way back. That's 1986. The Chicago Bears, the refrigerator. You know,
Yeah, that was a real person. I was like, I thought he was
yeah,
like, putting shit together.
Yeah, that's old school. You only know about him unless you were old school. That was the Super Bowl '86. You know, 85, 86, one of those years. You know.
Oh yeah, good times.
Refrigerator Williams, refrigerator Perry. You know, but it is what it is. But yeah, man, just having a good time tonight, you know, because I'm taking off tomorrow night. Because tomorrow's Thursday night. I'm taking off. I'll be back Friday night. So I'm just doing a show tonight. So, you know, I can't let the night go to waste, man. You know.
Nah, yeah, I feel you. No steak night? What's going on?
What you say?
I said, no steak night? What's going on?
No what tonight?
No, I said, no steak night? What's going on?
No steak night. What's that?
Bro, you I remember you be saying it'd be steak night. I thought you'd be having the steaks and stuff.
Oh, no, not tonight, man. No, not tonight. I'll probably have steak on Saturday, you know.
Nah, yeah, I'm on a
Steak
chicken,
on
man.
Saturday. I believe Kyle is pissed them off. So yeah, it's about the women. I don't basically, you know, the women. I don't think I've done anything to piss one except for Chantel. You know, Chantel. You know, I pissed her off.
Nah, she said it's because Elvis said he was gonna eat her or something. That shit turned her crazy. That shit made her.
She was like, "Oh, why you let that happen?" And then she for righteous man because she's like, "I let Afro dumbass talk." Look, I let Afro dumbass talk because to me he's just a kid. You know, he's just a fucking stupid kid. You know. Well, he made fun of y'all people and that. Yeah, you laughing about it, I call it. I said, no. I know the fuck he can't be talking about me, you know. So what the hell I care, you know, what the hell he says. You know, it's not, there's nothing any one of these fucking migrants could say to me to fucking get me
Nah, I
upset.
feel you. Yeah, right. Get you upset. That shit do not matter.
No, I mean absolutely nothing, man. I say it like this. But I think, like when you're Black American, African American, it's like you hit the lottery, you know, in the black world. It's like
Right?
yeah, so there's nothing they can say to me get me upset. I'm like, okay, I let them have their fun. Talk about that. What's up, Kwame? I see you trying to make that love connection, man. You know.
Or
Hey
don't
yo, peace.
catfish her.
Hey yo, peace to the president, man. Peace to the president
Or
of
thank you.
Afghanistan.
President College Genesis, Yeah, so like I was saying yesterday, man, I said, about the melanated thing, man. This summer, man, just go out to Asbury Park, Jersey, whatnot. and charge like $100 an hour to absorb melanin. You make a
What you mean? I
Yo,
don't get that.
but what you see, Honey Flower started calling herself Melanin Queen and my Melanin Poppin', right? When she was talking to
Yeah, Kidola.
Ola.
I like Kidola, man. So I saw Honey Flower. She's very beautiful, but she is like 5 shades darker than I am, right? So if she's not black, then I ain't black, you know. So I'm saying, dude, man, she's not black. She's, yeah, I'm like, I said, you guys got a weird definition of black over here in Nigeria.
Yeah. And she's
Yo, bro.
Sudanese, right? Don't they come in dark? Like, I'm like, I know that's a fact.
But my
Yeah.
friend that runs his own smoke shop is Lebanese. He's an Arab, But yeah, Yemenis got some black. I mean, that people descendant of slaves, just like over here,
Yeah.
And they're black DNA. They're genetically black Africans,
Hey, yo, what I thought was crazy was the dude is married to a white woman with mulatto kids.
Yeah,
Cool.
and he gets away with that. So somebody's not black when he's married to a whole ass blonde, blue-eyed white woman and whatnot. Got mixed kids.
You talking about Cordola? Remember she came outside? You're like, get back in here.
I didn't see that. That was on my show.
Y'all should have clipped that.
What?
I said somebody should have clipped
I
that.
don't know what show it was. If you find the show, I'll clip it and play it out.
Yeah, I might have to do that over the weekend. I'll look for it.
Find it and just videotape it and send it to me. I'll play it every day, man.
Hey, yo, Kala, I had put a video in the back chat. I wanted to see what's your thoughts on that.
What? Don't tell me some goofy shit. Let me see. Kwame, you always send me this goofy shit, man. Come on, what the hell is this? Well, yeah, that Ibrahim Troy founded a new stamp liquor or something like that.
I think I debunked it. I think I debunked you yesterday with the electric car.
No. Look, you said they were producing electric cars. No, they assemble. So they probably assemble a total of 10. Yeah, you would make it seem like they were mass producing electric cars for consumption.
I didn't say mass. I never.
Yeah, but that's when you say they produce electric car, it's assumed that you mean that they were basically producing electric cars, and Burkinabes are going down there buying them, and chilling, There's not one person in the country that can afford one of those vehicles.
How you know that?
Come on, man! I told you the average annual income in Burkinabe is what? Guess what it is?
I think you said like $800-900 or something.
$800.
Yeah, a year, right?
Yeah, a year. $800 a year. Now, how are you making $800? That's 99% of the population. Who's gonna buy one of those vehicles?
I guess the people that could afford it.
But there's nobody that can afford it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's
nobody
a
in the
start.
country that can afford it. Like I said, that's what poverty has consequences, man.
It's a start, Kyler. It's a start.
Yeah. Like I said, it's all symbolism, man. But it's all good. You got why you got me playing Pastor Manning? You know what I'm saying? Let's see. I've seen this before, but let's hear it again. Pastor Manning, he goes in on black people,
With y'all, I understand we need to move beyond color. I'm not about that, but y'all raised it. If you start it, I'll end it for you. Don't start nothing, it won't be nothing. But we got a problem. Black people got a problem. Now we can move to color blindness and always look at the man by the content of his character, never the color of his skin. I'm down for that. You get my vote. Yay and amen. I'm for that. But before we get there, we need to hear some truth. Black people and white folk. Black people got a problem. And it's a God problem. When black people see the world, I don't care. You can train them. You can train a black man to be a physician. You can train him to be an astrophysicist. You can train him to be a lawyer, but you can't train him to understand the world. He doesn't know. I'm telling you. There's not 2 cents worth of difference between a mass murderer. There's not 2 cents of difference between a petty thief that's locked away in prison than a black doctor when it comes to understanding the world. Listen, you listen to me. We got to deal with this. And we need to begin to acknowledge it, talk about it, ask God to help us, because only God can help black people where they are. Black people had Africa, that big old continent over there. They never built one boat that was seaworthy. Not one. There's not one monument in Africa, in all of Africa. I know you're talking about Egypt. Egypt is not Africa. There are no great cities that were built. Even before the first colonization of white people coming to the shores of Africa or the slave ships, black men built nothing. No sewer system, no houses above one level, and none of them made out of stone. All of them made out of grass and wood. Black men, before the white man ever got to Africa. The worst thing that could ever happen to South Africa was when they gave it to Nelson Mandela and black folk. That was a great nation. Now, notwithstanding apartheid was wrong, we all know it's wrong. I'm against it. There should have been some other resolution, though, than turning it over to Nelson Mandela. Disease, AIDS, crime is running wild in Johannesburg. They're killing one another over there. They're dying of sickness. The government is mismanaged. The people who ran the nation are now leaving the nation because black folk don't know how to run no nation. They don't know how, and we need to admit it. I know you don't like it, but you need to stop shucking and jiving. We got a problem. Nigeria produces oil every year, yet the children over there are hungry and pot-bellied and walking barefoot. We got a problem. You talk about the Hutus and the Tutsis. Look what's going on in Zimbabwe now with Mugabe. We got a problem, black folk. And forget about Zimbabwe and South Africa, Nigeria. Look at what y'all have done in Harlem. You can't even hold on to Harlem. We got a problem. Black folk don't understand the world. You can get mad with me all you want. You can say what you, but you can't prove me wrong. Now, I'm not saying this because I hate black folk. I'm saying it because I love you enough to tell the truth. And the only person going to ever help us get out of the situation is going to be God. There's something wrong with the black man's mind. There's something wrong with his mind. He does not understand the world. He doesn't. I don't care if he learned medicine. He doesn't understand the world. He can't even hold on to Harlem. When he was here, he moved out. We got to talk to the Lord. People, we got to talk to God. And black women, Shirley Chisholm, Harriet Tubman, Coretta King, one of her boys. Yeah, okay, then we got a black president. But you black women, what's wrong with y'all? Y'all gonna let that white woman, what's wrong with you black women voting for Barack? Don't you understand? It should have been a black room if you're gonna have a black president. What's wrong with you? Y'all ain't got no sense, you black women. Your men treat you like the dogs, like your dogs. They walk all over you. They make you pay the bills at home. And then the preachers pimp you in the churches and make you pay the bills. Y'all crazy black women buying these black men private jets, the tune of $50 million for a nigga to ride around in a private jet. And you talk about, look at our pastor. What's wrong with y'all women? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And what's wrong with a black man that would take that kind of money out of a poor neighborhood and buy himself a private jet? What's wrong with y'all niggas? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, black women? What's wrong with you voting for Barack Obama? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? You niggas are crazy. Black people, let me tell y'all something. If you don't ever hear me say preach again, they can kill me tomorrow. But let me tell you something. We're not going to ever get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man. He doesn't think correctly. I don't care what he is. He can be a doctor. He can be an astrophysicist. The nigga ain't got no sense. You talk to him. You talk to a black man. He doesn't understand the world. He's never built anything. The most the black people have ever done, they did it here in America under white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing.
That's disheartening, but I said, I guess when I first read that, I saw that like 12 years ago.
I want to buy your house.
Angry.
I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition. If you need to sell your house,
yeah, he was going off, man.
hit the button.
Over the years, man, I'm starting to see now. I tried for years. I tried to disprove Manning. I said no, blah blah blah. Now, it's coming full circle. I'm like, something? That nigga was telling the truth, man. A lot of stuff, not everything, but a lot of stuff, man. We just don't know how the fucking world works. We don't care, We know that as long as a white man is a master of this civilization, we're good, Long as we go where we go, as long as the white man's running shit, we're good. There's no place on this earth where black people run everything that is up to par. It's the truth, though. So where do we do that? We just have to we need a cultural revolution.
Yeah, sometimes the truth hurts.
Yeah, the truth does hurt. It's painful. He said we didn't build nothing over one story. We're not.
He is tough. Everything wasn't true, but I got the essential message that he was saying.
So I was like, damn, man. I didn't think about that, man. Yeah, you're right. Romans had sewer systems thousands of years ago. Like, damn. So they had sewer systems, running water, indoor plumbing. I was like, now that's like a luxury in Africa to this day, 2,500 years later. That was standard in the ancient world, man. How the fuck did that happen? Like, it's sad. So bottom line, the reason why I think it is not so much as black people, is that somehow, some way, we don't know the wrong black people getting. We have brilliant black people, right? Brilliant black people. They can do anything, right? But these people are never in power. You ever notice that?
Always like that.
You know what I'm saying?
Or the ones that's in power, they're selfish. They think for their family or whatever.
That's what they think for themselves and whatnot. And the people that can actually do this stuff, and the whole thing is what it is black people go by emotion, right? Like, let me give you an example. Jesse Jackson's son, right? What did he do to fucking become a Congress? Jesse Jackson. I heard that dude was a fucking he was a fucking fag, Jesse Jackson Jr. He was a congressman in Chicago. He was put there because of his family name, because Jesse Jackson was his father. He just also proud of you, Congressman, Congressman Jackson. He did nothing when he was there but just beg white people for social justice, and also he didn't pass no legislation or nothing, And absolutely, I used to debate with Jesse Jackson Jr. on Facebook, and it was he said, he told me I was too radical, too extreme,
The wrong people always in power. Like, I never got why Martin Luther King and them, why they ain't asked for reparations instead of asking for equality and gay rights.
Well, he did ask for reparations, but the thing is, what reparation is, you can't ask for reparation and ask to be integrated into the same society. Don't work, If you use reparations, it should be like, well, we want reparations to build our own society, own institutions. He didn't want his own society institutions, That's the whole thing. He didn't want his own businesses. He didn't want all that. He just want basically white people to live in a colorblind society, and black and white people become that wasn't realistic based on the culture of America. He just basically thought he could overcome. He thought that you could legislate against hatred. Centuries of hatred. You could just legislate, or you cannot get the idea that white people have a built-in ingrained thing of centuries of seeing white supremacy and white people as pure, and the bottom line is black people. That's in the culture. That's rooted in their soul, So no legislation, no nothing, no march is going to change that. Malcolm X told him that, That's the diet's cat. So he didn't want to face that reality. It was too far gone. America was just too far gone. But he was stubborn. We could change white people. And white people and black people. What about the black anger? The people that want revenge for slavery and whatnot. What do you do without that? White people are never going to basically give up their privilege. Black people are never going to forget about what happened to their ancestors. So you got a problem, right? So
I just be breaking things down to like a street level where people can understand things. in the streets, you're not gonna respect a dude that's soft. So if you take something from a dude that's soft, you're not gonna give it back. You
No, no.
understand? You understand what I'm saying? Just the thing, it's 50 plus countries in Africa. Not one of them got any nuclear weapons, no airplane carriers, no F-35, no B-1 bombers. There's nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now
I
one.
said because niggas just not focused on that. You know what I'm saying?
Hold
Like,
up. Before you can do that, there's not one country that's industrialized. That means to do that, you got to be able to have the industrial base to produce anything. Now, one country in Africa has an industrial base to produce anything. The first thing in industrial base, you got to have power. You got to have massive amounts of water, electricity, and basic infrastructure, right? Then you got to be able to produce, mass produce things like manufactured food goods. You got to be able to produce textiles, steel, all those basic things, iron, steel, processing metals. Those are basic things of industrialization. Once you can produce those core things, right, then you start getting into manufacturing, because steel could turn into auto parts, or stuff like that. It could build ships, it could build stuff like this. It could build cities. It could build skyscrapers and building materials. That's how you would develop, right? You got to be able to produce the stuff at a certain level. Now, if you can produce 80% of stuff, that's good. Then another 20% you import, by trade, But Africa's not even in the running, man. You don't produce anything. Africa don't even produce 10% of its own steel. All the steel in Africa is imported. That's billions of dollars leaving the continent every year.
yeah, it might take them another 1,000 years because if you don't have 24/7 electricity, how can you even make a nuclear reactor? You know what I mean? If that should go on over like under like 2 degrees, that shit could probably
Africa,
blow up.
look, in Africa, before you talk about nuclear reactor, they got to get their power grid and
That's
distribution.
what I'm saying. Like, I'm like, you can't even think about that if you don't have
And
power. You know what I'm
not only
saying?
that, check
Because
this out. If Ghana builds a nuclear reactor, Ghana's country is so underdeveloped, right? It produces electricity, but it has to sell electricity off, because electricity has to go someplace, Now,
yeah,
if you don't have enough housing developments, industrial base, right, that electricity will go back into the system and burn it out. That's why you have blackouts, When electricity gets pushed back, it's not going someplace, It's not being distributed, so it gets backed up. That's why you have brownouts, and what they call what's it called? What's the term? Not brownouts, but load shedding.
what
So,
power banks? They don't got those yet either.
no, well, this is what happens when they produce the power, right? It goes to it gets stepped up in voltage, right? The
Mhm.
voltage goes out to the transformers. The transformers goes into the transmission emitters and goes out to broken down to kilowatts, right? So as long as people are producing, right, producing on the grid and consuming on the grid, right, the power keeps being sucked up and transformed to use, right? But there's not enough use on the grid. What happens is the power backs up, and that's a load shedding comes in. They got to stop, turn the power off, and shut the electricity down, let it cool off before it'll burn the whole system out. That's why you have blackouts in Africa and whatnot. They're like, well, we got blackout for now, not because there's no electricity. It's because there's too much electricity and there's no place for it to go. There's not enough people hooked up to the grid, to the thing. So if Africa has to get like 99%, how they could do it easily? By basically having everybody live mostly in apartment buildings,
Yeah, and I was gonna say, you said like they have to shut it off because it overheats. Is what you're saying? That's why
No,
they
it
have.
backs up, and it'll blow up, it'll explode,
So they
because
don't have I mean, obviously I know they don't have it, but like they can't get any like water coolant. You know what I'm saying? Technology, because you can do that. You know what I mean? Like, get like a water coolant.
no, what I'm saying,
And
electricity, the current has to go someplace, The current has to go someplace. The current is constant. When you have electricity, it's completing a circuit. Current has to constantly be flowing, right? If it's not flowing into something, it has the current small amounts of current ends up going back to the power plant, right? But you can't have massive amount of current going through substations and then back to the thing, or the system will burn out, So what they do is they shut it down, right? Because that current comes back too high, you'll blow up the whole substations all over the place, and you'll have blackouts for months, So you have to shut it
okay,
down.
yeah,
That's what's called load shedding. That means you're shedding the load, Another thing is, instead of having load shedding, you sell the electricity to a neighboring country, But you say, well,
Like
it's
they do at Ivory Coast and the other
yeah,
nations.
yeah. That's not because they got like just because they have no place to put it. So they gotta sell it to someplace, or they'll have to load shed it, So that's what happens in Africa. That's why you have like now before you can talk about nuclear electricity, you got to have a country that could consume 99% of its electricity, constantly.
So
And
yeah,
there's
they gotta wait another 1,000 then, because I'm like, if they not even on that level, then it's gonna be a
I
long
don't know.
time,
That's why people talk about nuclear energy. They're silly, they're foolish.
right?
In Africa, with no now, if Africa was industrialized and they had industrial plants. Those industrial plants could absorb all that electricity, and stuff like that. But since there's no industrialization, there's no heavy industries in Africa. There's no place for that electricity to go. So that's what it is. It is what it is. I tell people all the time. I say, look, there's more to this. Like I said, we just haphazardly just jumped into nation building and whatnot. But that's why I tell people all the time. I say, yeah, man, I'm going to God. I say, man, none of these countries got their shit together. None of them.
Yeah, I don't think people understand how deep it is too, right? Like even down to that aspect, like sheesh, it might not even be worth the investment, honestly.
I tell people all the time. People say, "Oh, investing out." No, no. I hate when people come back and say, "Oh, it's tremendous opportunity in Africa." Opportunity for fucking what? When you talk about America, right? I just look around. You go to where I live at. You go to industrial parks. You see all kinds of companies you never heard of, right? And the bottom line, you say all these companies are making this stuff grow. When you see your overpasses, your bridges, your electricity and whatnot, why does everything work so smoothly? Because if you pay attention, there's all kinds of industrial parks all over the place, doing things you don't even know what the hell they're doing, and you don't understand how is civilization. In Africa, you go to Africa, you don't see that,
Yo,
you don't.
Kyler, it took China less than 100 years to compete with America on the global stage, which is
That's because
embarrassing.
they had one political party, the Chinese, and they had a centralized planning, They didn't give people a chance of. They didn't have wait no fucking
Yeah,
elections.
no combats and shit, right? No, that's crazy,
They said this is the way it's gonna be done, and that's it. You
right?
know,
Then and that's smart. Like that's literally the only way. Like everybody got to be on one accord, like that. Yeah,
and
that's
they
smart.
were
Jeez.
technocrats. In other words, the people, even for you to even be in government at all, or comment on politics, you had to have a certain level of education and stuff like that. They don't have idiots fucking running around like in Liberia. You got idiots running around holding public office, illiterates. Because they're loud and whatnot. They know how to be loud and whatnot, and they get fake degrees online and stuff like that. And they were, I'm
Yep.
educated. They call themselves a
Bro,
degree.
I be seeing they be having these black girls in the hood, bro. They be selling degrees so you can get a better job for $50. So I'm
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah. They be
Nah,
whoa.
doing that goes on a lot.
they
That goes
definitely
on all
sell
the
it.
time in Africa. Freaking people with fake degrees and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah, you
probably
got a
why they
lot of
had to, get everybody, that was doing the college thing, garnish all the wages
you,
because
you
everybody with fake degrees.
you
Yeah,
got a
this
lot of
kind of
fake
makes sense now.
nurses. You got a lot of fake nurses around here running around.
And the bottom line is that in Africa, they just busted this. In Liberia, they busted this guy. He was operating as a medical doctor, but all his ID came from Sierra Leone, or a guy that was dead.
Ah, yeah, stole the dead man's identity. Yeah, they'll
It's
give
so
you
dead
super
man's
big time
identity
for
was
that.
like
Yeah.
this. I tried to tell Elvis that. I was like, well, you should be outraged. That's your country. You should be outraged. Elvis is trying to fucking excuse it and shit. About 300 water treatment centers behind. Yeah. 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 Well, yeah, you need water treatment. Like I told Lewis, I said, where's your water treatment? Your sewer treatment? Oh, that's coming. No, nigga, you build that first before you build a house.
Where all that's coming.
That's coming. Yo,
This
this
is
nigga we can
crazy,
build a
yo.
cathedral, right? But yeah, they can't make sure that each county in Liberia has a sewer treatment system on the sewer grid where you can have wastewater treated and whatnot, clean water and stuff like that. A cathedral is more important. This is the mentality.
Yeah, yeah.
And they ask
That's
me,
what I'm
why you
saying.
go to Ghana? Because I cannot leave. The African mentality. I'm sorry. If we go to Africa with the way they think, we would die. We would literally die. Our people would literally die. Our civilization, everything we know about civilization would just die. In Africa. It is what it is. So it is what it is. So
It's crazy. It's
Good night,
crazy.
Marshawn. You know,
Good night. We believe you, man.
you know, we
Good
know
night.
you're a real nurse. You know,
Yes, you look like a nurse. You know what I mean? I believe you.
very sweet young lady. You know,
Good night, pretty face.
look at Quan. You
Maury.
got to throw that in there, man. Come on, man.
Well, yeah, come on, man. Keep it professional,
Just
man.
fly out to Ohio, man. And take her on a date, man. You know what I'm saying? Just show up, man. Show up to Ohio. Say, Mari, I'm in Ohio. You should be calling from a show one night, you know, in Ohio. I'm in Cleveland, you know.
Oh
Meet up
man,
for a date, man. You know, meet up
you
for a
better be
date.
safe out there, bro. They be getting crazy out there.
Yeah, it could be crazy everywhere, but you know.
Maury
Yeah,
sounds
I
like you be
hate.
hearing gunshots.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, man. Like I always say, Cincinnati, that shit gave me PTSD. I never see nothing like Cincinnati in my life.
I've been there one time. I never want to go back. You know.
Yo, I was in Kentucky.
Those are a different type of ghetto, man. You know. I thought Norfolk and Portsmouth in Virginia was bad, man, but goddamn, you know.
Nah, Cincinnati is a whole different animal when it comes to ghetto. I can't lie. That's a whole nother level.
Ohio's like the worst state, you know. That has to be the worst state in the country, you know. You know, it's like one of the oldest place states for black people in America, you know, because that's where a lot of free black people. Oh, she said she's in Columbus, bro. Okay, so she gave me a
I'm
real
not
address.
Columbus is cool. It's not Cincinnati.
Yeah. All that Cincinnati, Youngstown, Dayton, that's all garbage, you know.
Oh yeah, Dayton too.
Dayton's
But
a hellhole, you know.
but I don't think Dayton got nothing on Cincinnati. I'm gonna keep it real.
Oh, fuck. That whole state's garbage, you know. What's up, Dave?
Yo, good evening, Carla. Good evening, panel. How
What's going
y'all
on,
doing?
man? You
Peace,
know.
King, peace.
Yo,
So, Dave, how do we get rid of slave mentality, bro?
We need a racial cleansing, Carla.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, so
We need to um slaughter all the slaves.
yeah, let's get rid of them all. That's what I'm saying. Let's have a purge, you know.
Have a purge, yeah.
Have a big ass
Uh,
purge, you know. Why
now,
hold
now,
on?
or we just gotta put them niggas to work. You know what I mean? Put them
Oh
in
yeah, like I
and
said,
just work them
people
niggas. You
always
know?
say how like you see those Negroes who got broke
So
out of
you,
jail
you
and
you don't think STEM could fix the slaves, man? You don't think STEM could?
Nah,
no,
no,
no.
no,
Like the
no.
Pastor Manning said, ain't nothing gonna fix these Negroes except for a foot in the ass, you know.
Bro,
Because
literally, bro, I'm telling you, bro, we can't reform these niggas, bro. You see that? Like they even the
check this
niggas that
out.
go to
This
jail
is
and
what
come
I say.
back.
You see those dudes that broke out of the
yeah, I
jail
heard
in
in Louisiana, right?
Louisiana. You saw how they look, man. I said at some point in time, white America is tired of them, you know. And so they all got tatted in their face. Yo, look, all they're gonna do is go back to the community and tear shit up. Yo, you got a certain segment of black men, right, that need to be removed from our communities in America. Take it to Africa, take it to the Afghanistan,
And
and
throw them
by
in the jungle.
no, they'll be on fucking. Yo, look, trust me,
They'll
I got
probably
all
survive
kinds of
in the
ways.
jungle, bro. They'll
I
Yeah,
probably
where
survive out there,
He's
son.
like,
yeah,
yo,
what's the police? What's the police at?
no. They're gonna be in a prison camp, whatever like that, where they gotta work all sun up to sundown every day and all night. They can't talk, they can't do that. I could break any nigga, you know. And by the
Pause, Carla.
time they're done, by the graduation, if you want to get out of this hell and whatnot, you're gonna basically completely reform and rehabilitate, like the Mao Zedong did, you know. He had people basically like after like a couple of years, they were like, they were completely reformed because you got to break them. America is not, as long as they stay in America and they go back into that environment, right? It's not going to be like that. You got to break them, you know? That
So,
means when you,
so, so, Carla, you're calling for a mild type revolution in
oh
Africa. I
yeah,
think
man,
that'd
that's
be the
what you
best
need.
thing. I
We're
think
in,
that'd be the
we're in
best
those
thing.
situations.
Africa need a revolution and to be recolonized.
Black America, right? Black America. I know about Africa, right? Black America, the Negro in America, this destructive, toxic culture, right? Mao Zedong, what he did was he knew he couldn't do that until he got rid of the foreigners, you know? And then he went to like Shanghai and these people like that were hooked on dope and heroin and opium. He said, we're going to come back in 30 days. If you haven't cleaned up, we're going to kill you. And that's what he did. And so people who didn't want to clean themselves, they just shot him, you know?
Yeah.
And then the people that's what he did, you know? We're
it's
we're
smart,
at that
right?
level of people are just so degraded. And then what he did was the rest of them, he put them in re-education camps, you know, which people had to start all over again. new name, new identity, everything
Yeah,
like that.
I ain't gonna lie. If you got face tats, we got to start with you first.
And so the bottom line is that's the only thing that's gonna happen. You cannot, and you got no choice about it. You're gonna spend like 5 years in a rehabilitation camp. We're gonna freaking break you. And so that's what. So the only way that can happen is we got to get them out of America. America is producing the slave nigger culture. That's what it is. You got to make them walk like 5 miles a day. You'll break. I could break them. You got to walk 5 miles a day. You got to lug stuff with that. You got to do hard labor or nobody. And then you eat and you bathe, whatever like that. No talking, no socializing, no nothing. And then privileges. You get to read a book. You earn privileges, you get to read a book. And then after like 10 years, right? Then you're ready to be considered to release into our society, But by that time, you are rehabilitated.
With a 10-year supervision.
Yeah, well, even with 10 years supervision, you got checked.
Tyler's talking about social reform,
Marcus
engineering.
asked for the link.
But that's the only way that's going to happen when we're all on the same pages about that. And it's never going to happen inside the borders of America. Never going to happen inside the borders of America.
Yeah, you're right. You need your own land.
White man knows that's how he controls Black America. The lawlessness and crime in Black America is how he keeps it under control.
Damn, y'all don't even think STEM could save niggas.
Y'all
don't even think STEM could save niggas.
You can't reform niggas that's too far
like
gone.
I said, people like Forbright. Look what I'm just talking about.
Too far gone,
bro. Have no power. So in other words, these people, she knows she's safe here under White Zaddy.
Yeah, I ain't gonna break no niggas.
Oh yeah,
y'all not. They are them niggas already picking cotton.
Yo, dude, man. Yo, look. That's all hard.
Ain't gonna break no money.
Marcus, what's the solution?
They got.
You might have just killed. Man, look. Listen, what I'm saying. You already got niggas picking cotton in Angola.
No, that's not enough, bro. That's not.
You got niggas in. Hold on, you got niggas in.
That's not breaking, bro. That's not breaking, bro.
Them niggas getting raped.
What?
That's not breaking, bro. That's not breaking them.
You talking about New Orleans, right?
Yeah, niggas dead.
I know, but that's
going on.
What you
mean?
That is not breaking.
New Orleans got a lot of gay ass shit going on up in that bitch.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Yeah, like they be raping niggas and shit. They be
don't they got guns and all type of wild stuff in Angola?
Yeah, like it's a third world country already. Like what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not gonna talk over you. I'll remove you. Don't talk over me.
I'm listening. What's up?
All right, so I'm not going to tell you again. All right.
Okay, I'm listening.
One thing is this: when you look at people like Angola, all these people like that, they don't give a. They're not trying to reform these people. They put them out there, and they got people raping people and that. No, I'm talking about the fact that you see how they got that maximum security in El Salvador. You can't say shit. You can't do shit. Whatever like that. You can't even speak. That's the sort of environment you need. That's what I mean by breaking somebody.
You can't break.
Can't talk. Yes, you can. They're doing it in El Salvador.
Yeah, El Salvador prison is definitely breaking.
They got the lights on 24/7, right?
If you're serious, look, you don't want to go to prison in China. You don't want to go to prison in Malaysia and these Asian countries because they will break you.
I don't want to go to prison in America.
Only in America that they give you 3 meals a day.
Yeah,
they
let you chill out,
let you socialize. That ain't breaking.
Dude's got a gaming system in jail.
I guess shit.
Tablets. Healthcare.
You go to Angola, you go to Parchment. It's like a slave camp. Like you picking cotton and everything.
Still, though, the bottom line, it ain't the same thing. You go to China, that's how you break. You know another prison's bad too? Rwanda's prison. You think Rwanda's a nice country? Oh yeah, their prison is hell on earth.
You see them Jamaican prisons? You see Vibes Cartel shit? That shit looks crazy.
Hold on.
Jamaican prison like a slave dungeon.
Hold on. Is one of work. I'll play it. Okay.
Go back to Rwanda because I don't.
Play the world's worst jails or something.
Okay, let's see.
I'm talking about Rwanda. I'm talking about Rwanda. How's Rwanda?
Y'all think so? Don't go to Rwanda and fuck up. I'll tell you.
I believe you. Like,
hold on.
All jails in Africa messed up.
I'm like, it's a third world country. What you think?
All of them messed up.
Rwanda's on a different level.
Man, if they don't got sewage for the regular people, what you think the jail niggas got?
They be swimming.
You feel me? A shovel probably, right? And that's it.
In Rwanda. Okay.
Rwanda. Okay, I'm gonna show you.
Why you think they?
If an American prison, you gotta keep your juice cold by putting in the toilet. I can't even imagine in Africa or some of these other countries.
I saw somebody from a Black American who got locked up in DR. That was like a
Rwanda
shithole.
prison.
Oh, that's their prison?
Yeah, like garage.
It look like the Haitian prison.
Nah, that's the jail. No way. Oh my god, I would have killed
When was
myself,
this
bro.
created?
Nigga, that look recent. It's in color. Hell no.
He said sometimes they eat human parts.
You said they eat what?
What you said?
You said
They do
human
what?
parts?
He
That's
said
what you said?
sometimes people eat something they eat whole human parts. Yeah.
They humans.
I think that's what he said. Ew.
What the fuck? Why?
What are they showing us?
It look like
You don't want to go,
parasites
yo, like
eating
if
on
y'all,
dude's
if y'all,
need
feet.
to
if
go
y'all
there.
plan a trip to Rwanda, you
And
don't
you
want
want us
to
to go
go
back
like
to
I
this,
said,
Tyler?
when they get out
What
there,
the fuck is
they're
this?
broken. They don't want to go back to that shit, you know?
Bro, it don't even look like it's guards. Like they just throw them niggas in the area and like fuck it. Nah. That's
Come
pause.
on.
Nah, Fruity, what are y'all doing?
Look like a slave ship.
Yeah, you gotta be a tough.
Everybody there,
You gotta
everybody
be
there
tough to
sick.
eat food.
Everybody there sick and got disease, sicknesses.
Oh
Everybody over
yeah,
there fucked
right?
up.
Niggas not thinking
Everybody
about
over there
that
fucked
part.
up.
Word.
Everybody over there fucked up. Man.
What kind of
Nah, that was
shit is
pretty
that?
bad. Damn.
And you want us to go back to this shit?
Bro, I wouldn't
Nah,
even do
I'm not gonna
crime,
lie.
bro.
Angola prison is kind of like that though too.
Yeah, you ain't lying. Yeah.
Not with that
No, it ain't like
disease.
this. No, never
Yo,
happened in
yo,
America,
nah, y'all
bro. It
haven't
ain't
seen
nothing like that.
Angola.
I see
All
Angola.
the
Yeah,
It ain't
Angola
nothing
African
fucked
like
up.
Nah,
that.
I heard
prisons,
about
all
that
the
shit.
African
Angola
prisons is
fucked up.
messed up, bro.
I mean, what would you pick, there or
I would
Angola?
bring Negroes to
I ain't trying to
African-style
be with them
prisons,
punks
right?
over there
I'm
in
not gonna
Angola. I'd
lie.
rather be,
I'm not gonna lie. Angola got guns.
and they got
Right?
them
I'm
punks,
picking
and they
cotton,
punks,
nigga. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
the bottom line, yeah, they got guns, but guess what?
and they
In these
punks.
prisons, try having a
They
weapon in
gay.
these prisons. See what they do to you.
Them niggas
Yeah,
gay
they
over there.
will.
I ain't trying to do that shit. Hell no.
Angola, yeah, they get away with a lot of shit in
They
Angola
gay.
prisons. You know,
Hell no.
that ain't prison. You know, this is prison right
Yeah,
here.
Yeah.
Louisiana got booty business.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
No,
say.
you
They
ain't.
probably
You
got
try to
them
do that
over
shit
here
in these
too.
prisons.
In Africa,
You see, they was laying on each other. That's
Yeah, but the
weird.
bottom
Yeah.
line is this. You know, and these people here, they will take you out and put your bullet in your head if you get out of line. You know.
Yo, Kyla, play El Salvador.
yeah. Let me see
I
El
ain't like
Salvador.
seeing that shit.
Yo,
I ain't like
Four
seeing
Black
El
said, "Take
Salvador.
us there."
That's the worst, man. I got nightmares about that shit, man. You
Is
know,
that
It was
bad?
that bad.
El Salvador, hell yeah, that's the worst.
I
Yeah,
mean, what compared to this? You think?
Nah,
yeah. But the
it's
thing
better
is,
than this.
This right here, at least
Uh,
you see them, even though it's dirty and filthy.
they could
At
walk and
least
shit.
you know,
Yeah.
there's nobody making them bow down and whatnot. You know,
Bow
Yeah.
down.
dignity. You know,
El
El
Salvador,
Salvador, yeah, that was terrible. That's
Yeah, what they was
terrible
doing over
over
there?
there. Yo, this 24/7 lights, the guards watching
you
you, everybody
basically a
yeah, you know what I'm
slave.
saying.
yeah, it's all in one cell.
That's stupid.
Yeah. And these niggas got clothes at least.
But why they all Bantu? What are not a lot of people? Look like they just like about the
Yeah,
Bantu
they
people.
look like they're all Hutus, right?
Yeah, like I ain't fucking with that. I don't feel like all the
I don't
motherfuckers
see
might
no
be.
Tutsis. I just see
Yeah,
Hutus.
yeah, they got Bantus. Like where the Nilots at? Some ain't adding up.
Most of them niggas probably journalists. You know they be locking niggas up for anything over there.
That's what I'm saying. Some ain't adding up. Cause I don't see no skinny Nilotic motherfuckers. Long nose motherfuckers.
Ain't he a thing, right?
He not a lot. He a Nilot.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
Tutsi.
They all them people Bantu.
He
That
got
shit fucked up.
He got M23 looking like.
And the only way they get food, like the families got to bring them food, you know.
Yeah. Them niggas can't break out. Like nobody be escaping that stuff.
Hey, dude, you try to escape, see what happens to you.
I'm just saying, like it don't look that hard to get out. You know?
It
No,
doesn't.
Man, yo, Kyle, I'm breaking out.
If you get 100 of them, bro, they could get out.
No. Yeah, they'll be dead by the time they get to the gate.
Yo, this is like a slave plantation. This look like a big slave plantation.
It does look like a plantation.
Damn.
And they think that they are succeeding. Now we have got about more than 130,000.
All right, I'm gonna let Jonathan Miller up. Jonathan, I am not in the mood to argue with you tonight, man. Just keep it thing and you're gone.
Genocide. So
I'm not in the mood to argue. You know,
what's down, Jonathan?
To see that everybody.
What's up, brothers? Kyla, what you talking about?
Yo, dude, you know what I'm talking about.
Kyla, what you talking about? We've been arguing lately.
No, I'm just telling you.
We agree on mostly everything.
I'm in a fucking bad mood tonight.
The number of them, of course.
Jonathan. I am.
Who done pissed Kyla off? What y'all do to Kyla?
I ain't do nothing.
No, nothing. He just chilling today. He want no smoke today.
I hate niggas. That's what.
Why you mad? Wait? What's going on, Kyla? Why you mad? You say you hate niggas. Why you hate niggas?
Black. For the first, I agree with you. Now you got 4 black and Ross
Warning.
agreeing with each other.
Don't believe the AI trading
Well,
hype until you watch
y'all
this entire video. Hi, I'm Lane Mendelsohn. I'm the president of Vantage Point AI, the leading.
Well, yeah, that's Rwanda's prison, man. The bottom line is this, you know, the real prisons around the world, man, you do not want to go. It ain't nothing in America.
You know what? That prison can't reform no man, though. That can't reform nobody.
Well, the bottom, they don't care about. See, you guys said the third world countries, they don't care about reform. You know, they're trying to lock you up. I'm saying you got to be nice. I'm being nice about it. We can reform. That's re-education. You know, stuff like that. You know, but
I don't think.
But if you don't want to be re-educated, you want to do like that. You want to stay that like that, die in that shit the rest of your life. At some point in time, people like, you know something, I'm tired of shit, and they'll do everything they can to fucking get out of that place. You know, that hell. If they know they cannot get, only way out is to change, they'll change. That's what I mean about the breaks.
The only thing I really like, I think like about El Salvador is you could work and get off. And
you got to earn your way to that. You got to earn your way to it. It takes you a couple of years to get to that point. You know.
Yeah, but that shows you how bad you want it, though. You know what I mean? I really put you to the test.
Yeah,
really
put you to the test. You know, you got to work your way out.
Kyle, why don't you conscript? Like, if they become prisoners, you can just conscript them to the army or some shit.
No. You know, look, you got. That's another thing. You got to work. You don't give them like guns and whatnot. You got to work your way into that and whatnot. And being in the military is a privilege, right? The problem in Africa is this, right? The thing is, they basically made military like the last resort for people. And what happens? You give people powers. What happened in Liberia? Watch it happen in Liberia. The people who went in Liberia had no other choice. These guys didn't graduate past the 2nd grade, right?
Yeah.
And you put guns in their hands and whatnot. And next thing you know, they're thinking to themselves, man, you know, I'm never gonna be shit. Remember Tupac in that movie Juice? You go, I ain't gonna be shit.
Yeah.
Never was shit. But guess what? At any time, I could take your shit, take you out. You know, that's exactly what happened in Liberia, right? You gave guns to fucking people who never had shit, never gonna be shit, and everything like that. What do you think they're gonna do? They'll easily manipulated by people. Isn't that right, Dave?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was total
exactly
chaos.
what happened.
Total chaos. Total chaos.
You never give freaking the lowest round weapons.
They was all power hungry and greed, all think about themselves. Anything about nobody else.
Yeah, so the bottom line is, you never put guns in the hands of fucking people on the level. They have to always, for the rest of their life, be under some supervision and power. You know, for the rest of their life, you don't trust guns when that military is too friggin'. And the security of a state is too important to put it in the hands of people like that.
I'll give them niggas a shovel.
Kyla is still like that though, Kyla.
Yeah, so like I do give Liberian military this. They seem like they're more disciplined now. It's reverse. They seem like they're more mature and disciplined than the politicians are, you know?
How is that the case?
I listen to the military people. They basically say, look, if y'all don't get together, we're gonna take over, you know? They say like this, we don't like what we see. You know, especially when Ware was president, right? They kept saying, we don't like the fact that we had CDC members beating up civilians and whatnot, you know, and it was just a mess.
Kyla, you got that comment on the screen. You think if they tweak the 14th Amendment, you think people go back to Africa?
No, I don't think that'll happen because of the political climate of America. But I do think that it'll open up a door where the United States could claim extraterritoriality. You know what extraterritoriality means? America has authority beyond its natural borders. So in other words, if the United States says, something, we're over here in the Congo, right? We claim this area is our territory, whatever like that. And they say, something, why don't we bring some of these prisons that are in freaking Kentucky or Indiana, Terre Haute, Indiana? Why don't we bring some of these people over here to do work, whatever? I'll be covered, under that.
Wasn't Trump trying to exercise that? I heard him talking about El Salvador and Libya.
Yeah. So trust me, that's on his mind, And those are going to be U.S. born black people for the most part, being sent to work camps around the world,
You
and
really
then what
believe
happens
that?
is they'll end up leaving the United States and being part of that particular country. That's the idea,
Right.
Yeah, 'cause that was kind of spooky. He said, "Yo, we got to get some of these criminals to El Salvador or Libya." I'm
or
like,
either
"What are you
country,
talking
because
about?"
look what happened in Louisiana. Those dudes broke out of the prison with the help of the prison guard, black females. They broke
Nah,
out.
I think it was a dude. He got arrested.
No, it was like 6 of them. A couple of them still on the loose,
No, I'm talking about the prison guard. It was a man. It
So
wasn't
they
a
said it
female.
was a female. They said these are women that were on duty. It was like that's what I thought. It was the way they showed the women like they were involved.
Yeah, they broke away from OPP. Yeah.
So the bottom line
some of them still on the run. The mother two they ain't gonna get off for like.
Yeah, these guys got one of them got a murder charge, whatever like that, and they're putting the community in. But obviously, black people don't care about the community, so they can go out there and kill like several more people in the community, whatever like that, hiding out, whatever. Nobody cares, Black people don't care. Black people are used to dying, getting killed, getting murdered, whatever like that, and they're too scared to do anything about it. We're not even human. We're too scared to do anything about it. We have people kill us, whatever like that. We protect them. That is what it is. It is what it is.
What they say? Stitches get snitches get stitches. Whatever the fuck they say.
I don't know. Do you know that? But people don't understand something what that meant, right? If you were in the streets, that meant that if you were out there doing crime, and right, you and I running a caper, and we're entrusted in that life, we're not, I snitch on you to save myself. That's a snitch, right? Average people, right? What they doing is involving innocent people and average people in their bullshit,
People
That's not part
scared.
of the
Shit, you
rule.
snitch, they might get shot. They might die.
That snitch is only when you have knowledge of something and you were entrusted. A snitch, somebody who testifies against a criminal is not a snitch. A snitch is somebody that was rolling with the person and saying, "Hey, look, exchange for me getting a lenient sentence, I'm going to friggin' tell on this motherfucker right here." That's what a snitch is. So the bottom line is they involve all innocent people in their bullshit, like everybody, I can't snitch. What the fuck I care about you? If I see a crime, whatnot, like that, and I witness, I'll be glad to testify. I say, fuck that nigga. Better you put him in jail before I kill him. That's what I feel about it. I think the freaking justice system actually protects the criminals, because if black people, once black people get tired of these motherfuckers, right? Really tired of them, man, they're in trouble. That's that will happen. It will happen too. Like we get tired of these people.
You really believe that?
Yeah, I do believe that. And the only thing standing in the way is the fucking white power structure that do it. If it was black people running this shit, man, the motherfuckers be dead.
Who would be dead? Who?
In the criminal element. That's why you got.
No, they would.
This would.
Black people like that shit.
We were in Detroit with the new era Detroit. They're fucking cleaning that city up because they know the people in the police department and the chiefs are all black and they're on the same side. That's why they're able to do what they were. You can't have New Order Detroit in these areas where you got rednecks running them.
New Order, is it still up? Because the Detroit murder.
Oh yeah, man. Detroit, which we'll call the New Order Detroit's still there.
I have to look that up.
Controlling the communities and everything like that. You can only do that when you got black people controlling the police department and district attorney's office and stuff like that. But you got white people, and the criminal element, Black America knows that. They know when there's white people around, no one's going to testify or say anything. But when you got black people running things in the city and whatnot, they're more likely to cooperate with the police and the authorities and whatnot. They know that. But they don't. When there's areas like the worst areas and where black people live at is when they live in proximity to white people. I'm serious.
You really believe that?
Yeah. Look at Palm Springs, Florida. You know,
Wait,
it's a war zone. You know why? Because it's
but
a white.
Birmingham is black. New Orleans is all
No,
black.
Birmingham is freaking white. You know,
Birmingham
Birmingham.
70%
People
black.
don't think Birmingham. Birmingham has a whole section of North Birmingham. They want to succeed from the city. It's all white. You know.
But
And
the
so
city,
bottom line, Birmingham is not black. It looks like
it's
just like Atlanta. People say the same thing about Atlanta. It's black. Atlanta's not black.
but Birmingham is 70% black though. Memphis is 70% black.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but the power structure, you know, even though it's 7, the numbers, see, you gotta say something how it works, right?
Now I understand both of y'all arguments. I
Yeah,
get what
you can have a
policy
black
is for sure.
majority, right? But the effective majority, the people, the 99% of decision making, the people who hold the power, people who bring the money in, people who pay the taxes, you know, that's what's called the effective majority. Black people are most likely the numerical majority. Like black people are the numerical majority in New York. But can you say black people run New York? No. It's
Hell
the
no.
people who are on Madison Avenue, Wall Street, and all these other places like the media companies and everything like that run New York, right? Black people are numerically a majority in New York, but when it comes to the effective majority, we're not the majority, you know?
That's a fact.
Same
I
thing in
don't know
Detroit.
about that.
Black people were the physical majority, numerical majority, but it was Detroit white businessmen that basically controlled and everything. When they pulled out, like they pulled out Gary Ander, the place collapsed. You know, when they go, it goes. You know, black people are never the effective majority because we don't control the infrastructure.
Yeah, if you don't control the infrastructure, you really don't control anything.
Yeah, so the
You
bottom
just
line,
said
black
most
people are
black
real good
cities
at
then.
being a numerical majority. That was good. When you have the numerical majority and white people control everything, what you see is a lot of grinding. That's Charlotte, North Carolina. Black people are numerical majority, but they say black people are really suffering in Charlotte with poverty. I mean,
For
really,
real?
yeah, it's a rich city too.
I was supposed to move there for a
But
job.
Charlotte is a capital banking in the country. You
I
know,
already know. A lot of them left New York City to go to Charlotte.
all the banks got headquarters in Charlotte, North Carolina. But
Yeah,
do you think that translates to the black community? No, you
no, it
know.
doesn't.
Now some black people do good. You got a
Because I was
black
about
middle
to move
class
over there.
there, and stuff like that. But the average black person there is suffering. They're working friggin' menial jobs, you know, and stuff like that. They're really suffering, really suffering in Charlotte, you know. Then you got some black people who are doing good. I know some people that basically do good because they do Lyft and Uber and stuff like that. That's been a big help, you know. App jobs like DoorDash and stuff like that's been a big help to a lot of black people down there, you know.
Black people don't run Maryland. No, they don't.
No, look, black people run Baltimore area, so-called,
no, they don't.
right?
I
But
used to work for
this
the
area,
Maryland Department
the
of Labor.
area that I'm about to expand my business to, the Eastern Shore of Maryland, no, you know.
Oh yeah, Eastern Shore, that's white.
That's white.
That's
you know?
white. I used to work for the Maryland Department of Labor.
Yo, that right there, Salisbury, all that stuff.
Yeah,
that's white. That's white.
But even Baltimore to be 100 though, because you know about Anne Arundel, like Baltimore County.
I know, but people think Baltimore is a black. It's not.
No, it's not.
You know?
Yeah, Baltimore City is, but the white people run that, like the suburbs of Baltimore. They run that.
Yeah, the suburbs control the inner city.
Yeah.
You know?
Even the port, because when they had that, remember that bridge that fell apart in Baltimore?
Yeah.
Guess who controlled the port? The Italian mafia, and the Polish mafia and everything. They control that bitch. And all the black people complaining and shit, losing jobs and
bridge. Shit. I hated driving across that bridge. It was scary, man. You know?
Yeah.
A long ass bridge, man. It was like narrow, man. I always thought that thing was gonna fall when I drive across that thing.
Yeah, black people don't run that shit though.
Niggas
don't.
Even what about a black state? You think that could be a solution for black people in America?
So boom. I lived in Louisiana. I lived in you could say it's a black state, but the thing is, niggas, we not organized. If we were organized, you understand, and all move to the deep south and really run some shit, then we could
the thing is though, here's the one problem, right?
Yeah.
We basically, the culture of black America, right? What we have to have is, first of all, it's never going to happen in America, right? They thought about that. Don't you think they thought about the fact that, there's only like 2 million people in Wyoming, right?
Mm-hmm.
If 4 million black people decided to rule in Wyoming, we have the majority. Why doesn't that happen? Because the businesses and everything will never go there. So black people wouldn't have any jobs or anybody. They would have to move out anyway because you ain't got nothing to sustain yourself with, right? And so that's like how it is in every place, right? They always have it so that the majority of industries and
I'm
everything.
talking about like a port state, like a state that's situated across, along like a body of water, like the Pacific or the Atlantic.
Well, it's like I said. Now, we had our chance with Oakland and
Oakland.
and Oakland. Yeah, Oakland. Black people moved out there.
It was 50%. That was never going to happen. California was a done deal. I think that was just an experiment.
And then what you call now that we had black people moved out to Portland, Oregon. That didn't work out.
Portland.
You know? Portland, Oregon. Yeah, black people moved out there. You know, during World War II. You know, World War II.
My fault to interrupt you, but I'm gonna say I feel like the West Coast was just an experiment for what they were gonna do to black people on whole. I feel like they just got black people to move over there and they experimented with the crack and all that other shit, and they spread that shit.
Now the best chance black people had was Detroit and Gary, Indiana, and it failed.
What?
No,
Detroit? Why you say that?
Black people went up there and got industrial jobs. Black people actually at one time was the majority in Detroit and was becoming the effective majority, right? That's why you had that Detroit riot of 1945, because black people felt like they had finally achieved political and economic power. And basically what happened was the white power structure up there tried to replace them, and black people fought back and they rioted for days, you know?
Hey, I'm still surprised no black person came up with like a automotive vehicle in like
Well,
Detroit.
that takes money. You know how GM and all that, the federal government loaned all these people money to build their infrastructure for stuff like that. They're not going to give black people. We're just the labor, you know. We're not going to give. There's no industrialist. The industrialist is the arm of the white power structure. You know, the industrialist, just like the agriculturalist.
But Kyle, back in the day, weren't black people like industrialists or agriculturalists too? Like in the early 1900s?
No, hold on. We were mostly subsistence agriculture, and sometimes we got lucky and we were selling them. But I'm saying the main, this is how it usually works. You're a farmer, right? You're selling corn, right? And we have never mastered the system, right? We say, okay, I'm corn, but I'm making corn, and I'm also opening up a factory where I'm going to process this corn and put it in the cans, right? So what you do is say you go to the New York Stock Exchange, right? And you go to a broker and you sell your stock saying, I need to raise this many units of shares right here, right there. You make this, you get the capital, you purchase the stuff like that, and then you produce the stuff, right? Now the value of the stock is like 10 times more than what you initially raised the capital for. Everybody makes their money, you make your money and walk away, and then you probably do it again. You basically open up another operation doing the same thing with tomatoes, right? You grow the tomatoes, right? And then you basically say, I want to make a plant that processes them and put them in the cans, whatever like that. That's how we're doing. You go to the New York Stock Exchange, right? And you basically get money, a loan from the stocks that the shares that you're going to sell on the exchange, right? People buy your shares that you're selling on the stock exchange, right? You get the capital, right? Then once the thing hits profitability, right? Okay, you meet that curve, right? That you got this. It starts with annuitization, right? It's the building part right here. Then once you get to the point where you break even, is when the stuff is manufactured. Now it's where to be bought by distributors or buyers, right? Then your stock goes up. It jumps up. It spikes up by 100%, right? And then you can sell the stocks, right? And split it, sell the stock, or or buy it back from the shareholders, right? You could buy all the stock back from the shareholders that you own 100%. We never did that sort of system, of the capitalist system. Now, we had some of us were owning farms and everything, but somehow when it came to Wall Street, even to this day, we're absent. That's how this country got built, coast to coast, sea to shining sea. People would go to Wall Street, get Wall Street, put their business on the stock exchange, and basically like this. So from the railway companies to everything, they all basically went to Wall Street, and got their capital. Let me play a video and show you what I'm talking about. Show you what I'm talking about. This shows educational as a motherfucker, Let's see how Wall Street works. Wall Street. Wall Street trades work. Okay. There's some animation. This one was really, really good. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, let's see. There's one. No, this ain't the one. Wall Street. Stock. Wall Street. How Wall Street works. There's one video that explains it all. Try to find this video. How's the stock market work? Here we go. Here we go. This is a fair use. TED Talks. This is fair use.
Making a career shift into venture capital and private equity is more accessible than ever before. In these thriving sectors,
in the 1600s, the Dutch East India Company employed hundreds of ships to trade gold, porcelain, spices, and silks around the globe. But running this massive operation wasn't cheap. In order to fund their expensive voyages, the company turned to private citizens, individuals who could invest money to support the trip in exchange for a share of the ship's profits. This practice allowed the company to afford even grander voyages, increasing profits for both themselves and their savvy investors. Selling these shares in coffee houses and shipping ports across the continent, the Dutch East India Company unknowingly invented the world's first stock market. Since then, companies have been collecting funds from willing investors to support all kinds of businesses. And today, the stock market has schools, careers, and even whole television channels dedicated to understanding it. But the modern stock market is significantly more complicated than its original incarnation. So how do companies and investors use the market today? Let's imagine a new coffee company that decides to launch on the market. First, the company will advertise itself to big investors. If they think the company is a good idea, they get the first crack at investing and then sponsor the company's initial public offering, or IPO. This launches the company onto the official public market, where any company or individual who believes the business could be profitable might buy a stock. Buying stocks makes those investors partial owners in the business. Their investment helps the company to grow, and as it becomes more successful, more buyers may see potential and start buying stocks. As demand for those stocks increases, so does their price, increasing the cost for prospective buyers and raising the value of the company's stocks people already own. For the company, this increased interest helps fund new initiatives and also boosts its overall market value by showing how many people are willing to invest in their idea. However, if for some reason a company starts to seem less profitable, the reverse can also happen. If investors think their stock value is going to decline, they'll sell their stocks with the hopes of making a profit before the company loses more value. As stocks are sold and demand for the stock goes down, the stock price falls, and with it, the company's market value. This can leave investors with big losses, unless the company starts to look profitable again. This seesaw of supply and demand is influenced by many factors. Companies are under the unavoidable influence of market forces, such as the fluctuating price of materials, changes in production technology, and the shifting costs of labor. Investors may be worried about changes in leadership, bad publicity, or larger factors like new laws and trade policies. And of course, plenty of investors are simply ready to sell valuable stocks and pursue personal interests. All these variables cause day-to-day noise in the market, which can make companies appear more or less successful. And in the stock market, appearing to lose value often leads to losing investors, and in turn, losing actual value. Human confidence in the market has the power to trigger everything from economic booms to financial crises. And this difficult to track variable is why most professionals promote reliable long-term investing over trying to make quick cash. However, experts are constantly building tools in efforts to increase their chances of success in this highly unpredictable system. But the stock market is not just for the rich and powerful. With the dawn of the internet, everyday investors can buy stocks in many of the exact same ways a large investor would. And as more people educate themselves about this complex system, they too can trade stocks, support the businesses they believe in, and pursue their financial goals. The first step is getting invested. Interested in pursuing your own financial goals? Download a free audio version of The Richest Man in Babylon on audible.com.
So you guys understand how it works? You know, Black people, for the most part, we just have history. We don't friggin' get involved in this. This is how you get rich, you know, and stuff like that. You know, you have an idea, you take it to Wall Street, and basically, remember this guy, Farmer Bro, who came up with an HIV pill and put on Wall Street and got rich? He was selling it for $700 a pill. You know, that's why the liberals came after him. They said you were being insensitive to a drug. He found it, and he basically went on Wall Street and became a billionaire. You know, so it is what it is. So it is what it is. So you guys understand how that works now? How Wall Street works? Why we don't? You ask yourself why we don't own the majority in the city? Because we're not the majority of investors. You know. So that's it right there. Your answer right there. Most of the investment capital and businesses and everything like that are white. They're the ones that bring investments and everything to cities like Gary, Detroit, New Orleans, all these other places like that are white capitalist companies and investment groups like that. Until we have that, the black equivalent of that, we'll never be able to build anything in America. That's it in a nutshell. I don't mean to hurt people's feelings, but that's just the truth, you know? You can't have a race of people with 90% of just working class and everything like that. We need that investment class, you know? We don't have it. We need that capitalist class. I propose black people creating their own stock market, you know?
So what's the benefit of becoming an investor class in America?
Well, the bottom line is because you could basically, now that it's not that, if you see a company that's failing, right, you could say, you know something, let's buy this company. Like the guy I played the top 20 black businesses in America. One guy, Bridgman, bought out another company that was failing, and they basically bought his shares and became part of and merged with it. You know, you could merge it. Black people are probably good at that, merging and finding banks and stuff like that are failing and take them over. And we use that if we work together, you know? And so therefore we control. Power is everything. You can't do anything without power, you know? So we need our own corporations and stuff like that, you know, that basically it is. That's why Robert Smith is a billionaire. They buy other small companies and stuff like that, do stock exchange and whatnot, you know? I think the first billionaire, Reginald Lewis, did it, you know? He put the Beatrice Holdings, he bought out Beatrice Holdings, whatnot, you know, and leveraged buyout, whatnot, became a billionaire. Then basically when the company, he made it profitable and the company, his holdings he became first black billionaire, you know?
Let me ask you this. What city would, I guess you would think black people should go to invest in? Like what?
I don't, look, bottom line is this. What I would say is this. If you got a Robinhood app, right? You got a Robinhood app?
Yeah, I invest in all that stocks.
Okay,
crypto,
so the bottom, you don't need to be in the city. You just need to know what stocks are good, you know?
Okay.
What you're talking about is black people investing in it. Look, the bottom line is this. What black people got to stop doing is looking at the black. I got salsa on the black. Look, the main thing is this. What you want to get into the American market. Now, what you sell, right? You're just trying to see numbers, right? If you're an importer for something from China, let's say you're importing porcelain, you know, you're not thinking about, oh, I got to do the black. You're just trying to get it to the market, right? You want to basically say, I got an import company. Sometimes investments could be a manufacturing company. It could be an import company, you know, that you're importing something and you're a distributor. You got like 10, you want to open up like 10 different warehouses around the country. You need trucks, you need all that stuff like that. That's what you raise capital for. You know, You already got buyers lined up. Usually you do that when you got buyers lined up. You know, buyers say, I'll buy the product right here. The product's already pretty much sold, you know, before you even produce it. Just like most white people who in the farming, the product is already sold. Like what a lot of white farmers do is like, let's say they grow strawberries, but the bottom line, they'll have like 5 companies, even including themselves, that will take some of the strawberries and make jams out of it. So you know when you harvest, your harvest is that's what commodities do. You make sure that the product is already sold, so you can keep the product at a price. The product's tank is when you don't have a buyer lined up. You know, if you don't have a buyer lined up, then basically investors not going to invest in you because they don't see a return on their investment. If they invest at April at this point for your strawberries, right? They know basically when the strawberries are grown, the price is going to double and they'll double their money. But if it basically, let's say you had a bad harvest and it was like a plague, then that means they lose their money. So that works. So that's what it is. So I would tell black people, get out of this whole thing about you're going to try to build some black economy. Just basically make money, you know? Don't care who you sell to, whatever like that, your business, everything like that. Just make money. Make a business, you know. That's what held us back. Everybody just worrying about trying to look. If you want a nation, let's get the hell out of America and build it. But if you're in America, just go for the American market. You know, that's all you want to do. You know, that's what I say. You know.
All right.
I think the state of Maryland have always been progressive for thinking about black people. I don't know. I think that's good. Maryland's a good place. We got black people got nice homes and stuff like that in Maryland. Ain't nobody gonna take that away from you. But as far as running shit, I don't think so. You know. I was like, yeah. Also, Maryland is actually pretty white. You know. You ever notice that?
It is.
Because I remember one time I didn't think about that. One time
Maryland's country. It's country in the bitch in West Maryland.
Check us out. When I was coming back from New York, this was years ago, right? And I listened to this fucking radio station at night. It was like 2:00 in the morning. I'm driving through Maryland, coming back from New York one night, and that motherfucker was saying some racist shit, man. You know
yeah.
On the radio, they were just saying, "Yo, man, I seen some." There was like there's some black deers, right? And they were saying some about black deers outside. It's like, yeah, what the motherfucker? He was making black sounds, whatnot. I was like, man, you racist shit. You know, like all I can see is their eyes and whatnot. You know,
people. But you gotta understand what West Maryland near West Virginia.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, West Virginia's not even racist. I'm talking about. I was in the Eastern Shore. You know, West Virginia's racist, but not as bad as regular Virginia. You know, West Virginia.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. West Virginia didn't side with the Confederacy. They basically didn't have slavery. You know. Virginia was the old Dominion. You know, that was racist. You know, West Virginia was a place, you know, black people sought refuge. You know.
I ain't never knew.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So it's like this: the the racist parts of Maryland, like is the eastern part. You know, the eastern seaboard part of America. It's a beautiful place, but it's racist. So
I never knew that.
Yeah. Western Maryland and West Virginia is pretty liberal. Yeah, it's actually pretty liberal out there, you know, especially that's where the Quakers come from in that part of Pennsylvania and whatnot, you know. But Virginia itself is very fucking racist, you know. Virginia is a fucking redneck state. That was a Confederacy, you know. That was a capital of the Confederacy, you know.
I ain't never been to Virginia too. That shit crazy.
Yeah, Virginia. Now it's nice over here on the Atlantic seaboard part of Virginia is nice. It's where a large black people population is here on the coast, you know, in the 7 cities. Where it's a nice area over here. A lot of black people. When you go down to fucking western part of Virginia, fucking racist as hell, man. You know, I want to go out there. And then also going out there, you got sundown towns in Virginia. You know.
Yeah.
Windsor, Virginia is a fucking KK. Every time I go through there and I drive through there, I always make sure I'm out of there before dark, man. You know, that's Klan territory right there, you know?
Yeah, they still got Klan territory.
Yeah, that and right there on the north, right over there.
Certain parts of Virginia, you just drive on, you know what I mean?
You feel like you're in Mississippi.
At the gas station, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Once I pass Philadelphia, I feel like I'm in Confederate zone.
Yeah, here on the coast. Yeah, what you call
Now,
it?
for real?
Virginia, Central Virginia, right there,
Yeah.
where North Carolina meets, right there, right across the border, right there in North Carolina is Monroe, North Carolina. That was a strong clan stronghold at one time. So if they right there in North Carolina and the border's right there, you know they're in Virginia. You know, that
Yeah.
was a real strong
Both.
clan.
I feel like both Virginias.
I ain't never mixed.
West Virginia don't really have the clan. You know, it's fucking Virginia, North Carolina. Yeah,
Yeah, West Virginia more
Yo,
liberal.
West
I
Virginia is
drove
very
through.
liberal. You know.
I drove through West Virginia, and I swear the whole state had no service.
Yeah, the West Virginia is very rural and very, the people
Rural
there.
over there. It's real rural over there.
Rural.
Yo, I couldn't believe I was driving to
Dusty
Kentucky.
road. They got a lot of dusty roads too in West Virginia.
Yeah, it's underdeveloped or whatnot. They got a lot of black people back out there. A lot of black people escape slaves and whatnot that worked in the mines and shit
I
like that.
never seen nothing like that in my life. I'm driving to Kentucky, the whole entire West Virginia. I had no service. I couldn't call anybody.
Yeah, you got a lot of that in the South, right? That's why you always make sure you gas up and know where you're going. Before you get out there on the road, because you will stop.
Where you going? Yeah, down
Yeah.
south, you gotta know where you're going. You gotta know.
So you gotta know where you go. You gotta know all the
Some
rest.
certain parts of GPS don't work.
You ain't
You
lying.
got
You
spots in
ain't
your
lying.
GPS. You don't know where the hell you are.
You gotta know the pockets to go to, type shit. You understand? The different areas you go to. If not, you're gonna get fucked over.
Yeah, you fuck around, get in the
over.
wrong community.
They're gonna fuck over you. They're gonna fuck over you bad too.
wrong property, something.
That's why I'd be surprised when they bring like the African migrants from Africa to some of these rural states where it's
I have
like,
no
yo,
idea what the hell that's all about. And
I
Africans
don't
walk
know what they
around
doing, man.
like
I don't know what they
just
doing.
I'm in America when I do.
when I find out is Africans in North Dakota and
It's
Idaho
Africans in South Dakota, Idaho,
maybe in
Iowa,
Utah and shit. I'm like, what
Utah.
the
I'm
hell?
like Montana. I'm like, yo, what are y'all doing out
one time I was in Chicago, I ended up in Idaho or one of them states. I'm like, yo, this shit just feel like racism. You could just smell the racism in the air. And I seen this one black African chick in one of them truck driver trucks. I'm like, yo, what is she doing out here?
Africans don't care, man. It's like
I don't care. They
they
don't
don't give
care.
a shit.
As
Like I
long as
said,
they
they
around white
actually
people.
they're like this. They just see like us. We're subconscious of it because of our history, But they don't care. They don't know nothing about racism and whatnot.
But Colin, they're gonna get the wake up call.
When they do get the wake up call,
it's gonna be brutal.
A lot of times they think it's because they were mistaken for us and they blame us.
Yo, that's what made Black Americans great though, because you really in the belly of the beast, the top of the food chain white man, the most racist white man.
But it's worse because they going blindsided, Kyla. They're gonna get blindsided.
Check this out. They already getting their wake up call. But like I said, my homegirl, her uncle was shot up driving Uber. White boy killed him in Dallas. Well, in North Dallas. Straight slaughtered him while he was doing Uber, you heard me? So they getting a wake up call.
I think they put like the Africans in them rural states in case they want to kill them all. Nobody can hear about it.
Use them too. No, not that. Use them too because they don't know labor laws, certain things like that. You know what I mean? To use them because out there, like think about it. If you're African, go to North Dakota or something happen out there. No Black American can really help them out there. Man, what the fuck?
Yeah, they don't like. They don't. One thing they don't want. They don't want them around us. That's
because to put you maybe they doing the same job. The white person getting 25, they getting 15.
Yeah,
And,
I seen that a lot.
You there to talk for
Years
them and
ago,
like, yo, bro.
Back in the 90s, when I used to always say, "We got jobs. Don't discuss how much you got paid. You get such how much you got paid, you get fired." So you always find the white boys were getting paid way more than you. Like, damn, how is he? Was his sweat worth more than mine? Because other white boys like, yeah, I'm making this. How the fuck you making that? And we're doing the same job. We're both washing dishes, but you make like $4 an hour more than me and whatnot. What the fuck is that? That was in the South. That was just common. White person made more money than you. That's just they just automatically say that's how it is. Well, he's white. They used to always tell me when I first moved down here, it was a culture shock. And black people would tell me that. Well, he's white. I said, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Well, out here, man. I'm like, yo, y'all niggas, man. Y'all just accept that shit. He's white. You know, was he got more bills than I do? Whatever, you know. Yeah, he's accepted. You know, white people make more money than me. You know, that's what I said. The slave mentality, man. You know, and black people out here, man. It's like, I used to watch black people get fired from jobs and whatnot. You know, what the hell I do? You black? That's what the fuck you did. You know, that motherfuckers be getting fired for no reason and shit. You know, why they fight? They ain't give me a reason. You ever see that shit? They ain't give
I
me a
go
reason.
though.
Yeah,
But as I
Yeah.
go though, you know,
It
they gonna
always
let you go.
that always happen, Kyla. No
yeah, they ain't give
reason.
me a
Yeah,
reason, man. They say, yeah, I'm sorry, we
that
don't need
always
your
happens.
services.
No, they call it they'll put it on your application. They'll put it on your what's the name? They put involuntarily. That's what they
Yeah,
can
Yeah,
put
that's what
now.
yeah.
Yeah,
That would
involuntarily.
be with the
Like that
Mexicans,
means
and shit. That's gonna happen. We last to
put
be hired, first to be fired.
involuntarily.
You never heard that before?
oh yeah,
You never heard that?
I heard
Last
it.
to be
Of course, it is.
last to be
Last hire,
hired,
first
first to be
fire.
fired.
Yeah, that's why I say I made up my mind when I was in my 20s. Somehow, I gotta get my own business, you know, because I can't deal with that shit, man. You know, I gotta be able to build my own shit. I don't want nobody telling me what to do. That's why I love what I do for a living. It's hard sometimes, right? Sometimes I go without,
God.
right? You know, but
You work for United Healthcare?
I don't work for them. I'm a contractor with. They're one of the contractors. One of the businesses I contract with. They're like one of the major companies I'm contracted with. You know, I got I drive one of the vans. You know, not driving. We have a van wrapped with United Healthcare logos on it, and I have some of my agents drive around town with the logo on it, with our phone number on it or whatnot. United
Okay.
Healthcare or whatnot. But I haven't done it since that CEO got shot. You know, I don't want nobody getting no ideas. You know, so I just got parked in back of my office. You know.
Okay. I
Yeah,
used to work for United Healthcare. That shit
I'm
crazy.
with all the major insurance carriers. You know, I'm a broker with all the major insurance carriers for Virginia, Maryland, Jersey, Ohio, Michigan, Texas. I got
So
license
this
in 20 states, Georgia.
you deal with like seniors
I deal
or
with seniors and I deal with retirement. You know.
okay, that's
You
good. I know
know.
you get money with the retirement.
Oh yeah, what you call? Look,
Oh
let
yeah.
me tell you something, right? One thing I've learned, right? Don't let anybody fool you, right?
Mm.
When people tell you how good Africans are doing, it's bullshit. You
I
know.
already know that. Yeah, they doing.
You know,
Come
so
on.
the bottom line is this. I
Kyla,
know
we
that.
already know that, Kyla.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. Most of
cool.
the people who got retirement accounts, 401ks, that are black are African Americans, you know? And then the next is the Asians and the Filipinos, right? I have one of my agents, she's Filipinos, older Filipino lady. She got the whole entire Filipino community in Virginia Beach on lock, like her. We make so much money off of her because they only come to her because she speaks Tagalog and whatnot, you know? And so I have another field market owner that wants to recruit her because they want to. And also, one guy that I'm going to be introduced to, his name is Dr. Montero. And what we do is we're moving into medical supplies and stuff like that. This guy basically have a thing where he got like, how countries get aid from the United States for medical care and stuff like that. Well, he got it so that he's selling his products to the Philippines. You know, he was a connection in the Philippines. You know, he's Filipino, and I told one of my guys, said, "Yeah, well, I got connections in Africa." You know, so oh yeah, really? You know, I'm trying to make it seem like Africa is like the Philippines. No, I know it's not like that. You know, because these African countries ain't got shit, no money. You know, I was like, yeah, man, Africa that could be a great market, man. I'm sick of lying. You know, knowing fully well Liberia ain't got no fucking money. You know. But I like feeling good, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing with Liberia, man. This guy got it going on, man. You know, Dr. Montero. You know, we sell all kinds of products, you know, hospital products, you know, and basically the products that he sells are Medicare approved. So you got a lot of Filipinos who are moving from the United States, retiring, moving back to the Philippines, you know, and they got Medicare, Social Security, and all that stuff like that, you know. So that's a huge market, you know, a huge market of people moving back to the Philippines and stuff like that. I said, see, if we had our health, I told Elvis, man, I said, I can help you, Africa build a modern healthcare infrastructure. You don't know healthcare, you don't know shit, Kyle. Okay, I don't know nothing, you know. But yeah, but the bottom line, ain't nobody going to Africa until they build a modern healthcare system, you know. I don't care what it costs, whatever, like that has to be built if you're gonna see black people from America go there, you know. Because healthcare is the most important thing, you know. If you ever knew how modern healthcare
Tyler,
was,
they're not gonna want to spend no money on healthcare in
I
Africa.
know
They can
human
go to
life
the
is
white
nothing
man.
in Africa.
Go
Human
to
life
the
is
white
nothing in
man. They
Africa.
can go to Europe, America. It's better.
I know. So the bottom line is, let you build a healthcare system in Africa. Ain't nobody coming there for live. You know, that's just a pipe dream. You know, anybody going to Ghana in large numbers, and people say those African Americans. People lie about that. You know, there's only 1,500 African Americans in Ghana. When you think about it, you think there's like 10,000 of them there, right?
Yeah, they make it sound big.
No, it's only like 1,500. You know, and I think half of those are people from the Caribbean. So it's not like a lot of African Americans are in freaking Ghana. It's not happening because bottom line is, when you're older, you got health issues, you know? And if you're not getting your checkups and stuff like that, your wellness checks and everything, your regular shots and immunization and whatnot, you will die, you know? And when you go to a foreign country and whatnot, they don't have the medical system set up whatnot. They can't treat you, you know? So
They don't got certain medicine.
yeah, everything. A lot of times they don't have needles. They're strong
Refrigeration.
supply, everything, or insulin. You know, that requires refrigeration. You know, can't be talking about no power outage. You know, and people's medicine is needs to be frozen. Insulin needs to be cold. You know. So bottom line is, it is what it is, man. So I tell people all the time, until Africa gets serious about. That's why I hear Lewis talking about all this. He never talks about healthcare. You ever notice that? What is he always talking about? His big house and shit, you know? Nigga, I don't want to hear about your big house or whatnot. I'm building a mansion. But you didn't say nothing about the roads and the culverts and the infrastructure. How you gonna get to your fucking house, Lewis? You know? We're gonna use a drone, you know, a helicopter.
Okay,
You know?
man, Kyla, I don't see the Africans spending that kind of money on
Yeah, that's
modern
why I
day
say, if
infrastructure,
we're
man.
gonna move to Africa, we
I
have
don't
to
think,
build it
yeah,
ourselves and whatnot, because we know what's important, you know?
yeah, man, they're not going, and they only gonna know when it's important when we build it, and they see it moving and shaking
No,
and
what's gonna
glowing and
happen is,
glittering at night.
if we build in Africa, we got a world class hospital medical system, they're gonna be flooding there with us, and that's not gonna be another problem. You know, everybody's gonna flood. Then, you know, humanely, you gotta take them. You know, I'll bust your hospital system up. So it's just gonna be rough, man. It's gonna be rough no matter how you look at it. You know, because look, the bottom line is this: you can't build in Africa until we get the continent to a level of standard living. You know, we can't just have one oasis in surrounded by poverty. That's what happened in Liberia. You know, the life our ancestors had on that coast was nothing short of heaven on earth. You know,
Why you said that?
when you go to Caesar's Beach, you know, you just gotta go to Liberia.
Liberia, beautiful. The coastline,
Liberia
beautiful,
is
bro.
fucking beautiful. The most beautiful place on the
Beautiful,
planet.
man. Especially that
And our
coastline,
ancestors that
man.
built those, they built mansions on the coast and with lagoons and all that stuff like that. So you have families that had pastime Liberia's cookouts and stuff like that. And they had their own little lagoons, little private lagoons, so like Cooper's Beach, Caesar's Beach, and stuff like that. And they have all kinds of homesteads in the back where all the family members have that, and they would have guest hotels back there too and whatnot. You know, it was nothing but
Man, it
fucking
was
paradise.
nice, man, bro. Liberia, nice,
Liberia
man.
was fucking
Like,
heaven
yo, you
on
can
fucking earth.
see all the architecture, bro. You can see
You can
like
see the architect. And then when they
you can
go
see
into
the
town,
20th century
you see
architecture, bro.
Broad Street in the 1970s,
From
man. That
like
was
down
so beautiful.
south.
They had a beautiful country, you
You can see
know,
the
a beautiful
blacksmith.
country.
You can see the
That's sad that it
blacksmith
was
work.
destroyed within like in the 80s. Like they built all that shit up and it was destroyed just
So the
like
bottom
that.
line is that it is what it is. They did it. It happened, right? Like I said, the reason why I'm in coastal Liberia because I'm just paying homage to my ancestors. That's it. You know, I go to Liberia because I'm paying respect to my ancestors.
Kyla, right now, from what I'm seeing, what's going on in Liberia, man. Nobody's never satisfied. They really trying to mess this guy.
This
Prisoners
is
right
doing an
now.
excellent
Yeah,
job.
they trying to mess him up.
But you see these clowns in that, right? You see all the shit they're
want to
talking,
mess
right?
up everything he's doing.
They're trying, these people are trying their best to discourage investment and stuff like that by acting out in public and whatnot. They burn the Capitol down, you know, have a building down. They act up in the streets with that. All this to discourage investments and make Buckeye
So,
look bad.
Kyla, I wanna ask a question. It had been on my mind too. This
Go
whole
ahead.
so I want to go back to 1980. Cool. So it's like Nobody's never going to be satisfied in Liberia. That's
Yeah,
what I'm coming to.
so they round us all up, right? All of us Congo people, American Liberians, African Americans.
But not just the Congo people though, but
have a final solution.
I'm not just talking about the Congo people, but our people, they're killing themselves over there.
Yeah, I mean, bottom line, they said what they want to do is basically say, let's all unite, stop killing each other, and let's all focus on the main enemy, the Congo man. That's all it is. So that's what it is. So like I said, I take whatever these people say as a grain of salt. We go over there, like I said, there's a lot of African Americans in Liberia right now. And like
somebody's going to seek African Americans going to want to seek power one day in that country.
Yeah, the bottom line is what I love about this is people like Val Thomas.
Somebody's gonna challenge that one day.
Check this out. You see Val Thomas, right? I could see Val Thomas. I could see Val Thomas being a president.
Val Thomas, is he Congo?
He's African American. He's from Houston.
I see an African American challenging this one day.
Yeah, he's in Liberia. Val Thomas, him and Cynthia Nash. She was the one to help Bob Johnson get Delta going there, and she helped Bob Johnson get the Contagion thing. They have a consultancy, and they run International Focus magazine. And they're constantly interviewing heads of state when they want to we're trying to make Liberia the base in Africa. We want to bring people from different parts of Africa to network with African, and we want to make Liberia a place for African Americans to network with the rest of the continent. Instead of us going to Angola, instead of us going to Zambia, let's have a place in Africa that's close by.
See, brother made a point. He said JFK. Everybody used to go to JFK Hospital in Liberia.
So they destroyed.
The native man called JFK now just for killing.
Just for killing,
just for killing. So
the bottom line, they're proud of that shit, just fucking destroying the civilization,
fucking shit up.
We had a black American civilization. That shit crazy.
It was beautiful.
It was. It was rocking.
I was looking at the architect. I was like, shit, we really had our own architect and everything. Architecture and everything.
Beautiful country.
That shit crazy.
I would play the video Wealth of Liberia. I love it.
All right.
This video always gets me every time I watch it. It always amps me up, man. How beautiful this country was,
Kyla, they say this is a propaganda piece. Kyla,
GoDaddy. How's the propaganda? It was built in 1974, just showing Liberia. What the hell was propaganda? It was basically just showing the country was.
That's what some people will tell you.
Fuck Elvis. I ain't letting that fool on my show to fucking talk his nonsense no more. Let him talk.
He's gonna say that's propaganda.
So Elvis people
lowest transaction fees in the industry.
Elvis people fucked it up.
Creating the free, sovereign, and independent nation of Liberia. That was 127 years ago.
It was 1974.
Today, businessmen and investors from all parts of the world have discovered the commercial and industrial potential that is the wealth of Liberia, with a government firmly committed to an open door policy and the principles and practice of free enterprise. Monrovia, capital city of Liberia. Its 150-year history reflected in a graceful cultural heritage. But a city as modern as today, the country having developed a fine balance between traditional African values and the modern way of life. Buildings steeped in the tradition of Liberia's rich history. buildings reflecting the country's promise of a rich future, as with the imposing Executive Mansion, home of Liberia's President William R. Talbot. Buildings that reflect the civic dignity of the city, its commerce and industry. For the well-being of its people, the J.F. Kennedy Memorial Hospital, one of the finest in West Africa. Overlooking the city is the renowned Ducor Intercontinental Hotel, with a welcome for the visitor, one of the many fine hotels in Monrovia. Looking out across the Atlantic Ocean, the Ducor Intercontinental also looks out to one of the islands first sighted by those early settlers 150 years ago, Bushrod Island. Today, Bushrod Island contains one of Liberia's many industrial estates with a diversity of industry catering for much of the country's needs and providing exports, adding to Liberia's healthy balance, as with this soap factory. With an ever-expanding building and construction program, cement is essential, and this large cement works is situated conveniently close to Monrovia City. Serving the building industry too is a window and sun louver factory established by the Mesurado group of companies, an entirely Liberian-owned enterprise providing employment for many hundreds of Liberians. Another Liberian enterprise is a paint factory, effecting even further savings in foreign exchange by having its own can manufacturing plant. Supplying all types of animal and chicken feed, the Liberian Feed Mill Company also advised farmers on the most suitable methods of animal feeding. And a grain and wheat milling plant near Buchanan supplies a domestic demand. The Liberian Development Corporation stimulates industrial investment and the development of existing enterprises, assisting investors to identify investment opportunities, taking advantage of the country's resources and market requirements. Tobacco is one of Liberia's developing industries, and utilizing the country's own tobacco crop, a cigarette factory produces brands blended to local tastes. Liberia offers the investor security, a low level of private and corporate taxation, and a balance of trade that has been favorable for 20 years. To encourage young farmers in this fast-developing industry, a tobacco experimental farm has been set up, looking into the most suitable types of tobacco for Liberia's ideal soil and climatic conditions, and teaching farmers to take every advantage of this valuable addition to the country's industries. President William R. Talbot is intensely interested in the youth of his country, but young and old alike are completely involved in the future of their country through self-help programs instituted by the president, when he himself created rally projects to undertake the construction of schools and hospitals and roads linking outlying districts, financed with funds raised by the people themselves without seeking outside aid. Rally time, a complete involvement of the people in their country's future. President Talbot himself also instituted a program of rehousing families formerly living in overcrowded areas. And on new housing estates such as Gardinersville and another named after the assassinated leader of the Guinea-Bissau liberation movement, Amilcar Cabral, families can be raised in pleasant, healthy surroundings, preparing for their inheritance, which is the wealth of Liberia. Realizing the importance of the younger generation in the future of his country, President Talbot refers to the youth of Liberia as his precious jewels. And here at the University of Liberia, these young people are able to acquire the higher learning required of them if they are to take the fullest advantage of the foundations laid down for them by today's leaders. With the importance of agriculture, the University of Liberia has established a College of Agriculture and Forestry, which, in addition to its academic importance, also serves as a major agricultural research center. The Forest Products Research Laboratory has a well-established nursery growing more than 20 different tree species to determine their suitability for large-scale commercial production. The Agricultural Extension Training Center of the college offers training from simple farming methods and management to crop physiology, and students are taught the importance of meteorology in good crop management. Animal husbandry is also of major importance, many of the country's cattle being supplied to a large meatpacking plant to meet the increasing demand for frozen meat products. Oil palms grow profusely in Liberia, providing a cash crop income for smallholders and cooperatives, and students receive the benefit of research into this valuable crop. Palm kernels are crushed at modern oil mills, like this operated by the Liberian Produce Marketing Corporation, located near the port of Monrovia, where processed oil is stored to facilitate easy onboard loading. The Liberian Produce Marketing Corporation, a joint venture of the Liberian government with the East Asiatic Company of Denmark, buys much of Liberia's palm oil, coffee, and cocoa, maintaining a huge storage complex within the free port of Monrovia for shipment to all parts of the world. And in addition to direct buying and overseas sales, has vast areas of its own under cultivation, supplied by the corporation's own nurseries. President Tolbert and his administration, aware of the great economic potential of the country's agriculture, has classified agriculture as the #1 priority in the National Development Program, which is committed to making the country self-sufficient in rice, the staple food of the population. Under this program, and with the ideal climate of northern Liberia, thousands of acres have been put under cultivation, producing upland and swamp rice for sale to the domestic market. Irrigation schemes have been constructed under expert guidance, and high-grade rice will soon be available to meet the demands of the country at reasonable cost. The Foya Agricultural Development Project, testimony to a far-sighted administration. Further to the south are the famous rubber plantations of Liberia. Cultivated by smallholders and large estate owners alike, Liberia is one of the world's most important suppliers of natural rubber. From the plantation, rubber is processed into either latex or crepe form and transported for shipment from the ports of Monrovia, Greenville, or Harper. Rubber, the wealth of Liberia.
We
love Tapped Out with the Cavs.
Point about this video is the fact that what's going on right now in Liberia during this time period, you know, the people sitting around talking about Tolbert's doing nothing, whatever, while this was going on. Same thing was going on right now, you know?
People, it's the same thing. That's why I was trying to compare and contrast, Kyla. Like the same thing was going on right now.
Yeah, people.
So it was never. So it was never about. Right now. It was never about the Congo people suppressing us. They're doing this. It was all about power and self-interest.
Power. That's all they wanted.
It's just all they wanted: power and self-interest. That's all.
That's all it is.
You know, Sammy Dole's wife. She passed away, I think, earlier this month.
Right.
And she was seeking $21 million from the Liberian government.
For what?
I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, I know. Back in the day, she was talking about years ago. She was talking about she wanted money. You know.
Yeah, she was the first. You know, she the first lady of the country. So she was seeking $21 million for pain and suffering. You know, her husband. She said her husband account got missing and no money, and you know.
These people are incredible, man. Like I said, we talk about Africans.
And she won the case. She won the case, but they never gave her the money. So I don't know.
Don't underestimate how many people, the native background, still love Samuel Doe. You know,
people love him today. Still,
yeah. So he was a native man hero, but in the mind. Well, isn't that what Liberia aspires? Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, we want to make Liberia a country, but I don't know if we'll ever be able to get along with those people. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know. It'll be a miracle. The only way I can see if there's large numbers of us there, you know, and some
it gotta be a large, like at least you can start it off with at least $500,000, $250,000.
I don't know if we can get that until they build a healthcare system. Now we was able to build an Afghanistan or something like that, or a modern city, a futuristic city in Liberia. We could probably do that in Grand Bassa, and stuff like that. We could actually did that. Got a hold to like 200 miles.
This guy's trying. Brocker's trying. He's really trying. And they're giving
The
this
only
guy
way you're
a
gonna
hard
bring Black
time.
Americans there, if you got to build a new city, it has to be modern.
And you heard what Edwin Snow, he's threatening the government. Edwin Snow, he's threatening the government. These guys are just chaotic.
Yeah, I heard about something like that. What's
He
going
is.
on? He's a president pro temp. I heard
They want to take him off the ECOWAS, and they want to strip him down some of his status, and he's not with it. That's his eating. That's his money. So he's threatening war. He's threatening, and you can't undermine him too, because that's Charles Taylor old, old guy.
Snow, man.
Yeah,
He's a passport bro. He be in Brazil.
Yeah, this guy, you can't undermine him, man. This guy Snow, man. He'll cause problems.
Yeah, all of them, Yeka, whatnot, doing his karate moves in fucking Congress, Yeah, I guess
this is like you said, Animal Farm, College. This is Animal Farm.
A three-ring circus of deadly clowns. I'm like, damn, man. But that's the hand we were dealt, man. Like I said, I would love to be like.
But right now, you think Black America ready for nationhood? You think they?
I think they are basically the whole thing is the nationhood has been so blacked out of the conscience of Black America because there's no place. In other words, you have to show them a place where it's possible. Right now, America has this thing where they basically make it seem like we started here and we end here. No, I believe America was just part of a journey, And our manifest destiny was always to return to Africa. Liberia was just the first. All we're doing is continue what our ancestors did when they founded Liberia. Whether we're gonna build another one someplace else, I believe if we build in Liberia, and everything like that, and we could expand to other parts of Africa and stuff like that. Yeah, nationhood would work. If we basically build our own financial system, that's the whole thing. You got to convince Black people that if they like in Liberia, how Liberia would work. When you went over there, and after the first season, you made money. You're like, damn, I just made money. They said that one passage I wrote where the guy said he owned a farm in Liberia and he became the governor of a sugar mill or something like that, right? He said, I was a manager of a sugar mill. He goes, I make way more money than the governor back in South Carolina where I was a slave. So he said, man, this is the greatest place on earth for a Black man. I'm making all this money and everything like that. See, once you convince Black people they could actually make money and make a good living, they'll come. They'll come, of course. But the whole thing is, if you cannot basically do it, as long as you got Africans in charge, and they simply don't know how to build a country to attract people, it's just sad part about that, But if we build an Afghanistan, where we could basically get a free enterprise system, market, whatnot, like its own stock exchange, there's billions of dollars worth of capital coming in, whatnot, in development. Yeah, they'll come, But how do you do that without Africans getting in the way?
They're gonna get in the way with the shit because they're not gonna understand. They're not gonna understand what's going on. They're not gonna understand the complexity of what's going on.
Yeah, they don't think
they want everything now.
They don't think long term.
Yeah, they're not gonna understand. This is a 10, 15, 20, 50-year plan right here. This is something that's gonna go when we dead. It's gonna keep going on.
People ain't going to Ghana in large number because there's no fucking plan, There ain't no damn plan in Ghana, People just sitting there looking dusty and whatnot, going there and whatnot. Like, after a while, people
going there, club beer, drinking, chilling, listen to Afro beats,
Yeah, that's not enough. People want to make money.
Castle, that's all they doing, They ain't doing no heavy investment, Colin.
I know they're not. So basically, like I said, it just gets old after a while, man. I don't want to go to no damn slave castle. I don't want to fucking see that shit. I don't give a fuck about that, And after a while, man, I'm tired of partying, I want to be. Look, my dream is to be like the Chinese man in the 70s when he had Hong Kong. He's looking out out of Hong Kong at the big city. He's making millions of dollars, sipping champagne, or Tokyo. But where's our Tokyo? Where's our Hong Kong?
Yeah.
Where's our city on the hill? That's what I'm talking about. So Monrovia could have been that city. It could have been that city for us. Tall buildings, executive buildings, bankings, executive corporations. Let's say shame after all this time, Liberia still don't have a stock exchange.
It still don't have no stock exchange. But all those, like you said, all those things was going in formation.
Yeah, Tolbert was about to build.
Tolbert was doing all. That's why he had all those businesses.
He was about.
That's
to
why
build
he had all those businesses going, so you at least had something to put up on the exchange.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to do. And these people were smart. His son and all like that was going to school, studying all that stuff like that. They had big plan. The 80s was supposed to be the decades. Liberia was supposed to come out and take over the world.
Yeah.
And they had that coup arrested that. That coup arrested Liberia's development. All because the native people wanted power. They're sick of me. I'm like, about here, Elvis. They wanted to include. Who cares what you want? Look, the bottom line is this: there's those who know how, who think they know how, and there's those who definitely know why. The American Liberians knew why. The people who know why are always going to be the ones in charge. The native Liberians didn't know why. They still don't know why. Why did they create a country where they said only black people can be citizens? Why did they do this? Why do we have why do we say the love of liberty? Why? Why do we talk about liberty? What's the point of that? Why is it that we only country in Africa basically where only black people can own land? Why? To this day, they don't understand why. Native Liberians talk about making white people and Lebanese citizens. They don't understand.
That's why I told you, Colin. They're talking about it, and they don't know why. Like you just said, they don't know why they didn't do that too.
And they don't understand. Look, do you want Africa? You want Liberia to be like South Africa right now? We got a white population there, buying land, and you can't take it back ever, whatever. And they're basically impressing you in your own country. But that's a native Liberian. That's why I said we can't put.
They like you said, they don't know why.
They don't know why. They'll say they basically like we want to change the flag. They don't understand what the Lone Star. Why we have the Lone Star. What the Lone Star symbolizes. They don't understand what the seal, the love of liberty. They don't understand why we talk liberty. Why our country is about liberty. They don't understand why. They don't want to understand why. You got people that sit in America and they hate their country.
Yeah. I noticed most Liberians they don't like being Liberian.
They hate their country.
They'll rather be an American or something else, anything but Liberian. They really.
And so Elvis gets mad.
Even with that attitude, you can't build nothing with that attitude.
I know. That's why I basically take pride in Liberian history. And Elvis gets mad about that. Why? Because I'm proud of what my ancestors built. Yeah, I'm not going to apologize to you. Yeah,
but he should be proud of it too. They built a good country.
It wasn't his people that built the country.
So what? They got the power today, right? You always brag about
that. It still bothers me.
The problem is how to manage and maintain the country. I swear
they don't know how to do that. They don't want to do that.
That's where the problem.
Every time you ask them,
that's where the hate come from. Is the management.
Every time you ask them why, what's wrong with Liberia? Well, 130 years ago, it was founded by these Congo people. Blah 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 blah. They don't take no fucking responsibility, so they don't take no heads Elvis. Go tell them why, Colin, your reasons why, brother. You have say ours, it's ours. Yeah, look, you can have it. I'm trying to help you, man. I'm trying to help you. That's why you should be there. You should be building something. There was somebody in the chat room tonight said he's a Liberian. He's going back to Liberia to help build. I said, yeah, you should get a hold of Elvis. You hear the guy that was in the chat room a little while ago?
Yeah.
He's a Liberian saying, I'm going back to Liberia and building. Elvis, you should be there with him, man. Bring your fat ass over there and fucking go build something in Grand Gita. I want you to go back. I want to take all Liberians in America back to Liberia. That's all you need is a Liberia. You only need black Americans, Let's bring the Liberia.
Collars, then their own native brothers and sisters gonna say, "Yeah, America or Liberia."
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah,
America,
as soon as they see how,
they're gonna be blocking them out of power, and they're gonna be another war.
As soon as they see how fat they are, they're gonna say, "Y'all America, y'all Congo people." Oh Lord, man. Oh Lord, it's hilarious. But it is what it is. I like to see them go back to the country and build something, man. That's all I want to see.
That shit up, Kyla, man. Let me be real with you, Kyla. You got African Americans in America, black Americans in America that don't know nothing about Liberia. They love Liberia more than the people there.
And then when I was in this last time, man, when I was in Al Lagoon, there was so many African Americans I bumped into in Liberia when
I'm telling you, and Elvis don't want to hear it. The Elvis don't want to hear it.
There's a lot of African Americans in Liberia, man.
Gonna rule Liberia.
I never thought when I found the association.
They're gonna contest.
I had no idea this was going to catch on. There's so many black people.
It's going to catch on, Kyla. People listening to you, Kyla. Don't worry.
Yeah, man. So bottom line is whether they go on this tour or not, man.
The word getting out.
Long as people are getting interested, because Liberia is going to be the gateway to the continent. That's all it is. You know.
Yeah, I mean, Elvis gonna get mad. Somebody gonna contest one day, man. We're gonna have a wild horse out there, a wild card out there that's gonna contest.
Elvis,
I'm gonna be like, dang, he's an African American. He know everything about Liberia. You be like, dang, he sound like college Genesis.
Yeah, man. So the bottom line, hey, there's more college Genesis out there, man. They know the country, they know the history. They appreciate the history and whatnot. I mean, there's so many African Americans in Liberia, man. You won't believe it. They're all over the place,
That's why Elvis scared. Elvis
goes, how's your tour going? I don't know. Look, the bottom line, I'm trying to get my people, but mine's going to bring his people. He's gonna have
Elvis scared. Some slick African American lawyer gonna come over there in Liberia and contest everything. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's coming too. How's your tour going, Colin? It doesn't matter. I'm going to be there next year. Whether the tour goes on or not, I'll be there for 2 months next year. And when I'm there,
when you coming back, Elvis? I was there in October, man. Come on, man. When you coming back, man?
Elvis hasn't been there. He said he's been there in 2018. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Gonna be in cold ass Minnesota all day, bro.
Check us out. Check us out. He says that he says, "Oh, Liberia's not developing." Dude, man.
I know Elvis ain't me no Liberians in New York or whatever, or on the East Coast, really like that, man.
But check us out.
It's two different type of Liberians. You got the Liberians that came here before the war, and then you got the Liberians that came here during and after the war.
Yeah, the one that came before the war more civilized.
Yeah, they more civilized. They more culture. They know they know more history of America and things like. These guys, these other guys, they're just coming from the bush.
Black America.
They're coming from the bush. They're coming from the rebel fields. They're coming from starvation, fighting war. You know what I mean? So they're not cultured in what's going on over here. So
I know Elvis not cultured.
That's it. That's all.
I just want to see Elvis go back to his country, man.
He's not going back, man. Last time Elvis don't want to see those rebels running around. Most of them not gonna go back.
Elvis having
people like my mother. They ain't seen none of that in Liberia, or my grandmother, or my stuff.
Like I said, when I go
there, Elvis saw rebels growing up.
When people ask us is safe, I feel actually safer in Liberia than I do in America.
You gotta think about it, Kyla. Elvis a younger guy, so he ain't never seen nothing good in Liberia. So everything in Liberia is gonna be fucked up.
No, everything he knows is like
I'm talking to the older people. That's why when Elvis sit here and talk about Liberia, you can't really listen to it. You gotta take it for a
I know he'd say listen what his dusty ass ancestors.
You gotta talk to the older people. That's who's gonna really tell you a lot about Liberia. The people that seen what you just showed in the video. That's lived.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And then now see it today.
A lot of native, a lot of native Liberians, older ones, they tell me, man, back in the 70s, this place was great, man. Blah blah blah.
Man.
It's like that. That's all. Every time a native
person not gonna tell you it was great because they ain't never seen that.
He never seen. All he knows is a fucking war, and
all he knows is warlord soldiers, child eating cannibal soldiers, and running around. Yeah. Butt naked, general butt naked. That's all they know, bro. They don't know nothing good in Liberia. So you got, I don't, wherever he say, I just throw it in the trash or go on one ear, come out the other, go in the trash.
Like I said, we all know the truth, man. The truth is out there. You know, everybody knows.
We can see the truth today of how they acting in government.
Yeah.
You know?
The bottom line is the government is making so much goddamn progress.
We could see how a native man right now is trying to build a country and
And
other
it's still
native men
opposed
trying to
to
tear
you
him
know?
apart. Come
It
on.
seems like Liberia just don't want progress. Yo, this guy, they signed a deal between Morocco to develop redevelop the ports of Freeport and the port of Buchanan. Buchanan is now doing shipbuilding, you know.
And what, Colin? They was doing shipbuilding before Liberia.
Oh yeah, they were doing shipbuilding back in the 60s, you know. They was building ships
but you can't tell a younger Liberian that because they don't know the history of Liberia. You can't tell a younger Liberian that. Oh, this is
they was
something
assembling
we were
ships
doing.
in Buchanan
You know,
Harbor back in the 60s. They was assembling big ships back in the 60s, you know.
And Joseph Brocker, you know, he's an old head, so he's seen those things, you know, in Liberia. So you know what it is, you know. Come on, you know. And nobody going, you know. I like George Weah as a football player, but not no
A
president.
nice guy, but he's trying to make a thing coming back.
No, he's trying to make a comeback. He can get back in power.
That's what Elvis was.
He can get him back. He can get back in power. Don't sleep on
it. He wants his crew people back in power. And the bottom line, if he does, Liberia is finished. Only thing that will save Liberia, if he goes, the military has to take over. You know, because you cannot have those CDCs running around with police and state power around. Man, it almost caused a war last time. You know. And bottom line, it does it again. This time it will be conflict. The way Liberia is like amped up now, yeah, there will be bloodshed. You know, if the CDC gets a hold of the Liberian National Police or something like that. You remember that conflict they had between the LPN and the national of the military, AFL?
AFL, yeah.
Remember that conflict?
Yeah, I remember that conflict.
Imagine if those CDCs get a hold to the police and they get a conflict with the AFL. That's going to be bloodshed right there, you know? Because the AFL was threatening to take over at one time when the CDC police were attacking demonstrators and trying to silence and intimidate protests, you know? And when the military said, if there's any shenanigans during an election, we're going to take over. That's what they said. So yeah, so if the only thing good if Whale gets elected, I know the military is gonna move in and just take over. You know, there's no way they're gonna let that happen. You know, so
yeah, you know, just let the for me, I just like let the old man work. You know, I'm not me personally, Kyla. I'm not a fan of none of them. You know what I mean? I'm not.
I know. I would much rather.
But you know, I'm not a fan of neither group. You know, Unity Party or the CDC. I'm not a fan of none of them because I know at the end of the day they can't get together and work on something.
You know what I saw? You know what I saw?
I mean?
You know what I saw last year on the ground? I seen a whole bunch of CDC berets all over the fucking ground. You know those sky blue berets they had? I seen a bunch of them on the ground, man. I should have taken one for a souvenir. People just abandoned the whole party one night, just like it's all over the ground,
man. It's a shit show, man. You know.
Yeah, so I'm like, so
it's a shit show, Kyla. You know, we just want proper governance, safety. You know, healthcare. Like
why is it like illiterate people think they have the right to govern a country? I never could understand that. You know, at least in America, the average thug on the street knows. Yeah, of all the things, he knows he don't belong in no government. You know,
he knows that.
He knows that shit. Man. We know that shit. Only in Liberia and Africa, there's somebody with not even a kindergarten education thinks he could be head of state. You know, he could be an elected official. I mean, it's just funny. You know, it's like, damn, man, motherfuckers can't read. Like I said, when they most of these senators and congressmen in Liberia can barely read and write. You know,
they can't read and write nothing. Yeah, they can barely speak.
Barely speak. We can't speak properly. English. Can barely
can't
read.
Even understand them half the time. Yeah, that's it.
You know, and they elected a guy as barely literate, George Weah. You know, So bottom line is this is what you have running a fucking country, right? And that's why they wonder why there was no investments in waste time. People are not stupid, you know. The international community is not stupid, you know. They're like this.
I heard George Weah used to have his girlfriends, you know, like his wife and stuff, do all his like paperwork and stuff.
Of course, he didn't do nothing. Of course, that was obvious.
That's
His
what I
wife
heard.
is the one
I ain't gonna
who
say
ran
it's
his
true.
campaign, you know.
That's you know, that's what I heard. You know, like he don't do the paper, like, as far as like the paperwork and stuff like that. She do it, you
Yeah,
know.
he was
Read
like Joe
over
Biden.
it,
He
you
was like
interpret
Biden.
it, you
Biden
know.
didn't know what the hell was going on. They had what they call that cyber pen, whatever like that. Joe Biden wasn't signing nothing. He didn't know what the hell was going on, you know. And so the bottom line, same thing, man. This is dangerous, man. Like I said, people, it's like, you talk about government. You talk about some people's lives. That's why I said, man.
Millions of people's lives, Colin.
That's
They
it.
not
I'm
even
like,
thinking.
that's
They
why I
not
said,
thinking like that.
every time I go to Liberia, I say, I know 30 days I'll be out of here, so let me enjoy it, you know. But I said, if this was my reality, I would fucking go crazy, you know.
Oh yeah.
This is my reality. I said, until we have like a revolution in Liberia, when you know, I'll go there. And once I like to be able to stay there like 3 months out of the year. That's about it, you know. But that just to say I'm done with America, go to Liberia because
Nah.
these people in power. No, it'll never happen, you know. You know,
They
get enough
you know.
Liberian Americans and more African Americans, it'll work, you know.
Yeah.
Right, we get more Liberians that were raised in America going back, you know, that'll work.
Along with the African Americans is here already, you know.
Yeah,
Everybody linking up. They can go by, yeah.
yeah. So as long as the two groups of people work together, it'll work out. But the people on the ground right now, man, the Bush people, when I
You gotta get them out of there, man.
yeah, they can't, you know.
I'm be honest, man. I'm gonna say something controversial too, man. Most of those people, they got to go back to the bush, man. You know,
They do. They don't belong
most
in Monrovia.
people. I'll be honest, man. Most of these guys got to go back to the bush, man. And even here, I will even contest some Liberians that's here that came during the war and came, you know, after the war. They got to go back to Liberia too, man.
And they're gonna go back to the bush.
Everybody go back to the fucking bush, man. Yeah, it's getting out of control.
Yeah, let's start all over again. You know, start and work your way into civilization.
Yeah.
You know, work
honest.
your way. Everybody just bum rushed Monrovia and just took over and shit.
Yeah,
You know,
man.
Monrovia is way. I'll be honest with you, Monrovia is way too overcrowded, man. You know, it
it's
seems like
way
it's
too
like half the
overcrowded.
country's in Monrovia. You know,
But they still, you know, they still living off the old infrastructure.
I know, and I
You know, Colin, come on, you know, they curse the people out every day.
I said to Wayne
And
living
living off 150-year-old infrastructure.
I was literally shocked because she's a crew lady, right? I said, Wayne, how come you know? Well, she went down the crew land, not crew, but Sasstown, whatever, and she got sick. She ate something. She got sick, really sick, gravely sick when she went down there. You know, I said, why don't you go down the damn Grand Crew, build something? I said, your crew people are so oppressed up here. No, ain't nothing down there and whatnot. Why are we gonna go down there and whatnot? I said, well, you guys say y'all hate the Congo people. Why'd you move to Monrovia? You know, you got the whole county of Grand Crew empty. You know, these motherfuckers won't go back, man. You know, the Congo people.
Colin Jefferson, go there, go build a city over there, man. They coming, they gonna follow you, man. They go, Colin, man. I want to be in the city,
like,
man. I want to be in the city, man. I want to be under the AC, man. Colin, man.
Tell you, I'll build a city, and the next thing you know, after it's built, oh, thanks, Colin, and they drive my ass out. You know, that's the African way. You come build, and once you're done, we'll come take it back. You know. The African American Korean, Colin Flay, the African. What are you talking about, fucking Princess P? You know, I ain't flee no African American community, but just because the hood is not the African American community, bro. You know, and people think because you don't live in the inner city, you're not in the African American community. That's not the whole African American community, Princess. You know. As these motherfuckers don't get it. They act like the hood is like our homeland and shit, you know? Like there's a flag and everything like that. Elvis, what's my good crime brother? You know, Why does Ross Moyes love everybody that hates us? Hates me. Why is that? You ever see that? Everybody that hates me, Ross Moyes. He bigged up what's that name? Audrey. Everybody basically has a problem with me. Has Ross Moyes. Yeah. The Ku Klux Klan will get up and he'll be like, "Yes, Ku Klux Klan."
Collins, you're the enemy of the state, man. Nobody heard real somebody's talking like it is,
Yeah, I tell it like it is, man.
I tell
I
like it is.
I can't, look, I would be doing a disservice if I basically candy coat shit, and I tell it like it is. Did you listen when I played?
They used to somebody. They used to somebody getting up here lying.
And tell them what they want to hear.
Yeah.
Did you ever see? You see a video I played with Pastor Manning?
Oh yeah. Pastor Manning was on point, man. He was.
You see that? He's like, we don't understand the world. He should have said, the only time we built something was in Liberia. That would have been perfect, right?
Yeah.
But really, to be honest with you, and the most remarkable thing about the black race to me was Liberia. Those tall buildings. You see Maryland County, those tall buildings.
Yeah, Maryland was going to be his own country at one time.
Maryland
was. They wanted to be. They wanted to be separate from Liberia.
Yeah, they didn't want to join Liberia.
We don't do for nobody, man.
Yeah. Samuel Doe was a real revolutionary. That's why I say something. Samuel Doe was a fucking clown. He was a cannibal and a clown. Samuel was a real revolutionary. Revolution what? In a revolution, Ross Moisture, you're supposed to go forward, but the country, I understand, was spiraled backwards, They lost its post office. It lost everything, It used to have, Liberia used to ship shrimp, frozen shrimp to everything from the port of Maryland to Japan, right? Everything was lost, Everything spiraled out of control. The country collapsed, If that's a revolution, man, that must be some sort of African revolution, Every other revolution, you go from good to better or bad to good, right? Only in the African revolution where you go to good to semi-good to fucking all hell's breaking loose, That's the African revolution. Oh, Samuel, he's a revolutionary. Yeah, he fucked shit up, man. People, the standard of living in Liberians went down under Samuel Doe.
Yeah, it went down dramatically too.
The life expectancy, everything was good, but that was but they had their revolution,
It collapsed so fast under Samuel Doe, man.
So
collapsed so fast.
Most Africans from a country, we moved to urban cities. So it is what it is. I tell people all the time, man. So Liberia is a case study in what not to do.
Yeah. So you telling me 150 years of stability went down in 10 years, less than 10 years. Everything collapsed.
It was built on a weak foundation. Okay. These motherfuckers got lies for everything. It was like, we got it in power. We're in power. Hey, you got power, man. What are you doing? But yeah, half of you guys live in America, right? Half of you guys can't earn a living. My phone rings off the hook with somebody in Liberia trying to call me for money. Everybody, I was like, yo, don't y'all get a job? What do so? I know the country is poor, man, but goddamn, man, And so I'm like, man, y'all gotta do something.
Look, Kyle, everybody wants to be a chief in Liberia, man. Nobody
wants to work. Nobody wants to do hard work,
Everybody want to be a chief, man. You can't.
Everybody wants to be a big man.
Everybody want to be big man, honorable.
Everybody's an honorable. Everybody's a big man and whatnot,
Honorable. That's what everybody wants.
Rospo says President Doe, put all y'all ninjas in the proper place. Okay, yeah. What place is that? Well, he vindicated us and whatnot. I was like, damn, I never want to believe that we come from a superior civilization, but thanks for Samuel Doe for confirming that shit, It's like, damn, we had 133 years of
peace, stability.
Yeah.
Nothing, no problems like that,
Paradise. When 10 short years, man, that shit spiraled.
10 years, everything, 150 years of work gone.
Yeah, thanks for telling us how superior we are. Thanks for confirming that. I never want to believe it. But shit, That's boy. So why are you in America? Why don't you go back to northern Nigeria? Yeah, that's true. Motherfuckers sit in America talking shit about us. When you ever notice that? And they said, why is Afro dumbass don't make no videos anymore? Because I'm here, That's all. I'm here, These motherfuckers had their little run, but they're running their mouth for now. Now they're like, man, damn, we got to deal with somebody like Colin, knows the deal, So that's it. I love America, USD, thanks, whatever, I love America. These motherfuckers are always so desperate. When I love America. But you're always bragging about Haiti and Nigeria, and he loves the whites. That's what I'm saying. These guys, man, these are like that. So, like I said, we can't, as long as we got that slave mentality like Ross Moisture, we're never going to get no place, I'm just so glad, like, the average Liberian, the one thing that's good about it, the average Liberian really don't like Nigerians. And they don't like.
They don't like Nigerians. Yeah,
That's the only thing good that came out of all of this. They do not like Nigerians, And most Liberians tend to identify with Black America. When it comes down to it, identify with Black America. That's one thing. That's something we have something we can build on.
Yeah.
And they always basically, even indigenous ones, always talk about nowadays. Some of our ancestors came from America. Some of our ancestors came from here. They always now the average Liberian embracing both sides of their heritage,
Yeah.
And that's a good thing,
It's a good thing, Kyla. It's a start in the right direction.
It is a start in the right direction because most Native people nowadays talk about
we're identifying with each other's struggles, and
so a lot of Liberians know about Black America. Like if you look at a lot of history books nowadays, it now includes Liberia. Black history books. In fact, there's one Black history book in the library. I basically was reading out and it said Liberia, right? And it was like showing like the Civil War and talking about John Hanson came to America, talked to Lincoln, and all that stuff. So it tied Liberia's history, what was going on in Liberia with
the
Black
Civil
War and stuff like that. So I was like, that really touched my heart how Liberia is now. Like you go in the encyclopedia,
it wasn't there before, Colin.
It wasn't there before. Now Liberia's. But I don't think Liberia's included in the Smithsonian yet. I'm not sure, That's something that has to happen. Liberia's including the Smithsonian, African American history.
Yeah.
That'll be a major game changer, That would definitely basically bring a lot of attention to Liberia, But yeah, Liberia is definitely now in the African American Almanac and the African American Encyclopedia. As of now an official part of Black history, And a lot of us, Cynthia Nash, Blanford, and Val Thomas, we're working on that. We're trying to make Liberia fully integrated with Black America. We want to build sister city projects throughout America and tell the history. Like University of Tennessee is close to Liberia now. And we got an African American lady as head of the University of Liberia. So we're going to basically, we're not alone in this. There's a lot of people saying, look, the thing is, they try to make us American. So therefore, you look at Jews allowed to have the state of Israel. Italians still have close ties to Italy. Like I told you, the Filipino guy I know, he helps the Filipino. We're the only group of people, Black America, 45 million, have nothing outside of America. Liberia is a legitimate homeland and extension of Black America, And all we're doing is just basically rebuilding the links that's already there. That's all, So whether people go on a tour next year or not, we're going to continue with our work, And basically like this, I want to write more books about Liberia and whatnot, spread the news. And as long as Black America know the truth, right? If we get millions of Black people, like I would love to get my novel in the hands of Ryan Coogler. I know he'd make the movie, Yeah, I know he'd make the movie. And if I get a copy of the book in the hands of Ryan Coogler, So he would love the story, But bottom line is this, so Liberia, that one feature movie about Liberia has to be told, And it has to be a major feature in Black America, so that we basically understand that this is a part of our heritage,
It'll be a hit. It'll be an eye opener.
But this way, is how is it that this history is so obvious that so many black people in America don't know about it? You know, that's because I don't think Black America, we really never really had no real history. You know, I said Liberia's extension of Black America, Ross Moisture, you jealous fuck, you know. When you go to Liberia, right? I think when you go up the St. Paul River, Dave, what do you think you're in?
Man, like Mississippi somewhere.
I think I'm in South Carolina and North Carolina.
South Carolina, yeah,
My
man.
mother-in-law, man, basically said, "Y'all want some food one night?" She gonna give me some fucking pig feet. I know I don't eat no damn pig feet. You know, that's Black America, right? Liberia is Black America, you know, pig feet, man. Yeah, I don't eat no
Pig
damn
feet, collard greens.
You know, I'm like, yo, get out
Cornbread.
of here with that. You know, it's like, yo, Liberia is Black America. It's
They
like
got, mixed, it's crazy.
when you go up to Broadville, Caldwell, all that stuff like that, Clay Ashland, that is Black America. That's like the Black South, man, you know?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Caldwell,
all that shit like that, you know? So please don't tell me about what Liberia
like
is
the
just
Black South. They don't know. They ain't never traveled there, so they don't know. They just
Liberia is
saw.
like the Black South, man. That's all it is, man. Black America and Africa, right? You go to Providence Baptist Church right there on Broad Street, you know? That's Black America, man. You know, that's Black America. You know, you got the AME Church, you know, all that stuff like that. So yeah, so Black America, you know, Captain American Negro, you know. So whatever. Dusty Brothers turned into a Captain American Negro. What's up, Ja? What's going on? Salute, brother. You know. So, but so we're gonna always tell the story of Liberia. Okay,
A lot
Liberia.
of
Princess says Liberia and Africa played out like a tie. Why is like I said, everybody fucking jealous of our culture. That's all it is, man. You know? If I love Liberia and Black American African American, why is everybody we don't have to love everybody, you know? We don't, you know. We don't have to love everybody, you know. We got we're just connecting with our Liberian roots and African American roots is all we fucking need. That's all we need. We don't need fucking Haiti, you know, and all that. Y'all want to hate us and be like that? Go ahead. Like, no, I don't want nothing to do with Nigeria, bro. I mean, Nigeria's all right country. I wish them well left, you know. I'm sure there's some beautiful people, but not for us, bro. The way I use America as a best bread basket. Let me see. Nigeria, the future leaders of the black race. Leaders of what, you know? You know, I would like to see what Nigeria did. They're basically they're looking humiliated right now with fucking the AES, you know. So how are they the leaders? You know, am I missing something here? You know, Nigeria looks like,
really, Colin, really is supposed to be Liberia.
yeah, Liberia was always a
I mean,
grandfather
it was
state of the
supposed to be,
continent, you know.
even,
But
even
the
Liberia,
native man in Liberia took over, and that destroyed it, you know. Yeah, so
the OG country everybody used to follow suit was Liberia. They would keep
yeah,
it real.
Liberia had former the OAU, everything, you know. The True Whig Party went out, University of Liberia, all this stuff like that, all these institutions. Liberia was a freaking handsome, powerful state, man, you know. But things change, you know. I was like, "You guys, we got it." You never come. Yeah, you got what? You know, fucking stupid nigga. You know. Yeah, because it is what it is. I think I understand is about the native Liberian people that is they fought for a country only to ban. Yeah, they fought for a country, but they live in America. I don't fucking understand. You know that I don't say they live all over.
Everything, yeah. You fought for the country to go live in Minnesota, basically.
That I don't understand, man. See, these people they got shit to answer for, you know. Nigeria, Southern Africa need regional leaders, not just one country. Dave is one of Carl's stooges. You know, so why are they calling him a stooge, man? No, Dave was just a smart guy, man. Movie about Liberia.
Ross Moist, he don't like me. He just don't like me. He just old like
Ross Moisture, man. What did Dave do, man?
Yeah, he Ross Moisture, Prince of P.
Princess of P, you know.
Yeah, You know what I mean? So they hate me. They want me to, be in a dusty life with them,
They said Dave is an AI collar.
Yeah, AI collar. Thank you.
Oh, Elvis says took the country and come into you and enjoy your privilege collar. Shut up, Elvis. We good. Oh yeah. Oh, so he come to America. Oh yeah, Elvis. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, bro.
What Elvis needs to do is Elvis needs to just go back to Liberia. He needs to go to Grand Jita, become a leader, chief, and Drew, and I can see Elvis rebuilding Samuel Doe's abandoned mansion. That'd be a good project for him. Go back, Elvis.
Shit haunted, man. Don't nobody want to live in that place, bro. That place haunted.
And he didn't even freaking get it off the ground, man. It looked like he had a good idea. The structure. If it was complete, it probably wasn't good. Even though it's the middle of nowhere. Samuel Doe at least tried to build something in his homeland. That I do give him. He tried to build something in his homeland, try to bring pride to his crime people. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. So it is what it is. I encourage all of them. Go back to your homelands, man. Go back to Nimba. Go back to freaking Lofa. Go back to Grand Jita. Go back to Grand Crew, especially Crew people, man. Y'all need to go get the hell out of Monrovia and go back to Crew. Get them all. Let them all go back home.
They trying to do that, Collar, man. They love the city, Collar. They love that good life in the city.
But the thing is, man, I noticed that last year, man. Fucking at nighttime, Monrovia Tubman Boulevard is just too packed, man. There's too many fucking people up there, man. Too many KKs, pen pens, whatever. Like there's too many fucking people. There's got to be something. We got to start developing something in the interior, man. Really. Now Nimba, people ain't trying to go to Nimba's. All right,
Nah, Nimba.
You see that new hotel on Mount Nimba?
Yeah. Nimba's cooking, man.
They tell me you got to climb the mountain to get up on top, man. So I could probably make it, but damn, you got to climb up on top, man. It's like this. Val Thomas, you saw the picture I put. He's sitting there chilling, man. You're on a freaking hammock.
Man.
He's chilling
in Liberia, man.
Val Thomas loves Liberia. Him and his wife, they having the time of their life
Yeah,
there.
man, they go there. Especially, I know there's older black folks when they go there, man, they enjoy that place.
Oh yeah, man, they having fun, man.
Have a big
that's what we want for them, man. You older,
you can't tell them nothing,
perfect place. Old place, you having a good time of your fucking life, man. And I'm gonna have a time because I got a house there. I don't have to go fucking pay rent, and I don't have to pay hotel fees, whatever like that. By the time I get ready to go back to Liberia, all I do is pay my rent up for another year, whatever like that. Only problem I'm gonna have is I want to try to have a car. You can look out for me, Dave. I want to try to buy a car in Liberia. I don't think I can ship one over there. If you know anybody,
I'll link you up with somebody.
Yeah, do that, man. Because I want to buy a car for next year, man. And what about driving there? Am I allowed to drive with a U.S. license?
You're allowed to drive with you're allowed to drive with your U.S. driver's license.
Well, I don't know if I would drive in the country.
But I know if you're somebody that don't have patience to drive.
I don't know if I could drive in the daytime though. And I don't know if I could drive in the daytime. And I don't know if I could drive through that traffic with the KKs and all that. I probably have a higher
then get a drive.
I can go down to Grand Bassa. I can go up to Robertsport.
Oh, you're talking about the long trips, like
Oh yeah, I could do. That I could do, man. I could basically drive the long trips and whatnot. But I can drive to Nimba, but I cannot drive around Monrovia. I don't think I'm that good of a driver.
It's too much. I try to drive around Monrovia, but it's tactical driving. Man.
I know I'm gonna hit somebody. It's
tactical, man. It's tactical. Yeah, so
it's not gonna be easy. You be having so much drivers. We having so many close.
If you in a city, you get your driver. But if you going, cross country,
that's what I have to do. I was a hire driver for the city driving.
Yeah.
And then when I go out of town, hey, you can have the weekend off. We're going up to Cape Mount. We're going to Robertsport. You can have the night off. I'll drive. That's what I'll do. But I just need a car, man. I want to have a car for next year, man. So I'll be talking to you, man. You got to hook me up with somebody.
I'll hook you up.
Well, I need a car. I need a fucking vehicle, man. I can't do that shit again. Can't do that again.
You know, Liberia like down south, man. You need a car, man.
You need a car, yeah. You need a car.
Like
I like
that.
car in Liberia. That make all the difference,
You need
man.
a whip out there.
If you got your own crib and a car and your own flat screen TV, and AC, refrigerator, all the basics. You know something? All you really need is the basics. You know,
Yeah,
I tell
just
people all
basic.
the time, man. People talk about building a mansion. No, I don't need a damn mansion. Just give me the goddamn basics. You know, give me the damn basics, and I'm good, man. As long as I got running water, a shower, plumbing. I got a kitchen, stove, sink. I got all that, and also, we have a backup generator. LAC goes down, we turn the generator on. That's in the house.
Cursing me out tonight, man. What's up with these guys, man?
What's supposed to be mad about, man? Come on, Dave's man, man. He's a good co-host, man. He says, "Too lazy Negro, Dave and Kyle really think like a white
out, man. What's going on?
What the hell we doing? We're not doing nothing wrong. We're just talking about the glories of our homeland, Liberia.
Talking about trying to get a car. Come on.
Hey, you mean a tutu, Kyle? That's the only thing you could afford. Why does everybody think I'm broke? I have no idea. Why is that? That's the only thing you can. And I could only afford to buy my house. I could go to Liberia and spend thousands of dollars to get there and chill every night. I went to every last single restaurant in Liberia. Have you ever been to Club Maserado?
No, I ain't been to Club Maserado.
Oh yeah, a lot of white people there. That's the best fucking restaurant in Liberia. It's really fancy. It's really fancy.
I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna go there when I go out there next time.
Yeah, it's right on that little spot before you get to that back road before you get to Unity Park off of Redemption Road, right over there. It's in the middle. You can't really see it for the road. It's like right in back of the executive mansion. It is fucking nice, man. The way they got it set up, man. The way our ancestors did, you could tell it's old. It was built back in the 1920s.
Yeah, but like I said,
they had imagination back there because it looked futuristic.
When you in Liberia, you could see the architecture,
and the architecture was like futuristic.
You could see the blacksmith work, the iron.
Yeah,
work,
right there on this Monrovia City Hall. That black stone. You know how beautiful that is. The architecture is so fucking beautiful, See, when you drive up on the Capitol Hill in Monrovia, you see the Executive Mansion, you see the Capitol Hill, you see the city of Monrovia building, right? You realize that our ancestors were not playing games. They didn't They weren't building a country made of mud brick. This was stone architecture to the best. And the fact that they was able to build these roads on these hills and everything like that and contour, it's friggin' amazing, Because parts of Liberia remind you of San Francisco,
Yeah. Like those hills and valleys and stuff like that.
Yeah, man. So you're going up hills and whatnot. It's like all credible, So, man, people can talk all they want. Our ancestors were the shit, Dave, no Kyle Walker anywhere in Israel. What the hell is he talking about? I never heard Gua speak like this about Liberia, Who's Gua? Who's Gua? Elvis and Gua. Who's that? Who's Gua? I don't know who that is, but we talk about Liberia because we know it's a beautiful country.
A lot of potential.
All Black America has to do is discover this country as a vacation spot, a place to invest in, a place to find a wife, place to find love, and you have this. Oh, the chick that be on after dumbass and KR2 show. Oh, I have no idea who that is. You got some stupid Liberian. She's probably one of these Liberian hood rats sitting in America. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, there's people that lost in Liberia. I know there are plenty of lame knickers with a bill belly. I don't know what the hell you talking about, Prince Ross Busher. And Princess P. I guess Princess P wants us to be talking about Haiti like that. I'm sorry, man. I can't be dealing with General Barbecue, man.
Yo,
you can't do it, man.
Barbecue might be president one day.
That's what I'm saying, man.
He might be president.
And I better watch my mouth because he could probably put a hit out on me over here.
He might be president one day. You gotta be careful.
Say, so let me just shut up. Hey, Kyle, I heard you been talking some shit. They kidnapped me and bring me to Haiti one night, you know. A person be like, get him. That's Colin, man. He's been insulting Haitians. So I always think about him and Lou Major looking up and kidnapping me and shit, you know, and taking me to Haiti and whooping and beating me up and killing me and shit. You know. How is so me and Dave being lame? How are we fucking lame?
Yeah, man, that's it. Colin, the hate, man, the hate.
All
man.
we're doing is talking about
About, you know,
the beauty of our country. You want to play some more of this Liberia? Let's play some more of this Liberia shit. Let's play some more. Let's give them some more, Dave. Hold on.
The developers that we've been
Timber, yet another source of Liberia's wealth. Much of Liberia is covered with high forest containing more than 200 varieties of trees, offering investment possibilities in the wealth of these vast reserves of high-quality timber. From concessions in the interior, logs are transported for shipment to all parts of the world from the ports of Buchanan or Monrovia. The world-renowned free port of Monrovia, known to ships carrying the flags of many nations, either coming to pick up valuable produce or to offload cargoes in the free port area. The free port of Monrovia, the only duty-free port in the whole of West Africa, where cargoes can be transshipped or held in storage in the free port area, attracting no customs tariffs whatsoever, thereby cutting costs to the shippers of goods in transit. An area where frustrated consignments, while awaiting onward sale, are held pending transshipment to other destinations, all completely duty-free. The free port of Monrovia, gateway to West Africa. Also based on the port of Monrovia is one of the large fleets in West Africa, operated by the Mesurado Group and an important part of the country's economy. Reaching the fishing grounds, the nets are put out for the haul. And the fleet settles down for the trawl, each trawl taking about 4 hours. Day and night, every 4 hours, the catch is hauled in.
If you're a man who makes at least 150 grand a year and you're still embarrassed to take your shirt off at the pool, I will get you shredded like a god for the summer.
Wealth from the land, wealth from the sea. And at Mesurado's own processing plant, each catch is cleaned and sorted within minutes of landing to be packed and frozen. Some of the finest shrimp in the world are off the Liberian coast, and every catch is carefully controlled and analyzed to meet stringent international standards for export to many parts of the world. Japan, a critical consumer, is one of Liberia's biggest customers. Tourists discover that there's more to see in Liberia, with more than 300 miles of some of the finest beaches in the world, fishing second to none, and hotels and restaurants offering a gourmet's delight with an international cuisine. Liberia's natural coastline caters for the children too. Every beach having a quiet, peaceful lagoon right behind the more boisterous sea, where children can swim and play in perfect safety. And where Dad can put his feet up without a care in the world. Beaches with romantic names like Caesars, Cooper's, Coles Beach, Sugar Beach offer weekend barbecues and beach chalets for a longer stay. And there's always plenty of local interest. Close by Roberts International Airport is Robertsfield Hotel on the banks of the Farmington River, and ideal for a stopover on arrival or before leaving. Just a short drive from Monrovia is the picturesque town of Robertsport, like Robertsfield, named after Liberia's first president. Robertsport, with a charm and culture all its own, with placid Lake Piso on one side and the Atlantic Ocean on the other, with a luxurious hotel overlooking the ocean and a favorite spot for out-of-towners. Safe for the children, ideal for water skiers or just lazing in the sun, more than 300 miles of palm-lined golden sands make this a tourist paradise. Visitors are entertained throughout the country by traditional dance troupes, the national dance troupe of Liberia having performed throughout the world. What visitor can resist the art of the Liberian carver? The traditional brass beater offers exquisite workmanship. But perhaps Liberia is best known for the delicate work of the ivory carver, famed and admired the world over. And for those traveling to other parts of West Africa, Air Liberia operates frequent and convenient scheduled and charter services. From Spriggs Plain Airport, located within Monrovia City, Air Liberia flies the Pepperbird route, named after the tiny bird found only in Liberia, to any of the country's many airfields. Convenient for the businessman in a hurry or the visitor wishing to see more of this fascinating country, like the awe-inspiring Nimba Mountain. Nimba Mountain, one of the largest iron ore deposits in the world, providing one of the greatest sources of revenue in Liberia's economy, Iron ore, together with rubber, represents some 85% of Liberia's exports. Drilled in shelf formation, iron ore is separated from waste material for processing. Waste material being returned for reclamation and transported in giant bulk carriers, each carrying a load of 110 tons. After crushing, the ore is transported to the railhead by overhead conveyor systems or railing south to the processing plants. At Buchanan, refining is carried out at one of the largest refining plants in Africa, where a high-grade ore is produced ready for shipment. This huge complex provides employment for many hundreds of Liberians, and similar to many others throughout the country, maintains a trade center for the training of artisans and technicians. Although Nimba is the largest, there are many iron ore deposits in Liberia, and ore from many upcountry mines is railed to the ports of Monrovia and Buchanan to be stockpiled ready for shipment. Giant mechanical grabs load the refined ore onto conveyor systems for loading into the special ore carriers that can be seen in Liberia's ports every day of the year. Iron ore, the wealth of Liberia. The wealth of Liberia. A complete involvement of the people in the future of their country. A future in the capable hands of President William R. Talbot and his administration. President Talbot has high regard for his country's important international position, fully supporting the aims and principles of the Organization of African Unity. Here he's joined by the Prime Minister of Guinea, en route to the OAU conference in Mogadishu. President Talbot is the 19th President of the Republic, Liberia being one of the few countries where governments have constitutionally succeeded one another for more than a century.
Sad story. 6 years later, he died. He was murdered. He was murdered in cold blood, you know. No, I'm not asleep. I'm here. I never go to sleep when watching something about
Yeah,
this great
Carla.
country.
Yeah, Carla. Oh, man, that's how they have it ended like that. Carla, I ain't see it to the end. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's very sad, you know.
Yeah,
Sad.
man. Oh,
Africa never recovered, you know.
oh man.
But you learn from history. That's why we said we can't let people like Elvis get up here and try to read. We know what the hell happened. The damage. Liberia was a link between the whole two worlds, the diaspora and the continent. You know, Liberia was a linkage. You know, 1980, well, that was broken. You know, and now we're trying to rebuild those links because Liberia is what's going to link us to the continent. You know. So I tell people all the time, so go to these other countries, they got their own agendas. When the only agenda Liberia really has is being a pipeline between the West and Africa, you know? That's the only purpose it really has, you know, to tell you the truth, you know? And it could benefit from that, you know? Imagine more of us, millions of us coming there. Well, you know we're going to be spending money, you know? We're always
Money gonna flow. Native people gonna even get richer. What are you talking about?
That's what
They
native
gonna
people
get
get
rich.
rich, you know, won't come in there spending money in their businesses and everything. So these motherfuckers still don't listen to people like Elvis, you know. Like but Liberia needs a bigger airport, you know. Needs to do something about, you know what I'm saying. I think it'll come, man. But Liberia definitely gonna need a better airport than what it is right
They
now,
need
you
a
know.
better airport. They need a better airport.
You know, so maybe even an airport closer to Monrovia, you know, and stuff like that, you know. So, however, if you start building right there in that Maghrebe area, development that in Grand Bassa, then the airport would be good because that means if you would go there, you don't have to go drive all the way to Monrovia, you know?
You got other towns and municipalities.
That's what I'm saying. So you don't have to freaking go all the way to Monrovia. That's what that would be a game changer. So if they start developing Grand Bassa and Margribi, whatever, you know.
I got a spot over there, not Marshall, what
Oh,
part of
Principe's turning against Ra and Elvis. You know, he was just loving Elvis the other day. How you scream for people like Ra and Elvis so he gets sell out for a good job. Like I said, you just gotta let them talk. When they talk, they expose themselves, you know, as race pigs.
Let them talk, right, Colin? Just let them get out of it.
Just let them talk, you know.
Just let them scrap at us a little bit, then they're gonna start scrapping at each other.
Yeah. It's funny, you know.
It was so funny. It was just cursing me and you out a couple minutes ago.
Yeah. They saw the truth, man. Like I said, we only want the best, you know. So the West will fix Africa. No, we're not talking about the West. We're in the West. Black America is in the West, you know. People forget that. When you talk about the West, you're talking about Black America. We have all the institutions here in America to fix Africa. We're just not focused, you know. So I don't know what the hell. It used to be at one time where the whole Black world, because we didn't have that many resources, so everything was tied together. You know, somebody in Africa was basically saying, "Look, man, you know, where am I going to get an education?" So heads of state and people like that went to Lincoln University and all places like where there's Black. You know what I'm saying? So we had to really rely on each other back in the days. You know. We had to patronize each other's businesses. We had to, you know, use our own political. It was Black America politicians and leaders who pressured Roosevelt to loan the money to build a Freeport in Monrovia. People don't realize that, you know. They went to Roosevelt. They heard about the Lend-Lease program, right? And the Liberians said, "We'll be an ally for the war effort." And Roosevelt basically said, "Okay, there's funds for you guys. Lend-Lease means you loan money." At least to our people who was going to join the Allied side. Liberia said would join the Allied side. So it qualified for the Lend-Lease loans, you know, and Roberts International Airport was built and the Freeport of Monrovia was built off the Lend-Lease money, you know. So, and that was definitely a key thing was the diplomat that helped do that was a Black diplomat that was a diplomat ambassador to Haiti, you know. Because between Haiti and Liberia, Roosevelt appointed Black people as diplomats. You know, that's what they would do: send Black diplomats to newly independent African countries and stuff like that. You know, so they was able to get that Lend-Lease program in Liberia. That's how Liberia's got its first airport. It's got the Freeport of Monrovia built. You know, so. We've always been tethered to Liberia, you know, throughout its history. You know, we've always played a role in its development, you know. The first 8 presidents of Liberia was African Americans who were born in America, you know. So people are talking about all we're doing is continuing what our ancestors built, you know. As this movement is growing stronger, man, see the resistance is futile. You know, you notice that, Dave?
Yeah, you're right.
The resistance is going away. People ain't bother trying to fight me no more, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, man, what can I do? You know, Colin. So if Elvis is hoping that my tour fails next year, that don't fucking matter.
That's crazy. He not even putting on no tour.
And so if the hook don't work, it doesn't matter because I got other bigger things. Hey, you think I'm just gonna give up and like, oh yeah, well, no, that's just a fucking start. I hope the tour works, but if it doesn't, hey, it is what it is, you know. Do something else, you know. So, but the idea that I'm gonna quit Liberia is not even an option, you know. My rival principally is friendly as my brother, but he can't accept Haiti as a plantation, Africans on the island. No, man, Ross Moisture, you can't accept that Haiti is your homeland. You want to be a French Hausa man, you know? And you want to go to Hausa land and whatnot because they, you know, Hausa land, child marriage is acceptable up there. You know that?
Where? In Hausaland?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's what Ross Boyd said. Well, in this culture, you can marry a 13-year-old, whatever like that. So that's why. Yeah, we watch it when people are like so keen on these cultures and whatnot. There's always something fucking shady about that shit. You ever notice that?
Wow.
I want the tour to be wildly successful. Okay, you want the tour to be successful? Join it. Join it. You know what I'm saying? We need more people joining it, man. Shit, man. You need to hit the Juneteenth celebration report. Get the hell out of here. Juneteenth, hell out of here with that shit, Stoic saying to me, bro. Yeah, I want the tour to be said, but I want somebody to go on, man. I need people to join the tour. Say, Colin, man, I'm going, man. That's what I want to hear. I want to go. I want the tour to be successful too, but I need more people, I need more than Bomani's people, Right now, man, I was tasked to bring people on this tour. It can't be all Bomani's people, I gotta bring some people of my own. That's the whole idea. I gotta prove that I can do it, Well, you basically depending on the people. That's the problem, I don't know what to do anymore. But work to works, don't. I'm not gonna lose no sleep over it no more. But
now, Colin, you doing all you can, Colin, man. You doing
I know I'm doing all I can. I don't know what else is there to do, man. I go on the show every night. I tell people, okay. People say they want to come, but they don't really follow up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just don't get it no more. You want to come on tour? Maybe it's like then again, Dennis got 118,000 followers, right? And I look at his tour right now, Senegal. I don't think he has 4 people. He has real small groups. If he have 118,000, and they're all older women, you ever notice that?
Yeah, they want to see Africa, bro.
Well, hold up. Well, where are the young people at?
Man, they're not.
Most of the people go on tours are older black women.
Yeah, it's older black people, older black men, but it's not.
It's mostly older black women,
Most young people, they want to go to DR, Brazil. They ain't trying to go to Africa.
Yeah, they ain't trying to go to Africa.
Trying to spend that kind of money, Kala. It's a lot. It's what we do, man. It's for the brave, man. It's for the,
Yeah.
A lot of people ain't, they don't got that. They ain't trying to do that, Kala. Look at Elvis. Elvis from Africa. He ain't even trying to go back.
No, Elvis is just a hater, man. Elvis is a hater.
So, nobody trying to go to, is the problem with Africa, with the tourism with Africa, they don't do enough marketing. Like you never seen a commercial about visiting Africa. You'll see a commercial
I
about
say young people don't have that much money. That's sad, man. Yeah, Dynasties in Sierra Leone to that. So for the pictures I see, he only got like 3 people with him. So so young people don't have that much money. Yeah, they could save, man. What I wanted to do before was create a savings plan. Imagine if we had a savings plan, we could put money into it. May take you 2 years to save up. Once you get to that 4,500, you're ready for the tour. And so that's what I like to do is start an escrow savings account. You put money into an account that could work if we had a finance company. Where you can finance your tour. Once you get to like half the tour, you can finance the rest or something like that. And pay monthly payments, whatever. Why would Elvis be? Because the bottom line is Elvis just looks at it as basically he doesn't want me connecting with my heritage in Liberia. He don't think I have a heritage in Liberia. Because when you're African American, anything worth having, they don't want you to have. When we talk about Black American inventors, no, but Colin, you see, they weren't really black, bro. He was mixed race, blah blah blah. They don't want you having no joy. They don't want you having no joy. When I say I'm proud of what my ancestors who left America, left places like Virginia, North Carolina, New York, Georgia, and they established a republic on the continent of Africa, I am very proud of that. I'm very proud of that. I identify with that. What am I supposed to be identified with? The Bloods and the Crips? Is that what you want me to identify with? I identify with what my ancestors friggin' built in Liberia. I'm proud of that. I'm not gonna lie to you and say, "Oh well, they treated it." I don't give two shits. All I know is the fact that they built a nation. But however they had to do, whatever they had to do to make it happen, I'm can't happen. I know my people. I know the idea reconcile. I'm not reconciling with shit, man. Dave, do you feel like reconciling?
No, man. Fuck that, man.
Get the
Fuck
fuck out of here.
that.
We ain't
We
reconciling
gotta
shit.
move on, man. We gotta move on.
We ain't recognizing shit,
We gotta move on, man.
That's what we tell you what we
That
think
was
about.
something that shouldn't have been happened.
Yeah, they should reconcile when we first got to the continent.
It shouldn't have
We
been
first came. All reconciliation that had to happen 200 years ago. Reconcile these nuts. Yeah. Bottom line, these motherfuckers out there with the cutlass and the fucking AK trying to reconcile with your ass. Are you crazy? Motherfucker will kill you.
Nah. He tried murky.
Yeah, they trying to kill your ass in reconciliation. I'm here, my brothers, to reconcile. They grab you, stab you up, kick you, drop kick you in the head. Well, this reconciliation is going really well. We don't reconcile colonists either. Why am I called a colonizer? I don't get it. African American Caribbean people are cousins, but African cousins sort of hate us. I don't know about the haters, but just I don't know what it is. Not the continental Africans, the ones that are in America. I don't know what that problem is. Principe. Natives lowest reparations. That's funny. Lowest reparations. I just want to see the native man. I'm pro native man too. I want to see the native man rise, man. I want to see the native man rise up and take his rightful place, man. But there's got to be. He has to have some guidance. He has to have some guidance. He has to have the loving hand of his African American and Congo brothers. And only then can they rise up. So we have to be that guiding hand, Dave.
Yeah,
God
man.
the black race.
We pray these guys get it together, man. These guys got to get it together over there.
Yeah, because the bottom line is you got a beautiful country going to waste. Yeah, but what it is, the African mind doesn't have vision. It doesn't really. You don't. You look at if you drive up the Cape Mount, right, and you see all that beautiful land right before you get to Lake Piso. You can see Lake Piso on the horizon, right, before you get there. And you see all that green lush with the cactus. Is that the most beautiful sight you ever seen in your life?
Word, yeah, but
then when they had to pull off like a rest stop, I could see that being rest stop, scenic views and whatnot. There's not a fucking gas station from Robertsport.
Nah, there's no
gas
gas station.
in the jars. So you don't have no gas right there on the corner when you come to Robertsport. There was an abandoned gas station right. It used to be there, but that's an empty, right?
And they ain't put it back together since.
Yeah, it's been abandoned, right? So you got to drive all the way to Bomey to get gas. We barely made it to fucking Bomey, with the gas in the fucking car. We'd have been stranded on the side of the road. If we had an SUV, we just had a car this time. But I'm saying to myself, right there, up there, it could be. Can you imagine convenience stores, rest stops, strip malls, lodging places, hotels on the way up to Robertsport. You know how beautiful that is. I said, freaking vision, man. I said, both sides are so beautiful. That the scenic view of Lake Piso, and then you got islands. Lake Piso has islands, like 1,000 islands. You could make those islands. Somebody said they were going to make those islands like little bungalows, where you could sail out to them and stuff like that. That would be paradise on earth. Lake Piso is so fucking beautiful, man. Blue water is freaking beautiful, And so I'm saying to myself, man, all this vision. I said, where's the fucking African mind, man? You know, you got this beautiful country, but our ancestors, when you look at Robertsport, you know they was in heaven, you know?
Yeah. You saw some type of vision of what they wanted.
Oh yeah, they were over all the houses buildings overlook the ocean, you know? You're looking at the ocean driving down the street. That must have been heaven back in the 70s, you know?
Yeah.
That must have been heaven. Robertsport, that city must have been heaven back in the 70s, man. I could tell. I said, man, this place must have been lit back in the 70s, man. There were people like, yeah, this was a beautiful place. You know, I said just like this or what? Who's paving the guidance? You know, who's proving the guidance? Me. The hell I think I'm here for? What's the name? Ahmed, whatever your name is. I don't care what anybody says. African American celebrities reached out to Donald Trump, arrested in Liberia. You know, I know he would. I can see Donald Trump giving Africa $1 billion for Liberia. I don't know. Like I said, man, I don't know. Why are we going to Donald Trump, man? We should be able to raise $1 billion ourselves, man. You know, well, it could be $1 million if it's going to go right into the pockets of Edwin Snow and all these other clowns. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and
Edwin, they're not gonna do nothing with. They're not gonna do nothing with that.
Tyler guy, you know, I met him in Tyler, the speaker.
Alex Tyler, the former speaker,
the fat one, you know.
Oh man, look at the stomach in front of that guy.
Yo, man, me and him was at the fucking. We took a piss together. We was in fucking Kendasia bathroom, you know.
Yeah.
He said, "Hey, what's up, speaker?" I was like, "Hey, you doing, speaker?" You know, that was last year. You know, what's up, speaker? How you doing, man? All out of breath and shit, you know.
Yeah, this guy, you know.
I got always
everything he touches collapse, man.
Yeah. You see that house he was trying to build, man? I said that's ridiculous.
And Marshall, that thing.
Yeah, like man, come on. I was like, why is it that these motherfuckers want to build these big ass exorbitant houses and whatnot? What the hell's up with that? You know,
you can't maintain it. You can't maintain it.
Yeah, Edward Snow's house is right next to my boy Flo's house, right in Area 2. He has a house he built for his girlfriend. My boy Flo said, "Yo, he's like 7 inches on my property, his wall." He said he's coming. I said, "Man, you gonna make him dig that whole wall?" Yep, I want that 7 inches back. He built it 7 inches on my property, you know. And I'm like, damn, man. The mansion is like a shell. They build a building, but it's like an empty shell. So it's been sitting there for years, empty. He built it for his girlfriend, one of his girlfriends, you know. I'm like, damn, you know, it's just sitting there, you know. I went there this year, 4 years later, it's just still sitting there, you know, unfinished. Let's see, 1950 under President William Tubman, diverse seen as more economic development. Yeah, Liberia was like on the ball back in the 50s and 60s. It was growing like crazy, man. You know. Yeah, your dictator Kala and his crime minister Dalville said tribes should be. Yeah, they should be in a museum. You know, it should be in a damn museum. Liberia export rubber, coffee, palm oil, and iron ore, especially to major foreign companies like Firestone. So, yeah, but Liberia also had the Maserati group of companies. That was a Liberian-owned enterprise that, you know, Steve, Richard Tolbert, he was going to be the friggin' richest black. He was the richest black man in the world. You know, he was going to be the first black billionaire. You know, his plane crashed in 1973. You know, he died in a mysterious plane crash. He was like, he had holding. People don't notice that the Maserati group of company had holdings in Lagos, you know, but they pulled out during the Biafra. Matter of fact, the first big Nigerian businessman was the person who took over the holdings. You know, they had major investments in Nigeria. You know, and so Liberia played a role in developing Nigeria, Ghana, all these countries. You know, people don't know that history. People don't know the history of Liberia. Liberians themselves, like Elvis, have been just trying to destroy and distort the history of their country, you know, for I don't know whatever reason, out of jealousy, you know. You heard the first horse mouth here. Native Liberians crashed the country out. Yeah, they did, you know. Unfortunately, they did. We can't go back though, but we just got to make sure whatever we do in the future We have to know better. One thing is, like I said, I'm against the idea of black people in America required to learn some new language. You know why? Because that's going to put you at a disadvantage. You know, and so if you let's say we all say everybody go to Liberia gotta speak fucking crew. Guess who becomes the master? The crew people. You know, you don't got a chance. You know, it's like, to be honest with you, the American Liberians became the dominant group because of what? Language. You know, language is dominant, man. You know, it's like language is the major cause of conflict in Africa. You know, whose language and tongue is being used the most? You know, so I say like this: we're English speaking people. Let's keep it like that. You know.
Yeah, let's keep it like that. Fuck, I can't do all of that,
Like
man.
that. For all intents and purposes,
Yeah.
we're English speaking people. I don't want to speak French. I don't want to speak Yoruba. I want to speak none of this shit. You know.
Yeah, we can't do that.
So, well, learning a language won't put you at dis. Oh no, not Mufasa. It'll make you stronger. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mufasa. We can come up here and you can have a debate with me on this, right? And I will crush you and I'll cook you on this topic because I'm well studied in this. You know, you could learn the language, right? This is what I would figure like this, right? Let's say we build an African, right? Let's say we want the African to be a new language, right? But the language has to be composed of almost things of every last single language in the African continent plus English, right? And everybody has to be on an equal footing and learn it equally, right? You cannot have a language, right, where one person is a native language and they basically two language be two. What's the point of two languages, you know? The whole it's like we're not talking about language. You can learn any language you want, but take what position will generally get in Liberia? I don't know what the hell. We don't want him in Liberia, bro. We don't want his ass, dusty ass, sell our ass in Liberia. Take Lee Kuan Yew, right? When they formed, he had the task of building a new country called Singapore, right? He was Chinese, but he spoke English, right? He knew one thing, the biggest problem he knew was if the Chinese population gets in control, they were going to make Cantonese or Mandarin a major language, right? And basically that will put them in put everybody else at a disadvantage. He knew the Chinese. They will lock people out of opportunity and everything and dominate the country. So his biggest threat was his own Chinese community in Singapore. So what he did was he made English official language of instruction, the media, the government, and everything like that. But he required everybody to learn one of the local languages like Malay, Cantonese, Mandarin, Indian, Hindu, whatever was like that. So everybody had to learn all these other languages along with English, right? Equally, you know? So no one language is a dominant. English is just a mean of a neutral language of instruction, you know? That's how you do it. You don't basically say, okay, Chinese is an indigenous language. We got to all speak Chinese to be more Chinese. No, because that will put the Indian population, the Malay population at a disadvantage. And basically you have social unrest, you know? But people don't understand their history. They basically say, oh, yeah, you don't play with language. Language is cause for wars and everything. Look at the history of Russia and all these other places, Germany. All these places will start. Conflicts always started by language. What language dominates and stuff like that. You know, we haven't studied Europe for the last 1,000 years. You know, just simply knowing basic history will solve a lot of problems with a lot of people. You know, this Negroology class. Yeah, I'm a PhD in Negroology, man. What can I say? You know, but
So what's up with this guy Ross Morris? Dave is bossa, but he wants to be. Oh my God, this guy's crazy.
Yeah, now is it English? It doesn't matter. For 400 years, Black America, we've been speaking English. We speak our own dialect of English. You know, we speak our own variation of
Hey,
English.
but Kyla, speaking of African language, it doesn't make any sense. It
Yeah,
doesn't
man,
make
you can
any
speak.
sense right now. Look at it.
Yeah,
What
there's
major?
not one.
What?
There's not
What?
one African
You
language
can't.
that's written.
Not one African language you can conduct major international trade
Yeah,
with.
because there's no language is written. That's why
Yeah.
they don't have an alphabet. They don't have a freaking dictionary.
The only language you can really perform international trade with is Spanish, French, and English. You know what I mean? That's it.
Yeah.
Mainly,
Maybe Portuguese
mainly the top three, because that's the biggest demographic of English speaking, French speaking, and Spanish speaking. If you're doing that, who the hell wants to learn? You know, I tried it. I said I tried to learn Bassa. I said this is bullshit, man. Can't do it.
Yeah, so I'm like that. You can learn it as a second language. That's good. So something like this.
I don't even want to learn it. I would like to understand it, but I don't.
Yeah, like I said,
understand
I
it.
believe in learning one African language as a basically
David
just
is
to
just
learn
great.
it, right? But as far as like business and stuff like that, if I'm going to do business with somebody, you better learn how to know how to speak English. You know, I'm just serious. You know, how many language written and what you talking about? There, no. There's no written African languages, bro. You know, that's why most African countries in Nigeria they use Arabic. Arabic is like the only written language in Africa. You know, there's no books and script in Yoruba and stuff like that. No written languages, bro. My father, I hate to break it to you. You know, so Amharic is not really an African language. It's Ethiopian one. Now I'm talking about Africa. I'm talking about Black Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, Congo, Niger people, us, you know. Yeah, Ethiopian's a different culture, you know. Yeah. Amharic is very advanced language. It's a Semitic language. Amharic is a Semitic language, you know. No, Amharic is not African. It's a Semitic language, you know. It's not an African language, you know. It's one of the Semitic languages, you know, so. Someone said,
these guys are crazy. They telling me more about my roots than me, man.
Yo,
These
check it
guys
out. Shnagalaga, click, Shnagalaga, bak, coco,
nobody got time to
is West
learn
Side
that,
language.
Colin. Nobody got time to learn all of that, Colin.
It's an African language, Colin. No, Amharic is actually it's in Africa, but it's Afro-Asiatic, basically Semitic. It's a Semitic language, right? It's not indigenous to Africa, you know. So Amharic's a beautiful language too. They basically years ago they translated the periodic table of elements into Amharic language. That's what I said. When you got an advanced language, they had words for oxygen, nitrogen, and they used all those words and replaced English words for it. The periodic table elements. You know that? All the periodic table elements, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, helium, all stuff like that, was given Ethiopian Amharic names. You know, the only the only country in Black Africa that had a language like that was the Ethiopians and Amharic. You know, because there's no Yoruba word for oxygen. You hear that, Mufasa? There's no Yoruba word for nitrogen. There's no Yoruba word for helium, you know. So so these are incomplete language, you know. Now, why they coming at you, man? What are they?
I don't know. I don't know what I did to these guys, man. I don't know what I did to these
They calling
guys.
you my son and whatnot, you know.
I don't know what I did to these guys, man.
If I had a son, I would love to be like. If I remember what Obama said, if I had a son, he'd be Trayvon. If I had a son, it'd be Dave. You know.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of my uncles, man. You just sound like one of my uncles.
You know anything about Yoruba? Look,
guys,
Mufasa, tell me the Yoruba word for oxygen. Can you tell me that? Mufasa is my brother. I love him, man. But for almost 20 years, he's always trying to debate the collagenesis, man.
The Nigerian
he gives up, man. He never gives up, man. You know,
the Nigerian don't even respect Yoruba, bro. They not even running around speaking Yoruba. In the workplace, they don't go to work speaking Yoruba.
He tried to call me Oswald Bates, whatever his name is, from A Living Color, whatever, like that. You know. The Batman strip, script, Igbo script. Oh yeah, woo, yeah. You know, yeah. Just pull shit out your ass, Ross boys. You know, Yeah.
Goodbye. These guys getting at me tonight, babe. I'm all over these guys. Oh man.
Yeah, like I said, you're right. Afro-Asiatic is Berber, Chadic, and Cushitic, Egyptian, Omotic, and Semitic.
Those like six languages in one.
Yeah, they're not. All those are not indigenous African languages. I'm sorry to break it to you, man. So I'm not gonna learn no friggin' Cushitic language, Berber language, just to learn language. I'm not supposed to speak English and shit because they're all foreign. They're not all foreign.
Don't make no sense, man.
I'll just stick with English.
If the African man want to conquer the country in Europe, then we'll speak of African.
Oh yeah. He goes, oxygen is ye. Oh yeah. Basically, they just took oxygen and just made their own spin on it. Come on, Mufasa, you gotta do better than that. That's oxygen. It sounds awful like oxygen, man.
Yeah.
It just happen to have an O in it. Oyena. Where'd you Google that from? Boo Boo the Fool's University? Let's see. I say oxygen Yoruba. Let's see. What is nitrogen, Mufasa? What's helium? Oxygen. In Yoruba. No, I got something else, man. It's called Atugun. Basically oxygen. That's what I got. It says oxygen in Yoruba is there's two words. It's Atugun and Akesed. Where'd you get that from, bro? What is oxygen in Yoruba language? Okay. Etagun. Where'd you get that from, Mufasa? Man, come on, man, Mufasa. Where'd you get that from, bro? Yeah, I don't like. Come on, Mufasa, you gotta get it right, man. It says right here, Etagun. At 8, it's like an 8 gun. I ate a gun. That's oxygen. Yeah, Colin, I actually know what I'm talking. Yeah, but I'm saying I'm going by what I'm saying right here in the almighty. Who is this? What is this? I'm saying in the English language translation, Yoruba. It says the translation of oxygen is Adagun. So what were you talking about, Mufasa? English to Yoruba dictionary translate. So I don't know, man. Google. I did do Google. That's where I got it from, bro. So Mufasa, I love Mufasa, man. He's a good brother, man. He on some goofy shit sometimes, but he's all right, man. He's a good brother, man. He's a good one. He tries. He tries. Lord knows he tries.
He loves the movement.
Yeah, he loves the movement, man. He loves his Yoruba. No disrespect to your Yoruba people, man.
Yeah, man. He loves the movement.
Kyla,
when it's like that, you just,
let's leave it alone, man.
I know, Kyla. I know you be like, Dad, just he loves the movement, man.
Yeah, I just leave it alone, man.
Let us speak Yoruba, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Learn that Yoruba, man. Teach me something, brother. Oh no, heck of Mufasa, he's coming up. Oh no. Welcome to Mufasa on stage, man. What's up, Mufasa?
What's up, my brother? What's up,
brother? Oh man, I'm chilling, bro. I'm chilling.
What's going on, bro?
I just don't get. I don't know why you do this, Colin. I don't get it.
No, man, I didn't know. Look, Mufasa.
No, I'm just like I would. No, but I'm saying
what's the Yoruba word for nitrogen? What's the Yoruba word for nitrogen?
Okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But I think the first point is that we could be talking about anything. We could be talking about cars. We could talk anything. Any man should not open his mouth to speak on what he doesn't know. Do you agree with me or not?
I know, look, but I do know this, man. I do one thing. I don't know, right? But like I
Please
said,
answer the question when you're done. Oh, but go
okay,
ahead.
hold on. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Now, I don't know shit about the Yoruba language.
Okay, why are you speaking on it?
Okay, my point I was trying to make was that in language to be complete, right? Like the Amharic language, right? Amharic, whatever how you spell it, right? Did have words for oxygen, helium, nitrogen, all stuff like this, and they're the only African language that did so.
Okay, how do you know that?
I studied it.
You studied Amharic.
No, I studied Ethiopians in their science and their STEM. They said they wanted one of the things was they said they wanted to translate all the periodic table element to Ethiopian word, and this scientists discovered that in the Ethiopian language, right? The science from thousands of years ago have all these elements. They knew about all these elements and stuff like that, so they was able to translate them because they had them, because they knew about all these things like nitrogen, helium,
And you believe that?
No, yes, I do. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
And they have proof of that?
Yes. Ethiopia's advanced
I highly doubt that.
Ethiopia's advanced civilization. So you believe Yoruba had it, Ethiopian? Which civilization you think was more advanced?
I think what you're saying sounds ridiculous, regardless of what you're saying, because
no, hold on.
Whenever it was discovered,
what civilization you think was more advanced?
What you said? What, Ethiopia or the Yorubas?
Yoruba. Yeah.
Ethiopia, at least from what
they're
I've read. From what I've
way more educated, more everything. That's where the birthplace of
I
Christianity.
don't know about.
Say they built a stone temple. There's no stone temples in Yoruba land.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Stone temples is a signal.
So if you don't build a stone temple, you're not intelligent.
Right. If you don't build stone temples, you ain't civilized. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, like I said, if that's your logic, Collar, I hear you. I don't see.
I'm just telling you like it is, man. You can't pass it.
No, that's your opinion. I mean, that's your opinion,
That's
bro.
the words of the great Pastor Manning, right? Black people, they ain't build nothing over 2-story and whatnot. Remember, Pastor Manning was saying that, man. Who am I to argue?
So in your opinion, if you don't build any tall buildings, you're not intelligent.
Right. I believe that.
And you come from are of the blood of an unintelligent race.
I'll take my L, man. I take my L.
I mean, I disagree, but I ain't gonna
I'm real. My ancestors from the Congo. We ain't did shit down there, My ancestors from the Congo, man. That's how we end up on a damn slave ship,
So
that's
empires
not what our ancestors did, is what we do.
Tens and hundreds of thousands of people is just nothing, huh?
Well,
have a sovereign king, negotiating.
Yeah, a lot of those kings ended up on a slave ship,
Okay, what kings ended up on the slave ship?
Oh, a lot of them, man. People with kings and whatnot, You ever see
it
that movie?
It was a few royals.
You ever see that movie Drum?
No.
That movie Drum? Okay, it was made in 1974. It's about a king who was captured into slavery and he was sold in Cuba, and then basically he had sex with a white woman. She moved to New Orleans with his son, and then her slave raised the boy as hers because they couldn't tell the world that was her son. She gave birth to a half black son, And
what was his kingdom? Did he have a kingdom? I'm talking about
it wasn't. I don't know what it was based on, but it was based on
no, I'm talking about real kings, bro. Like King Mansa Musa.
Look.
Real kings with hundreds of thousands of subjects, bro. Let's look
it up. Hang on a second. Let me look this up.
Yeah, Google scholarship.
Google's a better thing. I don't look. Y'all got me into. I got all my stuff from the library.
No. A few shows ago, you said Google didn't count.
I don't have
don't Google it. You got to have a source with a book.
Yeah, I know that, but since I can't go to the library right now. It's late at night, so this is the best we can do.
You got the Encyclopedia Britannica. It's all type of.
Okay, let's look at. I look at Encyclopedia Britannica. Let's see.
Yeah, but while you're doing that, basically, for the audience, go ahead, bro.
Kings taken into slavery. Kings taken into slavery. Sold into slavery. Sold.
And this we're looking for a lot too, because you said a lot of
there was a king in the Swahili coast that was captured by an Arab, right? but it was a king. He made it back to his people. You know, you hear about that story?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna find it. It was a Swahili. The Arab basically he tricked him. He was tricked onto a ship, right? And the ship sailed off, and he sold this king at a slave market. You know, the Arab fooled him. You know, Swahili trader fooled him, and basically sold him. And then, but somehow he made it back to his people. He escaped and made it back
Okay,
to
but
his.
a king of what though, Kyler? Because I've been there.
He was
There's
a
people
king.
with like
It was a Bantu
little.
king.
How many subjects?
Yeah, he
I'm
was a
talking about
big
real
kingdom. He was
kings,
a big
though.
kingdom,
Like
you know.
thousands of people. Yeah, I'm talking about like real king. Because you
Uh,
could go to Africa right now. People
you
tell
know,
you that
I don't care if you have 10 subjects. A king is a king, man. You know.
no, a king is not a king. Everybody got time for no 10 subject king. That's
Okay, yo, check this out.
playing
It says
around.
right here. Now check this out. African royalty were indeed sold into slavery during the Atlantic slave trade. A notable was Amar Imar son. Yeah, remember that the prince among slaves. You remember that story, brother?
Yeah, I know
He was
about
a
him.
prince.
I know
Okay,
about him.
he
Yeah,
was sold into
I think he
slavery,
was taken
bro.
by the Portuguese. If I'm not
No,
mistaken.
he was taken by.
You said king.
He was a king. Yeah. He
You
was a
said
ruler.
to
He
me.
was
You
going to
said a
inherit
lot
a
of those
powerful.
kings.
You know, he was
That's
going to
exactly said.
inherit a
A lot of
powerful
those kings.
Fulani kingdom, right? Okay, a fuller prince. He's supposed to be a king. You know, it was sold into the
Say
United
what?
States. It was later enslaved in the United States, right? And so here's more detail. Abraham Ibn Sora, he was a powerful ruler for West Africa who was captured and sold to slave trade. He spent 40 years enslaved in the United States, being free, returned to Africa. There's many examples, man. You know. Okay, you know, who was the king who sold slaves in Africa? Kings, others said, would do anything we want to give apart from giving up the slave trade. The slave trade is ruling principle of my people. I'll say, who was the queen's son? Who took the most slaves to Africa? I'm saying, but I'm interested in this story right here. It said, yes, African royalty were indeed sold into slavery during the Atlantic slave trade. A notable example was that Abdul Rahman. You asked the Prince among slaves story, you know. He was later enslaved in the United States. You know, his Abdul Rahman was a powerful ruler for West Africa who was captured and sold into slave trades. He spent 40 years enslaved in the United States before freed and returned to Africa. Actually, he went to Liberia. He was sent to Liberia, you know. Yeah, so the historian mentions that many African royalties were captured and enslaved. Like this, okay. 40 years a slave. Okay, you're talking about, I want to know about another one, you know. Sorry, it's in Natchez, Mississippi. It is Prince among slaves, you know. But this is the most famous story. But like I said, it happened more than you think it did, bro. You know, slaves, people were captured and sold into slavery, man. The bottom line, the white man did not care, you know. He did not care. Or say Mufasa dropped off. Yeah, you know, so. All right, Dama, what's on your mind, bro?
Oh, what's up, caller? I wanted to go ahead and ask you, what is your stance on Malema? Do you think he would be a better fit in South Africa or what?
Well, my whole thing is this, you know, Malema lives a good life in South Africa, right? He has sports cars, nice clothes, and he lives a good life. But he was conflicted because a good life that he knows he has, right, is by the fact that he has a lot of white business partners and stuff like that. You know, he has business connections and everything like that. Yet but he does not like the whites. He's angry about the whites, their position. He's humiliated because his social status, just like what happened in Liberia, right? Just because you take over a country don't mean your social status, politics don't mean your social status change. You understand? In Liberia, you go to Liberia, and if you're a miracle Liberian, you still feel like you're on top, you know, despite the political upheaval, you know? And that's what happened in South Africa. A lot of these wealthy black South Africans still feel like they're no different from the dude in the shanty town. That's what Malema is all about, you know? And he's conflicted. He don't know what to do. He's angry, he's frustrated, so he vents out against white people. But the thing is, though, he knows if the white people go, he ain't whatever privilege he is enjoying will be gone too. That's what I feel.
Okay.
So that's what it is. I mean, people can say, "Oh, Malema and whatnot." He says all the right things, but the bottom line is this: now, if he was poor, if he was a poor guy, didn't have nothing, he could make a case, But Malema's rich; he's a millionaire, And so he basically shops in the best, eats in the best restaurants. He got nice cars, fancy travel and stuff like that, bodyguard protection and whatnot. He lives a good life. He ain't worried about his next meal. The African life, real African life, is a struggle. So that's why I tell people all the time when people say we're African people. No, the fuck we're not. If you want to be an African person, then what you got to do is give up all your U.S. shit, live on $1 a day. Let's talk about your fucking African.
So as soon as you come to Africa, as soon as you come to America, you're not an African anymore.
No, you're not. As soon as you come to America, get a job, start paying Social Security and taxes, and you got money in your pocket, and the African struggle is not your reality no more. No, yeah, you be African culturally, as you may be out there, but the real reality is, for a fact of the matter is, the African life. People judge people by the African life by your lifestyle.
So Julius Malema
The
is not an African, right? He's not African because he's a millionaire and he has nice cars.
No. I'm not saying he's not African, but he's not African like somebody living in the friggin' shantytown.
What? Okay,
Let's be honest.
there's tons of different ways to be an African. What's up with you? Like you look at Africa through these like white supremacist lenses. What's
No.
up with
Look,
you talk like you is no different than a white supremacist, bro.
Mufasa. I'm only going by what Africans tell me.
No,
They'll
but what
say
I'm saying is that there's a lot of different types of Africans.
look, somebody comes back from America and basically like this. Let me give you an example. You remember? Do you know Wayne Wander, Liberian?
Holler.
Have you ever?
Just
Hold
say
on.
what
No,
you're
seriously,
gonna say.
have you ever
You're
met
always
Wayne?
bringing up this random stuff.
No. Let me ask you a question. Do you know who Wayne is? She
No.
went on a tour with us last year. She went on arguing on the bus on that tour. Me and mine did, right? Anyway, a couple of years ago, right? She decided, right? Her sons are too African Americanized, right? So she sent her sons to Liberia to go to school for a year. I remember one time for her son's 10th birthday, she brought him to Liberia. And this kid, when the kid at Kendaja, when she had the African drummers come out, the one son started crying. She goes, "Well, you gotta learn the African roots, whatever, like that, blah blah." And then the next year, she sent both her boys over there to go to school, right? So she wanted to be in Africa, around Africans and whatnot, to break them out of this so-called thing. Even though they're Liberian boys, right? But because they're raised inside of America, she felt like they were not Africans anymore, So she sent them to school over there for a couple of years ago to like that, but they were like dying to come back to America, and live the life they had in America. They know the life they have in America is privilege. Mother makes money, they go out there, they go to the roller skating rink, they go to the gaming shop, and about video games, same like any other American kid. But basically, when you go live in Liberia, the life is a little hard. You may have to go out there. You have to wash clothes. You may have to go out there and feed chickens. You have to do the African life.
You really think her kids was doing that, Colin?
Yeah, she said she was. She said these kids, they're out there. Look, all I'm saying, I'm
Okay,
not
well that's
talking
just
about a
her.
hard
Okay,
life.
you think the other kids at that school?
Look at that. Look at that. Look. In Liberia and like most of Africa, it's not unusual. It's nothing. They only turn their head when you see an 8-year-old kid out there selling waters instead of being in school. That doesn't even turn their head. And if you say something about it, people tell you, "Well, this is Africa." That's what they tell you. You're in Africa. That's what
So
they say.
you think most of the 8-year-olds are doing that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
I'm saying,
out of 100 8-year-olds, 51 are doing it.
I would say a good portion of too many of them. You go
How
into
many? How many?
hey Dave, am I lying?
Is he lying when he says most of them? That means 51% or more.
I would say
8
about a good most of throughout the country. Yeah, not all of them in Monrovia, but throughout the country, man, it's very striking how many kids are out there in the market.
All right. Well, I mean, but you're making my point. The point is, you said not in Monrovia, so that means the Monrovians have a different life.
Well, what I'm saying is, hold up. What I'm saying in Monrovia, it may be hidden and stuff like that. May not be open. It still exists though, but it's not as. It basically is kind of frowned upon a little bit. But
You
you
said
still
you
see
just said
kids
they
out
wouldn't bat an
there.
eye. Oh, you're saying in Monrovia it's frowned
No, I'm
upon, but
saying
outside.
frowned upon a little bit, right? But it still
Oh,
goes on, right? But you go to other rural parts of Africa, that's the fucking norm. You go up to Nimba, that's all you see. You go to Bond County, drive through there, it's normal, you know.
okay, so Kala, you
Monrovia
just
is
you
just a
just
little bit
showed.
more people. You'll have people because you got a lot of foreigners, stuff like that. People are like, well, like that. But you still, when you do see it, ain't nobody gonna be like, hey, this can't happen. Kids, when they understand it's there, but it's sort of like not really accepted. It's
All right, so
fully.
you just broke down the nuance in the different cities and how people see it and all the different stuff. So
Right,
you
right.
understand the diversity of life in Africa. But a second ago you said, "Oh, well, you're not African if you're not poor in a
Oh yeah,
shanty
but
town."
no.
So are you
I'm
just
saying,
saying
hold
that? Let me
on,
ask you. I want to ask you.
No,
I want
hold
to
on.
ask
I
you.
think you
Are you just
misunderstand
are
what I'm
you only
saying.
saying that for
Hold
like
on,
shock value, or is that
hold
why
on,
you
hold
say
on. No, I'm not saying that for shock value. What I'm saying is simply as this, right? And when you're there a long time, none of that stuff bothers you anymore, right? If basically, no matter how many times you've been in there in Africa, right? To me, I'm shocked when I see freaking young girls out there, selling bread and stuff like that. It bothers me, right? And people are just like, okay, the reason why it bothers you because you're not African, That's what they say. So basically, even though when I first came to Liberia, I used to say something about it. Now, the last time I came, I never said nothing, right? Because I got kind of used to it. So I got used to seeing what I saw. When I first got there, it was like a culture shock. I was like, wow, man. Kids, this is February. Kids should be in school and they're out there like this. Like, oh, this is Africa. This is Africa. This is not America. This is Africa. You keep judging us by American standards. And so what I tell people all the time, okay, when you go to Africa, and so if your kids, you full of hard times, your kids got to get out there and sell bottles of water and whatever like that, or your kid might have to go to work. He's 10 years old. He's strong enough to lift for a box. He might have to go to work. So be it. That's Africa. It is what it is. You see kids, 10-year-old kids out there pushing a wheelbarrow. It
most of
is.
the kids I seen was like with their families. It was at a house. It wasn't. I don't know.
Well, that's
You
well,
think
that's
it seemed? I never been to
yeah.
Liberia though. Maybe
That's
that's how y'all.
that wasn't Liberia, bro. So
Yeah. So maybe in
I'm only
Liberia.
going by what I see in Liberia, bro. I don't say. Malcolm X said Black Americans are Africans in America. Sorry,
We African, bro. I don't know what Kyla
I
talking.
mean, we're African by race. We're not African by culture.
I mean, tomato, Kyla. You just using a lot
No,
of words.
no. Look, we're Africans by blood, by race. All you need to know is you're African by race. When you and I look in the mirror, we see an African man.
All right,
But
so
I'm
you
saying,
just use 80 words. I'll just fix it
no.
again.
Look,
We
look.
are African.
Oh, but the whole thing is
That's simple.
this. The African mind is different than ours.
That's fine. I
For
mean, bro,
example,
the Nigerian is mind and
for
different than the Kenyan mind.
example, what I'm saying, this is how I'm going to win this argument, right? The African mind does not see color and race the way we do.
No, okay, but the Nigerian mind is different from the Kenyan mind.
No, hold on. No, but what's common in Africa is most Africans, all of them, from north, south, east, and west, they do not have the color and race conscious that we do because we're born in America. When people say we're going to do Black Power and stuff like that, Africans don't see things like that. When I first met last year, we met Wayne in the friggin' Kindeja, right? And
Yeah.
I'm sitting over here. Who's fucking making a noise? And Dama, man, goddamn, were you sucking on your baby bottle? Goddamn, nigga. So anyway, I go over to the table and there's a fucking white boy sitting there, blonde, blue-eyed, hugged up with this beautiful African Black girl sister, right? And they're sitting there, and they know I was like visibly upset, I was visibly upset, right? And this guy's talking about, yeah, I'm getting property in Bond County. I told my boy Flo that, and Flo, he's one of them Africans. He lives in South Africa. He was with Charles Taylor Army. He said, let me find out some white man got land in Liberia, right? See, a couple of Liberians I hang out with think like I do, And so basically, I'm sitting there like, this guy sitting there, yeah, I'm from Boston, and blah, blah, blah. I'm sitting there listening to him. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing at this table? I was very uncomfortable with this guy sitting there, but the Africans sitting at the table, one guy was from Sierra Leone, one guy was from Ghana, One guy is from a thing like that. They thought there was nothing absolutely wrong with this white guy hugged up with a fucking black woman in Africa in a space where we're talking about a Pan-African tour that's about to start in 3 days and whatnot. And I was sitting there like, I can't let Bomani see this shit, you know? And so therefore, and then after the tour, this is another thing that happened last year, bro. The story of Jessica, you know? She was killed almost killed by a white man in Cape Mount. Is that you, Mufasa, making a sound? Hold up. That's Mufasa, you know? Okay, she was basically almost killed by a white man who was pretending like he was going to marry her. Before he went back to America, he tried to slit her throat, and he tried to say his driver did it. But luckily, she lived. This guy went on trial, right? The story of Jessica, right? And basically, I'll play the video. He went on trial, and the fucking some dusty ass Liberian native judge let him off with all the overwhelming evidence, right? And they basically were saying, yo, she's only got, she's poor and whatnot, and he's a white man from America, right? And the bottom line, I will say that happened when I was in Liberia last year. And I was sitting there trying to tell Liberians, we ought to fucking do something about this shit. White man, and they was like saying to me, why you gotta make it about color and race, you know? You know, and so please don't tell me about we're all the fucking same. No, the fuck we're not, you know? Their mindset don't see color and race the way they don't see the white man as a problem or the enemy, you know? They don't, you know? That's just the African mind, you know? Our mind is different. We're color and race conscious, you know? That's the freaking truth, you know? So all this nonsense about we're Africans like they are, that's freaking foolishness. Anybody believes that, you're a freaking fool, you know? Go ahead, Ahmed. I can't stay up all night, man. We ready to go to bed. Go ahead.
Oh, man. I'm enjoying your show, man.
Yeah, well, go ahead, man. Talk, man. I know you're enjoying the show, but make your point, man. Go ahead.
Nah, I ain't got no point, man. We poor, man. We poor. We just some poor Africans, man. We were born poor.
Yeah, so
we born poor. We always gonna be poor, man. Oh, man.
Yeah,
man. All I gotta say, just tell your masters, man, to just leave us alone. That's all it is, man.
Your feelings are hurt. Your feelings are hurt there. I mean,
nah, my feelings not hurt. For what? Nah, man.
Yeah, your feelings are hurt. Did I hurt your feelings tonight?
I know for sure Africans not poor, man. Even you know that. You know that, man. Why you think you won it?
Well, I look. Honestly, I don't want nothing out of Africa.
It's a
I
big
don't
difference
want no gold.
now.
Look, I don't want nothing out of Africa, but just
the only thing I want out of Africa is
like, I want to say, you listen to me, man. You gotta talk. You know, only thing I want to see Africa do is rise above the situation it is right now. That's all. I don't want no money. I don't want no wealth. I don't want nothing out of the continent. I don't want no land. I don't want to buy land.
We don't need no Western mentality in Africa, man. That's all I gotta
the bottom
say.
line is, okay, you say Western mentality, but you live in the West.
Western people goes around the world and steal people's shit.
Okay.
And they call them savages.
No, look. Let me tell you something right now. That's bullshit.
That's in history.
That's bullshit, right?
They came to America.
But look. The bottom line is this. Hold up. Look. Check us out.
They go to Africa and call them savages.
That's a bottom line. You invite them.
Come on, Colin, man.
You invite them in.
Come on, Colin.
No, bullshit.
You guys are just like them.
You invite them in.
You guys are just like them without the
empire. Just like in the movie Sinners, right? He was like,
Colin,
are you gonna invite me in?
Just like them.
You gonna invite me in?
But the difference
you guys invite the white man. You just like slavery. You invited the white man to Africa. You know, don't put that about the white man like that. Every last thing that goes on in Africa, you guys signed a deal. You signed a treaty and whatnot, and then you pretend like you're stupid when it doesn't go right.
Colin, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. I'm far away from Elvis or Chuku. Far away from them too.
Yeah, but you try to pretend like you're stupid or something.
Far away from them too, man.
Understand yeah, but you always act like you're stupid. You always act like you're stupid, you know? You're not.
Far away from them too. I don't see the white man as the king.
Well, the bottom line is this.
You understand?
Why is the white man walk into your country
king, so
and sign deals that freaking screw you over and whatnot, you know? Ain't nothing that goes on in your country that your leaders did not sign off on. And then you say, they go by the British. But you guys elected them. You guys elected these people.
Okay. If the people, right, within the Western countries that rule this world technically, right? From America to the UK, right? Because America has been running this world for the past 80 years now. UK, before that it was UK, right? If these
Well, how
people,
come you
right,
guys can't
their
run your own
president have to
countries,
be in
though?
Africa. Their president have to be in Africa, right, and dictate Africa.
Hold on. Well, let me ask you a question. If you really believe that, then there should be no white people in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and all that, Ghana, and all
No,
at
you
all.
just said poverty belongs to Africa. That means now
I did not say poverty belongs to Africa. I'm saying
you said
basically
you
you have all
when
the
you think
wealth
of
in
Africa,
Africa, but you
you think
choose
of
not to
poverty.
develop it.
Okay,
You choose not to invest. You choose not to
Africa,
build it. You know.
Africa is poor for a reason.
No, it's
I
poor.
know
No,
that.
it's not poor for a reason. It's poor
Oh
because
my
you
God,
lack
man,
any sort of intelligence to
stop it,
build it
man.
up. You
Your
feel
master
like
wants Africa always to himself. General Landry works for your master. Y'all need to stop this,
I
man.
don't know. One, I don't have a master.
Y'all,
One,
you
I don't
see,
have a master, bro.
man, come on, man. Y'all come up here and talk
The
about
people that
this and
run
that.
this country, but I don't have a
English
master, bro.
language.
I don't know what. I don't know what. Maybe hold up. Maybe Donald Trump is your master, right? Well, he's not my master.
I'm talking about the average black people in this country.
But
Man.
black people in America don't have
man,
masters,
Carla,
bro.
man.
We don't have no damn masters,
Carla,
bro.
y'all
I
want to
hate to
talk
break
about
it to you.
English is
We have no fucking
everybody's
masters,
supposed to
bro.
speak English because of come on, man.
Yo, so hold on. We spoke English because we were brought here against our will. Your people chose to speak English. We didn't have no choice.
Carla, the continent of Africa is colonized. So of course the mentality is different.
Why haven't you guys fought against that colonization? Why can't you fight?
The mentality, because of you, because there's so many different
Don't blame
elements.
that shit on me. What the fuck I gotta do with it? You know?
No. I'm not blaming on you. I'm just saying that you use a white man view.
I'm not using the white man's view on that.
The white man view
said the continent's colonized. If you
the
believe
white
the
man
continent's
view does not
colonized, then
prioritize
you're
your
looking at it
people.
through the lens of the white
Your
man.
people
Look,
stay
check this
beneath
out.
the
There's
white
people
man.
in Africa.
So you can't attach yourself to the white man
in
view.
the villages and every place like that
You
who don't
cannot
know they're
attach
being
yourself to
colonized.
the white man
The
view
only
because
people
at the
that
end of the
believe
day,
they're colonized.
the white man, he's on top.
Hold up. Let me stop you right there. The only people that believe they're colonized are the people of Africa that live in the West. The Africans in Africa don't know they're colonized. They don't know anything about no colonization. Only people I hear for colonization is the people that live like you that live in America, you know? So miss me with that shit, man, you know?
Man, Carla, I keep telling you, I'm far away from Elvis and Chuko. I'm far away from that. Mentality-wise, I'm far away from that. I have agreed. My people were conquered. My father was conquered. His father was conquered. His father, and so on and so on. I'm not disagreeing. You understand? I'm not disagreeing. But I'm not going to sit here or hear somebody using a white man talking points when
but
he
you
knows
use the
that
white man's talking points.
You guys constantly do it nowadays. Y'all
No,
constantly.
you use the white man's talking
No,
points.
I
If you
don't.
believe the white man is controlling everything and blah blah blah, that's what you sound like one of these white liberals, you know?
Oh man, okay. Just like I mentioned before, right? In America, right? Like it or not, in Washington, D.C., it's only two streets that matters. After that, you go to New York City, who dominated? You go to California and San Francisco, who dominated? You understand? They dominate for a reason. They don't dominate because they better than black folks in America. No. It's not like a genetic thing. No, it's just that you understand. It's just a system that's been in place benefits them. That system hasn't been cracked yet.
No.
Just like in Africa.
You guys haven't really
eventually.
hold up. Like I said about the Ethiopians, right? They did have a culture and whatnot that connected.
So now
That's why they were never
Ethiopians are not
colonized.
Africans.
They were never colonized by the Europeans.
Ethiopians are not Africans. They don't belong to us.
They were basically more literate, and they basically had a culture and everything like that. They weren't colonized.
Man, call it, man. So now Ethiopians, they don't belong to us. They're not Africans.
Well,
so you see how
I
you
don't
keep
know what
separating
I'm
things,
saying.
man?
I'm saying hold up. They had different cultures.
Color, man. Color.
They weren't colonized, you know.
Man, color. My mental is way stronger. I'm not gonna surrender to what Elvis is doing to you right now. No, I don't do that, man. I know I know eventually, man. If your bastards, I don't care what you got to say, in America, in the Western world, America is the king. If they have to be in Africa, they don't have to be in Africa for a reason. They're in Africa for a reason. They ain't there because of the wealth. They're not there because
You'd be
of
surprised how America
save
really
Africa.
doesn't have that a lot
Come on,
of.
man, stop
America
it.
doesn't have a lot of presence in Africa. You know that, right?
Oh my God, you
No,
kidding me?
America funds.
Let me tell you a story.
America bankrolls other countries who got.
Let me tell you a story.
America bankrolls Australia, Canada, and all these other raggedy ass countries in Africa, right? America
When
really.
the British was on top of the world,
Africa,
their president was in Africa heavily.
What? Who?
When the Spanish was on top of the world, their president was in Africa.
Yeah,
When
but I'm talking about the United States.
President was in
United
Africa.
States never was in Africa.
That's what y'all don't understand.
The United States was expanding in the Pacific and also Caribbean and South America. America never colonized Africa. America never colonized Africa, bro.
You cannot control the world if you don't control Africa.
That's a lot of nonsense, man. Is that what you guys tell each other, man?
No, you see, you understand, Carla.
Look, all you guys have to do,
you said it. I heard you on your own
all
show.
you have to do is get some education, right, and then get on a plane ticket, return home.
Oh my God!
If you guys start returning home,
okay, Carla,
your problems are solved overnight.
My parents brought me here. It wasn't like, oh, I forced myself to live out of Africa. My parents brought me here in you know what I'm saying.
That's
in a very young age.
You guys got to stop running away from the continent, man.
Okay, listen, let me get to the point. Just like I told you, I'm far away from Elvis and Chuka. I'm not going to die in this country. I'm not going to say, let me enjoy the honey and the sugar. I'm not going to come to your show constantly and then don't want to be in Africa. I'm not going to be at your show constantly and then telling myself, oh, white people are better. We can't do nothing about it.
What I've seen
your guess.
Jonathan Miller.
Look, one of your favorite guests
Miller
is an African.
in Africa. Hold on,
he said it constantly.
Jonathan Miller in
he
Africa
always
more
say
than
it.
you guys that were born there. That's something wrong. There's something not quite right about that, bro.
Man, you said what?
I said myself and Jonathan Miller. It seemed like we're more in Africa than most of you guys. You know, that's not good.
That's like Chuka and Elvis, man. My president in Africa is heavy. Constantly.
When's the last time you've been there?
I was there like 2 years ago.
Almost
2 years now.
Yeah, that's
no.
Bro.
When I'm saying my president, I'm saying listen, David. Man, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's good, bro?
Nothing much. Your boy tripping today. But anyway, I'm constantly doing things back home. That's a lot of things I can't talk on social media. It's a lot of things I can't talk.
The CIA is after you,
huh?
The CIA is after you.
No, not even that. I don't trust certain Africans. Certain Africans, you can't do nothing about them. They gone. They think the white man is forever the king. I'm telling y'all the truth. They think the white man is the king.
The African mind and our minds like this.
So certain Africans,
most of us don't give two shits about the white man. You know,
man, just like, oh, you telling me there's no black folks in America don't believe that way? Come on, Carlo, man. Come on.
Now look at Elvis, man. Look at this snide remark. If you don't go to Africa, you don't have sex. No, it ain't about sex. You know, I like going to Africa. You know, it doesn't matter about all that. You know, I like going to the continent, Elvis.
I mean, all I gotta tell you, Carla, is this, right? If you guys could take over Liberia, fuck it, take it, because there's certain people.
I don't want to take over Liberia, but I would like to see.
Listen,
I would like to see civilized Liberians from America return, and then we have something to build with. So in other words, if we have enough Liberians in America, I can say, you know something, we need a stock exchange. And the civilized Liberians like, yeah, we need that. Let's work together. But the bottom line is this: if Black America goes to Liberia right now with the current state, and nothing will get done, you know, because Liberia suffered from a serious brain drain, you know. And the sad part about it is the dumb people in Liberia running shit, right? They're in cahoots with people like the likes of Elvis and whatnot, you know, and they're all dummying up and whatnot, and they got to get no place. But the smart Liberians that know the deal, that went to HBCUs and stuff like that in America, go back to Liberia. We have something to build on, you know? So that has to happen. The Liberians from America, they got to go back to Liberia, you know?
Yeah, but some of them already, they already settled down. They loving the
Okay, I'm
honey,
gonna
the
slow down.
sugar,
I will
and all
uproot
that.
them, put my foot up their ass, and send them back if I have to.
If you want to fix Africa, you have to have love for your people.
Well, I do have love. I have
You have
love.
to be
I have
genuine.
love for
It has
people.
to
I
be
want to
pure.
see them in Africa.
If you want to fix Africa,
I want to see I want to see Africans return to Africa. Yeah, that's what I want to see.
We're gonna do it once we kick out
Ain't
your
no one thing.
masters.
You got to make
We
a
not
beeline
fighting you
now, man.
guys. We fighting your
It's
masters.
now.
You see, that's what you guys don't understand.
You should be making plans in the next couple of months to get the hell out of here.
You see, that's what you guys don't understand. We're not fighting you guys. We fighting the Western leaders, the people that control the Western countries.
Sitting in the comfort.
That's what you guys don't understand. Just like how General Lanley, he's working for the white master. It's a big difference now. He just in a position of authority, but he has his boss. So when Africa is talking about the Western countries against us, we're not talking about y'all. We're talking about the people that control.
I mean, let me get Mufasa back on. Go ahead, Mufasa.
My bad. I was away from the thing. Yeah. No, my point on the thing earlier before I got taken off was you keep saying we're not African because we don't believe, like as if there's one African. There's many different types of Africans.
Do you hear what America was just saying? There's no way him and I have the same mindset.
Yeah, but Kyle, come on now. I mean, so you think everybody on the African continent agrees with everything they say? They all agree with each other?
I'm saying
okay, so they have different ethnic groups, and we're one of them. We're a different African ethnic group.
Man, what I said that was totally different.
No, what I'm saying basically is you keep taking this picture of white man is Thanos. He's sitting there friggin'.
Carla, come on, you kidding me?
The white man's not Thanos.
They control the world right now for the past 500 years.
So the white man does not have an
infinity gun. In America, 95% or 96% of the wealth is being controlled by the white man.
That's what I say. You got to stop watching.
What are you trying to tell me? Who controls the World Bank? The IMF.
Infinity World.
This guy is talking about. Come on, man. That's why sometimes I don't like arguing on this, sir. I don't do that.
Do you watch the Wizard of Oz? You guys have the white man's not the Wizard of Oz.
Carla, when we talk about changing Africa, we're not talking about your people fighting your people. We fighting the people that control your people.
I don't think nobody's controlling us, bro.
You see, that's what y'all don't understand. Y'all always want to go back and forth.
We have a different mindset.
This and that. Oh, America.
I don't see a white man because you know what it is? I don't remember seeing a white man bringing a relief truck with milk in it to feed us. So I didn't have that history, so we think differently. We don't think the white man's Thanos, We don't think he's a giver of life,
Okay, but who controls this country? 98%.
Well, the bottom line, you say that, but you also
that is facts.
In America, in America, you got black people in every level of high positions of power. So it's not like white people are just everything. Look at the state level.
The dominant thing is elite white people.
Yeah, but the bottom line, but he makes it seem like every last single.
You can't have conversations if you're not gonna be honest.
Some white man sitting down collectively pushing a button. That's a lie. That's myth.
Oh,
yeah, white people are dominant.
Okay.
Numerically and effectively dominant, but it doesn't mean like every last single thing is like, oh, the white man's preventing me from doing this.
That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is
what you were saying.
No. What we're saying is we going against a monster that we try to defeat. You can't defeat this monster in like a couple months.
You're serious about defeating this monster.
Well, you're not getting it.
Wouldn't you be the first thing you do?
You're general.
Hold on. The first thing you got to do is you're fighting a war.
Lineage.
You have to have ground.
So-called. Hold on.
You have to have ground. Okay, you're behind enemy. Hold up. Adama.
Bro, are you an American citizen? Because if so, it's your general too.
Hold on. You're general.
Are you an American citizen?
An African man in his own country.
He don't want to answer the question. Are you an American citizen? Because it's your general too.
Hold on. Your general.
Are you going to answer the question after I hold on?
Man in his own country, doing what he's got to do with his own goal. It's his goal. And then you telling me, oh, the white man is nothing.
Are you an American citizen?
You see, and then all of this is just a hate. Just
Yeah,
a
but
hate.
you're inside this country.
Kala, is this dude an American? Is he an American citizen or no?
He's American. I don't know if he's a citizen.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's been here all his life.
Okay, so it's your general too.
Just a hate, and then you telling me, oh, the white man, this and that. The man come out of his mouth trying to kill the man. That's what basically that's basically the plan. Take him out. Take him out because the white man said so.
Did he say that?
That's all it is. He doesn't have to say it literally, but that's exactly what they trying to do. The man is in his own country, doing what he got to do with his own gold, and then you got somebody else telling him, "Oh, he's doing this and he's doing that. Take him out."
What exactly did they say? I don't remember anybody saying. All somebody did was make a comment that he might be.
I mean, and then
there's no official policy telling Liberia Traore what to do with his gold. You know, that's
even a lot of these things they're saying, oh, they tried to kill him. We don't know that. We don't know if it's true. They're like, oh yeah, somebody tried to bribe him. Okay, but we don't know where it's coming from, so we can't say Langley did it. Like we don't know who's trying to kill him.
Stop it. Who do you think Langley works for? Langley works for the
Langley is an American.
Listen. Langley works for the Pentagon.
Bro, I've been listening.
Who's the head for the Pentagon? It's a white guy. Who's the president? A white guy.
Langley works for Africa.
He works for the government.
Okay, who controls the government?
The citizens of America.
Oh, yes. Come on, man. Who controls U.S. government?
The elected.
The people who vote. Yeah, the people who vote.
The wealthy white people.
No, it's controlled by the friggin' election.
No. But you could say they have more control or whatever the case. But he doesn't work for them. He works for the people.
You cannot twist this and twist that. General Langley is trying to kill an African man in his own country, doing his own thing with his own gold.
That's a bunch of crap,
with
man.
all that.
Do you know that if it wasn't for
you guys are the same guy calling Africa.
You know how West Africa would have spiraled out of control by now. Same thing with East Africa would have spiraled out of control.
You know, if Africa poor, leave Africa alone.
That's why you guys talk all that stuff. What you guys got to stop doing is
poverty is invading Africa. Leave Africa alone then.
Stuff like this, you know.
Think about it. The British Empire was in Africa. America is in Africa. The Spanish Empire is in Africa. Chinese right now is almost taking over the world. They're in Africa. Come on, my friend.
I don't know, man. You guys
come on. You see, we're not fighting you guys. We fighting y'all masters. Big difference. See, that's what y'all don't understand.
All right. Okay. All right.
That's what y'all don't understand. In DC, this is just like I mentioned in DC. It's only two streets that matters: Pennsylvania Avenue and K Street. Pennsylvania Avenue and
you got a lot of conspiracy. Anyway, I gotta go. You guys, it's about 6 hours.
No problem, man. Just keep in touch with you and Elvis. That's your best friend. He's a white man.
African goddess said, I agree with the brother speaking now. Wealthy white people control everything, everywhere money talks. I mean, they don't control everything. They don't control everything everywhere. That's not true.
No. You guys not listening.
The African mind, man.
Not listening.
When you're so poor, you really do think that because every time they got foreign aid, coming in, some white person handle things. So they really think like that. The African
that's like most of white people are being contested in like half the world right now.
You guys not getting it.
White people's power. They may control the Western Hemisphere. I'll give you that.
Let me finish this. The reason why we Africans are excited about Ibrahim Traore is because of he going against the elite or the people that surrendered to the white people in Africa.
Listen, man. I hope the Ibrahim Traore thing works, but the reality of the matter is, you guys need movements. You can't just sit back and wait for one man to do a coup. You need movements that go into these things, so where groups of people overthrow the dominant thought. So just one man overthrowing something and everybody just get behind him, and then you live and you die with that one man. So if he gets corrupted, the whole thing goes away. It's supposed to be movements, right? You need to go back home and create movements of thought and
You
what
need to
people
go
have
back up and create
understands,
movement of
what
thoughts
people
and understand things.
movements of thoughts, right? Not just people just sitting back waiting for one or a few men to do a coup and then sit back and then cheer, and then when he goes corrupt, they go down with him. There needs to be a movement that goes into the overthrowing of the old idea. It can't just be no one man.
You finish?
Yeah,
First
I
of
mean,
all,
finally I got to talk. But go ahead.
it's not a one man. It's a 3 country. Number 2, right? If this took place, just say.
But this is all coming from the coup, though.
Okay.
Okay, so what? So what? Well, give me the 3 countries that contributed to this coup, that started all this. How did the 3 countries contribute to the coup, or was it just that small group of people with Ibrahim Traoré and those people, or did all 3 countries and the people contribute to that coup?
First of all, it started in Mali. Then it went to Burkina Faso. Then it went to Niger. Okay. Now let me say this, right? If there's, let's say, we have a country, right, that's fucked up, corrupt government, corrupt this. They sell everything for cheap. They give everything to Western countries, right? You understand? Okay. If the only hope you have within that country, right, is the military, because the military is the one that really physically checks the government. Once the military takes over now, then you have a better hope, right? Let's just say if this happened in the early 90s, right? These 3 countries take over, right? We don't have information that spreads like this, like social media now. If you're in Africa, right? When you turn on the radio, it's BBC. When you turn on the TV, it's CNN. Who controls these entities? You think BBC and CNN and DW or whatever of France 24 is going to tell you the real truth when you turn on your radio in Africa? No, they're going to sabotage these.
I usually see African news in the countries I go to. I see BBC alongside like the state-run news and the local news.
Oh my God, you cannot talk about Africa right now. We talk about in the 90s, my friend. If this was,
I'm talking about now. You just how you jump from Traoré to the 90s. We in 2025 right now.
I'm saying, man, what I'm saying is this, right? If this coup, right, this thing that's been going on for the past 3 years now, right? If this would have happened in the early 90s, right, it's more difficult for Africans to really know what's really going on.
Okay, but so what? Get out the past. You're talking about now. I'm saying we're talking about now. What I'm saying is you better get on your knees every night and pray to your Lord and Savior Ibrahim Traoré and pray to God that he doesn't turn corrupt and do the same thing that all the rest of the coup d'etat people did. The reality is what we need is movements. We need educated people, and we need groups of people in ideologies, right, that dominate and turn over the common narrative that allows for people to live the way they live now. It can't just be always just on some small military. You said the only hope is the military. No, there's way more people than there is the military. So it starts from education. You educate your people, right, and then you're going to need like movements. Some of them might be underground, whatever the case. But there has to be masses of people that lead to these.
Words out of my mouth. I did not say it only has to be military. That's not what I said.
That's what you said.
No.
You said their only hope is the military.
Listen, my friend. For you to initiate the start, it has to be taken with physical power, which is a lot of time